foundation of Atlantis, 11,600 years before our time. He puts it this way, that his ancestor Solon visited Egypt, and we know about that visit. It's historically recorded. That visit to Egypt was in 600 BC. And there Solon claimed to have been told by Egyptian priests about this great advanced civilization that once existed, but that angered the gods and was destroyed in an enormous flood. Solon asked those Egyptian priests,
What are you?
when did this happen? And they said, oh,
Attack target.
9,000 years ago. Do the math. That's in 600 BC. That's 9,000 years before 600 BC. We call that 9,600 BC.
Combat mode.
That's 11,600 years ago.
Combat mode.
That's exactly the date of the ending of the Younger Dryas, and it's exactly the date of what is called meltwater pulse 1 the biggest single rises overnight in sea level ever occurred. So if Plato made it, it's really weird that he picked the date. It's precisely the date that coincides with the latest geological evidence, the cataclysmic sea level.
This episode is brought to you by Athletic Greens. AG1 replaces a lot of other supplements. It's my daily multivitamin, multi-mineral, and pre- and probiotic for my gut health, adaptogens, and a greens blend. I fucking love Athletic Greens. And I was visiting Andrew Schultz. I was doing his podcast, and I was a little jet lagged, just got off the plane, and I looked over and he had Athletic Greens. I was like, oh, perfect. I dumped it in a bottle of water, shook it up. One delicious scoop of Athletic Greens, AG1, and you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, and whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens to help you start your day right. It supports your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, your recovery, your focus, and anti-aging, and it tastes good. It doesn't knock.
At the end of the Ice Age, sea level that ever occurred. So if Plato made it up, it's really weird that he picked a date that is precisely a date that coincides with the latest geological evidence on cataclysmic sea level rise at the end.
Basketball's back. Is there anything better than killer crossovers, buzzer beaters, and overtime thrillers? That's why I'm celebrating the return to the hardwood with DraftKings, an official partner of the NBA.
Recall
right
fighter.
Now, new customers get a free shot at a share of millions of dollars in total prizes with your first deposit. Playing daily fantasy hoops is easy. Just pick your lineup of pro basketball ballers, stay under the salary cap, and rack up points for three-pointers, rebounds, assists, and more. Score big, and you can score big cash. And with a free shot at a share of millions of dollars in total prizes, it's the perfect time for...
Retrieval process completed, Commander.
This episode is brought to you by...
At the end of the Ice Age.
Could be a coincidence, but
a pretty good one.
I will mention, I did a two-parter on all of the deep, what
System
Greg
map.
was talking about, and the geological evidence that confirms or refutes Plato's account, and it's available on my website.
System map.
For download.
System
and,
cartography.
it's like 7 hours. 7 hours of
Exit map.
detailed,
Yeah, you go deep, bro. You go deep.
And you see, the academics have never bothered to do this because they, in their pride and in their arrogance, they just say, oh, we know that Plato just made it up, that it's just a fantasy. They don't know that. And it's people like Randall coming from the outside who are actually doing the legwork that makes us think about all this again.
And there's plenty of evidence that there were many sites like this that were thought to be just legend and myth, like Troy, for instance. That has now been proven to be an actual real city that mimics the initial descriptions of it, the historical descriptions.
We should never dismiss myths. We should always listen to them. They're the memory bank of our species, and they may be expressed in symbolic language. There may be wonderful stories built around them, but at the core is factual information. And what better way to ensure that factual information is passed down to the future than to record it in a fantastic story that people will pass on. People love telling stories, and they don't even need to understand what the heart of the story is. As long as it's a great story, they're going to keep on passing it down to the future. So I think myth is very important, and that's something that we do in my Netflix series, is we look at the myths. The story of Atlantis is not alone. There are thousands of traditions from all around the world speaking of a global flood that destroyed a former civilization, that brought to an end a golden age.
Closing
with
now.
all this physical evidence and with all these myths, Are there more and more people that are accepting this or exploring this with curiosity and open-mindedness now?
I would say yes, and one of the things that makes me confident that that's happening is because I am getting a lot of emails and communications from people, young people going, you know what, I was watching your stuff and Graham's stuff. I've decided I'm going to go into geology.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten dozens, or I'm going to go into paleontology or archaeoastronomy or archaeology. So just the fact that I'm getting those kinds of communications from people, that's every time I get one, that's encouraging to me. Because I think it's the old axiom that, you know, sometimes, you know, in order to evolve past an entrenched theory, the gatekeepers have to pass away and a new generation has to come along who's a little more willing to look outside that dogmatic framework.
Well, also, if you are a young archaeologist and you're trying to carve your way in the world, what better way than to explore this with tons of evidence that's very controversial theory that's been dismissed.
Takes courage, though. Takes courage on the part of those archaeologists, because they can lose any hope of promotion if they touch ideas like this. Archaeology is a very restricted discipline. If you don't copy what your professor says, if you go off on a tangent, they'll cut you off. There's so many people who've done such great work in archaeology that doesn't fit with the mainstream, and they just get isolated by their colleagues.
I'm hopeful. I really am. And one of the things that gives me hope is Brian Murarescu's the reception of his material. That book, The Immortality Key, which is fantastic, which points to
which I wrote the foreword to.
Yes, and you did that podcast with us remotely.
Yeah.
When we did that, and he expressed all this information, we talked about these ancient clay vessels that show clear evidence of some sort of psychedelic mixed in with wine that was probably the origins of a lot of the even democracy, a lot like the Enlightenment. A lot of it came from these meetings, and people came from all over the world to participate in these rituals. This is now being widely accepted, and it's a field of study at Harvard.
Yeah, and you know let's think about it. If you're locked, this is one of the reasons why psychedelics are being so successful in healing people with profound depression. Because what is profound depression? Otherwise, that you're locked in a very narrow frame that you just can't escape from. What psychedelics seem to do is they break that lock, and they allow a kind of openness to come in, and new thoughts to come in. So it's not surprising that psychedelics revolutionized the ancient world. And I'm absolutely convinced that there isn't a religion in the world, and this is going to annoy a lot of people, that there isn't a religion in the world that didn't begin with experiences in altered states of consciousness. And when we talk about a lost civilization, I believe that was a civilization that grew out of shamanism, and for which altered states of consciousness were fundamental. We've been taught to despise altered states of consciousness in our society today. We're supposed to just be alert problem solvers and not doing anything else. But it's out of altered states of consciousness that the real creativity comes, and that changes in mindset come, and that people can break free from previous restrictions and move in new directions.
I have mentioned to you a friend of mine, Ben Johnson. He's a former Navy SEAL, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, suffering from PTSD, discovered psilocybin mushrooms. This is maybe 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and he began to, a lot of his brothers in arms also were having the same issues with PTSD, discovered that psilocybin mushrooms were a very effective treatment for it. So he began looking into, he became a grower. And he's perfected, and over like 11 or 12 years, he's perfected the growing technique. And he has now been granted the first federal license to legally grow psilocybin. And they're building a laboratory in North Georgia, and it'll probably be where we eventually will get all of our shrooms from. It would be a very interesting discussion for you to talk to him.
I'd love to talk to him.
About what he's got going on. And I've asked, I said, would you ever think about going on Joe's show and talk about what you're doing? He said, I'd love to. He's a very interesting man. But yeah, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, and he saw it all. And mushrooms is what saved his life. And now he's building a laboratory. He's got funding, He's building a multi-million-dollar laboratory in North Georgia. I've seen this operation. It's mind-blowingly impressive what he's got going on.
Well, that connects us with Dennis McKenna and Terrence McKenna's ideas of human beings literally evolving from lower hominids experimenting with psilocybin mushrooms.
It's a very powerful idea, and kudos to Terrence McKenna. And I never knew Terrence personally, but I do know Dennis very, very well, and he's a fantastic researcher in this field. Kudos to them for realizing. Terrence's book was called Food of the Gods. That the encounters with psychedelics, with ancient psychedelics, were what put humanity on a huge leap forward. And then, unfortunately, we have repressive forces in society that have tried to shut that down and demonize it. But we are missing a very, very important part of our heritage with the attitude that we have to psychedelics right now. And that's why I'm so happy to see that mainstream research is finally getting involved in this. They're realizing that these are real healing vehicles, that they can do things that no other big pharma medicine can do. My only concern is that big pharma takes it over, and that they start putting in synthetic psilocybin and patenting it in various ways. This again, it's like our past. This is a birthright of all humanity, which we should have a right to. Governments should not have a right to tell adults what they may or may not put in their bodies. Governments should not have that right to hold the keys to our consciousness. These should be matters of personal decision. And for the same reason, looking into the issue of a lost civilization, we should not look for ourselves in the past. We should not look for 21st century civilization with all its particular kinds of tech and all its attitudes. We should be open to something very different in the past, which was nevertheless capable of doing extraordinary things.
Is there any evidence that the ancient Egyptians utilized psychedelics?
Definitely. The ancient Egyptians definitely used psychedelics. There are works of art. Their psychedelic of choice was the blue water lily, which was tinctured in wine. And bottles of this were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, as a matter
Full
of
spectrum
fact.
system
Apparently,
scanner.
I've not experienced blue water lily myself.
Acknowledged.
Apparently it induces a deeply altered state of consciousness and opens up visions and possibilities. We shouldn't despise these things.
Do we know what the psychedelic compound in blue water lily is?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. It's all I know is that it induces a dreamlike, visionary state.
So we know for a fact that they utilized this based on...
Yes, we do. Based on those bottles that were found in Tutankhamun's tomb.
Here it is. Blue water lilies hold the key to stunning different high.
Yeah.
Besides
Engage
stunning and
FSD.
beautiful, the blue water lily has some surprising
Charging
additional
friendship
qualities, ranging from being an aphrodisiac to alleviating pain, depression, even upset stomachs. The blue water lily also has a dark underbelly. It's got psychedelic properties that can catapult you into a super high. How's that dark? Also called...
Well, that's the propaganda again.
Yeah.
You see.
The blue lotus, the blue water lily, is believed to have originated in Egypt's Nile River and was used by ancient Egyptians as a sacred substance to attain higher levels of consciousness. In fact, it's common to find symbols representing the blue lotus in Egyptian pillars and scrolls.
And that's a fact. It's all over ancient Egyptian art. And the Egyptologists will tell you that they're holding those just to sniff the perfume. No, they're not. They're venerating them for their effects on consciousness. And to which we should add that the ancient Egyptian tree of life was an acacia tree, and its bark contains dimethyltryptamine, the most powerful hallucinogen known to man. I don't like the word hallucinogen, but that's the one we have to use. Entheogen, whatever we want to say. The most powerful known to science. And again, fortunately, there is now very interesting research going on into these things. So there are so many forbidden areas of our past which have been forbidden by the experts, by the so-called authorities, which gradually, in the new mindset of the 21st century, we are breaking through to. I think what's special about our time, and my goodness, it's a time of turbulence and a time of difficulty. We are living through a paradigm shift. That paradigm shift has to do with our attitude to so-called experts. Yes, there is a place for experts. Of course there is. But they shouldn't be given sole control over any area of the human story. And what's happening now is that
Scanning
people
now.
distrust experts, and they rightly and properly distrust experts, because again and again the experts have misled us. And this is true with psychedelics, and it's true with the study of the ancient past of the human species as well. It's absurd that a small group of academics
Full
or
spectrum system
archaeologists
scanner.
should literally hold the keys
Affirmative,
to the whole
Captain.
human past.
Exit.
Tell us, lecture us, instruct us on how human beings were in the past. There's so much more room for deep exploration on this.
System
And
map.
for people who aren't academically
Displaying
qualified to roll their sleeves up and get some work done. And Randall is a prime example of that. A man who doesn't come from the field, the background of geology or archaeology, but you've rolled up your sleeves, you've walked the walk. They're still
They're
rolled,
still
up,
rolled
now,
up right now.
and you've got up there and you've brought new information to the table. And that's one of the things I'd like to say, that everybody can do this. This is our past, our heritage. It should not be controlled by a tiny specialist group.
We had dinner together in London, and you were speaking about research that's being done on dimethyltryptamine.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Well, that's happening at Imperial College, and I recently attended an event just a few weeks ago with several of the volunteers in that project. And what's happening is they are legally being
Combat
given
mode.
DMT at Imperial College, which is one of the leading research institutes in the UK. And for the first time ever, they're not looking to find out what are the possible therapeutic outcomes of this. They're actually looking at the experience itself. It's very well known, anybody who's used DMT, I've used DMT multiple times, is going to have entity encounters. They're going to meet entities who may sometimes look very weird. They may be part animal, part human in form. They may be almost formless, but yet they speak to you, they communicate with you. And of course the mainstream attitude, this is just rubbish, this is just your brain on drugs. Well, Imperial College, they're now testing that view. And what they're finding is that these and something else. DMT, as I'm sure you know, Joe, is a very short-acting experience when you smoke it. It's about 12 minutes, maybe less. You're in there, you're plunged into a completely convincing, sometimes terrifying, parallel reality. It's so confusing, you hardly know what's going on, and then you're out again. But you come out with a feeling that something's been downloaded to you. In Imperial College, they found a way to keep people in the peak state of DMT for an hour. They're delivering it through drip, through timed release, and they're keeping the volunteers in an hour in that state. So they have time to find their way around the DMT realm that they find themselves in. And the astonishing thing is that these volunteers, both men and women, are all coming back with accounts of meeting the same entities and the same world. And it has to raise the question, and I know Rick Strassman has been on your show, and kudos to Rick Strassman, because he was really the first scientist to work with DMT and human volunteers at the University of New Mexico. Rick Strassman is open to the idea that what happens with DMT is that it alters the receiver wavelength of the brain, and that it allows us
Request
to gain
docking.
access to other realities. That
Request
these
sent.
encounters are not unreal, that they're real, but they're real on a level that we can't experience in a day-to-day state of consciousness. We
Request
have to be
docking.
in an altered state of consciousness in order
As
to explore.
requested.
And ultimately, the aim of this project is to map the DMT realm. You know, we talk a lot about extraterrestrials and ETs and making contact, and I'm sure the universe is filled with life, and it would be a very good thing to have the tech to make contact, or perhaps not a good thing, with all those other life forms in the universe. But right there in the DMT experience, inside our own heads, we have the opportunity to encounter another world, another realm, entities who are very different from ourselves and who have teachings to give us. And I think we should be spending a lot more research funds on exploring those experiences and finding out what's going on, rather than zooming off to other planets. Let's do both, but let's make sure that we understand that consciousness is an enormous mystery, and at the level of consciousness, DMT opens up literally a parallel world. And there's a nexus here with quantum physics, and with the notion of parallel realms and parallel realities. Maybe we can actually access them. Well, the work at Imperial College ultimately is going to come up with some answers on that.
And so much more cost effective
So much more
than
cost effective.
traveling to other galaxies.
Yeah. I mean, let's do that first.
Yeah.
Let's understand what we are. Let's understand what our consciousness is. Let's not just keep locked in this, we're here to produce, we're here to consume, we're here to buy cars. Sure, we're here all. Those are all part of our life today, but it's not all of us. We're much more mysterious, much deeper creatures than that. And psychedelics offer a doorway into another way of exploring human consciousness. And when we do that, we find that there are unseen realities all around us that can be made visible in a deeply altered state of consciousness. And yes, in terms of research funds, it's so much cheaper than trying to, fly off to Mars or wherever. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying that if we're going to do that, we need to explore the mystery of consciousness. And if we're going to if we're seriously going to engage with the ET abduction thing, with extraterrestrial, so-called extraterrestrials encounters, we must recognize that fundamental to this is consciousness. It's not just physical
Repairs, fuel,
contact.
weapons,
There's consciousness
check.
is involved. I wrote a book back in 2005 called Supernatural Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. And it is astonishing, Joe, how
Request complete.
encounters that were described as encounters with elves and fairies in the Middle Ages, encounters that shamans to this day describe as encounters with spirits, that all the characteristics of those encounters apply to encounters with so-called extraterrestrials today. It's as though in each generation, each civilization, we construe experiences according to our cultural background. So they called them fairies and elves in the Middle Ages. Shamans called them spirits. We call them ETs today. But if we're really going to crack this problem, and it is a problem, and it is a mystery, I'm not dismissing it, it's a very important mystery. If we're going to crack it, we're going to have to use psychedelics to explore the mysteries of consciousness.
Yeah, I am very excited that the attitudes about this stuff from the general public, people are much more open-minded now than ever before.
Yeah.
I mean, ever in my lifetime. I remember discussing with people doing DMT in the early 2000s, and people are like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what are you, crazy?
Exactly.
And now almost everybody and their cousin has a story about, trying ayahuasca or
Yeah.
doing psilocybin or having some sort of an experience with peyote.
Yeah, it's very very widespread, and I would say it's part of an overall change in our society, which is extremely healthy, which is the change of just accepting what the experts tell us. Oh, a scientist said this, so it must be true. We're starting to think for ourselves, and we're not willing any longer to be told what to think. We're wanting to find out for ourselves, and that attitude has very much affected the way that people relate to psychedelics. And when people explore the psychedelic experience in a responsible way, and psychedelics are very serious business. You and I both know this. They're very, very serious business. I would not encourage children to take psychedelics, but actually, if we want to keep children away from psychedelics, it would be far better to make them legal than leave them illegal and available on the black market. I think it's something for the mature mind, but I regard it as a fundamental human right of adults to be able to explore our unconsciousness, so long as we do no harm to others. And I see this attitude spreading much more widely in society. What the hell is that guy in a suit? What right has he got to tell me how I treat my own health or how I treat my own consciousness? So long as I do no harm to others, that is entirely my business and nobody else's.
Agreed. And if this is the source of civilization, or one of the reasons why people were able to think so creatively and create these incredible structures thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, this all does coincide with this work about these apocalyptic scenarios that you guys are talking about, because if we don't have an understanding of how we got to where we were,
Okay, so
and we
material,
also
sure,
don't
let's
have
go.
an understanding that this can happen to us again, it's very possible for us to happen again.
It is indeed possible for it to happen again. And in the 8th episode of Ancient Apocalypse, one of the scientists from the Comet Research Group makes that point, that the comet that disintegrated, that caused so much damage on Earth 12,800 years ago, its debris stream is still in orbit. The Earth passes through through it twice a year. And in the next 30 years, we're going to be passing through a very lumpy bit of this 30 million kilometer wide debris stream that's called the Taurid meteor stream. We should be paying much more attention to that, because it's not doom and gloom, because we can do something about it should we choose to do so. And let's stop focusing all our efforts on fighting one another and hating one another and filling the world with anger and fury. And let's work together as a human species to make life on this planet better for everybody. That's what's going on now. There's a new mindset which is coming into force, and I celebrate the youth of our society today, because they are refusing to be bound by the orders that are given to them by the powers that be. There's a new spirit of thinking for ourselves, and that new spirit is, in my view, going to change everything. It seems like a dark time right now. A lot of stuff is going on. That's always the case when you're in the middle of a paradigm shift. It seems like a dark time, but we're privileged to live at this time, because 200-300 years from now, this time is going to be looked back on as a turning point in the human story.
We might mention that, speaking of the Taurid meteor shower, we are passing through the Taurid meteor stream right now as we speak.
As we speak, yeah.
Late October to about the second week in November, up till about the 15th or 17th of November, Earth is passing through that stream. And it probably is the most important meteor stream in terms of the history of recent life on this planet. And this goes, to people like Bill Napier and Rube and all of those guys who've...
Major astronomers are very aware of this, and it's almost like something is trying to shut them down and stop the word getting out there. Yes, NASA has a search for near-Earth asteroids, but weirdly they're not paying any attention to the Taurid meteor stream. We know that there's 200 objects in the Taurid meteor stream that are a kilometer or more in diameter. Comet Enki, which is at the heart of the stream, is almost 5 kilometers in diameter. It's all part of these are all fragments of that original giant comet that began to disintegrate 12,800 years ago, that the Earth ran into.
So is this, what are you showing me, Jimmy?
This is a video on Twitter of the Taurid meteor stream.
It's a great time to see shooting stars.
Fireball pop up.
Yeah.
Bam.
There they go. That's exactly what happens. We're in that time period now. Unfortunately, most of those fireballs are caused by little objects. Maybe the size of your fist, maybe just the size of a fingertip, maybe just a speck of dust burning up into the atmosphere. But they are shrouding very large objects that are on that same orbital trajectory which the Earth crosses twice a year. And we should be paying attention to those large objects, because we can actually do something about them. And the evidence shows that they did something terrible to the Earth 12,800 years ago. And they changed everything.
And that is what this Netflix series is all about.
That's what Ancient Apocalypse is all about. It's why it's called Ancient Apocalypse, because that's what it ultimately comes down to. Now, there's masses of material in the series about the possibility of a lost civilization and presenting the evidence for a lost civilization. But ultimately, when you talk of a lost civilization, how did it become lost? What happened that took it away, that obliterated it from human memory? And this apocalyptic episode called The Younger Dryas is the answer to that. The point I often make, which I think is worth making again and again, is how different the world was during the Ice Age. The Sahara Desert was green. It was a fertile place. Nobody's doing much archaeology in the Sahara Desert today. The Amazon rainforest, 5 million plus square kilometers under deep canopy. Hardly any archaeology has been done there, and yet we know from LiDAR surveys that there are enormous structures under that canopy. And then what about sea level rise? 400 feet sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. The prime real estate on Earth, 27 million square kilometers, it's about 10 million square miles, were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age. And again, archaeology, there is marine archaeology, but they're not really looking very closely at that. I wonder, Jamie, would it be possible to pull up the diving clip?
Is this from Japan?
No, this one's actually from Bimini. We have an episode on Bimini and on the very controversial structure called the Bimini Road.
Oh, right.
And this is just a little clip from that. My suspicion is humans are a species with amnesia. We have forgotten something incredibly important in our own past. And I think that that incredibly important forgotten thing is a lost, advanced civilization of the Ice Age.
I've spent decades searching for proof of this lost civilization at sites around the globe.
Oh, wow.
Now, my aim is to piece together these clues.
And that seems extremely strange.
To show you evidence that challenges the traditional view of human history.
You see
And
that?
the Bimini Road.
The Bimini Road, it's not even very deep. It's only about 20 feet deep. It was one of the last things to be covered by Ice Age sea level rise, and that's why we show a graphic, a reconstruction of it above water. It's made of extremely regular blocks, megalithic blocks, on a very large scale, more than 1,000 feet in length. When you dive on it, and I've dived on it multiple times, and I went back to diving in order to dive on it again in this series. It's impossible to believe that it's entirely a work of nature. And I took a marine biologist there with me who's dived all over the world, and he agreed with me that there's just no way that this thing can be explained as a totally natural phenomenon.
Can we see it, Jamie? And what is the conventional reasoning for this?
The conventional reasoning is that it's just beach rock, fractured into natural patterns. But when you get there and get underneath those rocks, you see that they're propped up, they're leveled out with rocks underneath them, that the whole thing is being very carefully structured by human beings. And the point is, and another point I'd like to make is Bimini today is a tiny, tiny island. But Bimini during the Ice Age was part of an enormous island. The whole Grand Bahama Bank was above water. An enormous island, and weirdly, that island turns up on an ancient map. It turns up, that's not the Bimini Road. But that is on the left. That's the Bimini Road. You got the cursor on there. Yeah, those are shots of the Bimini Road.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that these uniform stones occurred naturally. And
Yeah.
how long is this?
About 1,000 feet in length. And it's not just a straight line, it's got a J-shaped curve at one end of it as well. And we know that it's been underwater for about 6,000 or 7,000 years, but the question is, how long before that was it made? How long did it stand there above water at a very prominent point on this ancient island that we now call the Grand Bahama Banks? And one of the mysteries I look into is that on an ancient map, the famous Piri Reis map, drawn by a Turkish admiral in 1513, that Grand Bahama Banks as an above-water island is shown. It is featured on the Piri Reis map. And what do you see running down it but an image of the Bimini Road above water? Now, how could Piri Reis, who drew his map...
This episode is brought to you by Athletic Greens. AG1 replaces a lot of other supplements. It's my daily multivitamin, multimineral, and pre and probiotic for my gut health, adaptogens, and a greens blend. Delicious scoop of
up in 1513 have known this. He tells us the answer, that he appeared on the Piri Reis, on an ancient map, the famous Piri Reis map, drawn by a Turkish admiral in 1513. That Grand Bahama Banks as an above-water island is shown. It is featured on the Piri Reis map. And what do you see running down it but an image of the Bimini Road above water? Now, how could Piri Reis, who drew his map in...
This episode is brought to you by Athletic Greens. AG1 replaces doing his podcast quality. Go to as the for help.
Up in 1513 have known this. He tells us the answer, that he based his map on more than 20 older source maps, all of which are now lost. And he suggests that those maps had come out of the famous Library of Alexandria, and that they'd been taken to Constantinople, and that's where he got access to them. Somebody, I believe, was mapping the world, was exploring the earth during the Ice Age, and left us ancient maps that show features that only existed during the Ice Age.
That's the Orontius Phineas.
No,
isn't
this is Piri Reis.
Oh, that's Piri Reis.
Just got it on the side, but down, it's on its side at the moment, but
Yeah.
down there in the lower left, if you bring the cursor down, That big island down there in the lower left, that island is exactly where the Grand Bahama Banks were, an above water version of the Grand Bahama Banks during the Ice Age, and that feature running down the middle of it looks very like the Bimini Road to me.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
So again, it suggests not only do we have a cataclysmic event that changes the face of the Earth, but also we have evidence that somebody, as yet unrecognized by archaeology, had the capacity to explore the world.
What the
and to map the world during the last ice age. One of the things I find most striking is the presence of Antarctica on ancient maps, because we didn't discover it until 1820, and yet it's on maps drawn in the 1500s with great detail, which again were based on much older source maps that have now been lost to us. The astonishing thing is the so-called Pinkerton world map. I don't know if you can find it, Jamie. Drawn, I think, in 1813 or 1818, based on the latest exploration data at that time. And where Antarctica is, yeah, that one. Keep going right. That one. That one you've got up at the top there. It just shows a hole where Antarctica is. Because it was an honest map. Nobody had found it by then. But if you go back to, for example, the Wolsey-Muller world map drawn in 1530 or thereabouts, you find Antarctica is present. If you can find Wolsey-Muller world map, it would be worth taking a look at. Orontius Phineus. Go for Orontius. Oronteus. Phineus. Finnaeus. The Orontius Phineus map. That map shows Antarctica exactly where it should be. And it shows it, there we go, right-hand side. There's Antarctica at the tip of South America, just south of South Africa.
And what did they call it back then?
Well, they call it the Southern Land. And it's larger than it is today, but it was larger than it is today during the Ice Age. Antarctica was a much bigger. Now, what the fuck is it doing on a map drawn in the 1500s, which we know was based on older source maps when nobody knew it existed in the 1500s? To me, the obvious answer is we are dealing with the fingerprints of the lost civilization that mapped the world and that left evidence of that mapping, which ancient map makers found and used and incorporated into their maps. These maps can be very confusing because they were trying to mix exploration data from their own period with data from the older maps. But when you look at these maps in depth, they're very, very intriguing.
When you go back to what you think are the origins of sophisticated civilization, how far back are we talking?
I think that we really... You see the T-shirt I'm wearing?
Stuff just keeps getting older.
Yeah, this is my motto. My kids gave this to me for one of my birthdays. It's partly an ironic comment on myself because, fuck it, I'm getting older. I'm 72 now. It's partly an ironic comment on myself, but it's partly a comment on something else as well. Is that as science progresses, we are finding evidence that the human species is much older than we thought. Go back 25, 30 years, you'll find people telling you that anatomically modern humans didn't exist until 50,000 years ago. Then they found evidence of anatomically modern humans 196,000 years ago. Then in Morocco, they found evidence of anatomically modern humans 300,000 years ago. Humans just like us, with the same brains, the same capacities, the same abilities than us. Once you start extending that timeline back, you're leaving much more room for an advanced civilization to emerge, a civilization that was ultimately destroyed. If you've just got 50,000 years to do it in, it doesn't leave you much space. But if you've got 300,000 years to play with, there's plenty of space. So bottom line, I think this was a civilization that flourished during the Ice Age, that occupied the prime real estate during the Ice Age along coastlines, and that was obliterated almost completely in the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas. There were survivors. Those survivors left their fingerprints in places like Göbekli Tepe. After the Younger Dryas was over, they then sought to initiate hunter-gatherers into their system of knowledge.
So when you're talking about the Nile and when you're talking about ancient Egypt, How far back do you think that goes?
Oh, I think the Nile goes back a very, very, very long way. The Nile River system 12,500 years ago looked much the same as it does today. Actually, Africa suffered much less from sea level rise than many other continents. The place that was most dramatically affected by sea level rise was around Indonesia and Malaysia. Geologists call it the Sunda Shelf. And again, it shows up on ancient maps as it looked during the Ice Age, not as it looks today. There was a continent-sized landmass that went underwater there. If your continental shelves are very shallow and very, very limited and very deep, then you don't lose a lot of land. But if they're slow and gradual, you lose a great deal of land. Africa didn't suffer so much. The Nile River system was pretty much 12,500 years ago the way that it is today. The big difference was that the Sahara Desert was green and fertile.
And this coincides with Dr. Robert Schoch's
absolutely
assertion that when you look at the Temple of the Sphinx, you're dealing with thousands of years of water erosion.
Yes.
And the last time there was water like that in the Nile Valley was when?
The last time you had the water erosion like that in the Nile Valley was precisely during the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas was a period of extremely heavy rains in Africa, and its rainfall, its erosion caused by heavy rains, that is the enigma on the Great Sphinx. We're not saying that there was a flood came over the Great Sphinx. What Robert Schoch is saying, and what his evidence clearly demonstrates, is that we're looking at what's called precipitation-induced weathering that was caused by exposure to about 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And Dr. Robert Schoch puts that 1,000 years precisely in the Younger Dryas period. That's the last time that rains of that magnitude fell on Egypt, and it's why we cannot sensibly accept the insistence of Egyptologists that the Sphinx is just 4,500 years old. By all means, yes, 2,500 BC, the ancient Egyptians were there, but I believe they found the Sphinx already created and already heavily eroded, and that they then recarved its head into the head of a pharaoh. And that head, as Robert Schoch and others have pointed out, is way too small in relation to the body. That makes sense if it was a heavily eroded lion head, which was then later cut down into the head of a pharaoh. The geology speaks to the original Sphinx being more than 12,000 years old. And that's the funny thing, because when Robert Schoch, and let's not forget John Anthony West. John Anthony West, and I know you had him on his show before he passed. John Anthony West was the first person to suggest that there should be a huge question mark over the Sphinx, that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx suggest it was much older than Egyptologists said, and maybe 12,000 years old. And at that time, the response of Egyptology was, rubbish. The Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 years old because there's no other megalithic monument anywhere in the world that's anywhere like 12,000 years old. Well, that got blown out of the water completely, forever, by the discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which isn't even that far from Egypt. Göbekli Tepe, 11,600 years old, a giant megalithic site. My goodness, if you can make Göbekli Tepe, you can make the Sphinx. It adds hugely to the credibility of Robert Schoch's argument. And I want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch, because there's a mainstream academic who's been willing to stick his neck out. Despite taking all sorts of slings and arrows from his colleagues, he sticks with the data. And what the data says, regardless of what Egyptologists say, is that the Sphinx is 12,000 plus years old.
And Jamie, can you pull up some of the images of that? Because it is really compelling. When you look at the water erosion evidence that is all around the Temple of the Sphinx, it's really fascinating stuff, even for someone who doesn't know much about erosion. But when you look at it through his descriptions and his understanding of the various levels of stone, how some of it is harder, and this is the reason why some of it is eroded less.
You see it most clearly in the trench surrounding the Sphinx. You see it there.
Right.
Those deep vertical fissures are classic precipitation-induced weathering, classic weathering produced by rainfall pouring over the edge of that. You don't see it so much on the body of the Sphinx for a very specific reason, that the body of the Sphinx has been repeatedly restored. Some of those blocks that we're looking at there were actually put in place during the Old Kingdom, when the Sphinx is supposed to have been made from new. What were they doing restoring the Sphinx 4,500 years ago if they'd just built it? Logic needs to be applied to this whole process, and we need to free ourselves from the dogma of the academic mainstream. And
so if this water erosion began thousands and thousands of years ago, thousands and thousands of years earlier than conventional Egyptologists date this era, how old do you think that actual civilization was? Like, how far back?
I think it could go back 20,000 years before that. I think it was around all that time. And again, this is a point that I think needs to be made. Archaeologists will tell you that the entire population of the Earth were hunter-gatherers during the Ice Age, say 20,000 years ago, at the peak of the last Ice Age. Everybody was hunter-gatherers, according to archaeologists. But we today live in a world where an advanced civilization, our own, if we dare call ourselves advanced, and in some ways I think we're not advanced at all, coexists with hunter-gatherers. There are hunter-gatherers in the Amazon rainforest. Some of them don't even know we exist. They've been spotted from aerial surveys. Hunter-gatherers in the Namibian desert. The notion that different types of civilization can coexist on the same planet shouldn't be surprising to us, because we do it. And that's what I'm suggesting was the case back then. But a civilization very different from our own. They certainly had technology, enough technology to explore the Earth, enough technology to map the Earth, very advanced astronomy, knowledge of obscure astronomical phenomena such as the precession of the equinoxes, such as the obliquity of the ecliptic. I won't go into details, but it's present in ancient knowledge. There's an amazing book, which I may have mentioned to you before, Joe, a book called Hamlet's Mill. And it was written by two professors of the history of science, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen, back in the 60s. And what that book is dynamite, because it shows, going back into the oldest myths and traditions of the world, highly advanced astronomical knowledge. Astronomical knowledge that should not have been possessed by hunter-gatherer civilizations. Astronomical knowledge that could only have been accumulated through thousands of years of careful observation and recording of data. That astronomical knowledge is present in the most ancient myths of mankind. And in fact, it was that book, Hamlet's Mill, just as much as my first experience in front of the Great Pyramid, that led me to begin asking questions about the narrative of our past. And I think it's healthy that we should have an alternative narrative. And I can't understand why archaeology is so, I have to say, so afraid of alternative narratives. Because if they're not afraid, why do they react in this way as though we're some kind of existential threat? Why do they block me from getting access to sites if they're not afraid? If they're confident of their position, they should be able to maintain it against all opposition, rather than trying to censor other points of view.
Now, the Great Pyramid of Giza is probably the most stunning of all these ancient structures. And the stones are immense, and some of them were cut from a quarry that's hundreds of miles away. How do you think they did that?
Well, some of them, the granite in the Great Pyramid comes from more than 500 miles to the south. If you look at the famous King's Chamber, its walls and its roof are, the ceiling of the King's Chamber are all made with gigantic granite blocks.
Stunning detail.
Stunning detail. Those blocks on the roof of the King's Chamber weigh 70 tons each. Now, Egyptologists will tell you that, they could move heavy blocks because they put them on wet sand and they push them along on wet sand. Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all. I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it, how they lifted those stones, how they brought them up to that level. I think we're looking, again, at a lost technology. And it was this ancient apocalypse 12,800 years ago that wiped that from the human memory banks almost completely. Not entirely completely, because there were survivors, but removed most of it. Randall will tell you, sea level rise, it creates a powerful high energy zone. Mm-hmm. Anything that was existing on those flooded coastlines has just been pounded to hell. I mean, talk about it, Randall.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot more energetic than now. I mean, imagine your sea level rising at 3 or 4 times at least faster than we've seen rise in the last century. And within there, juxtaposed, are these episodes of very rapid sea level rise. So you're talking about a very energetic intertidal zone. And anything that's there short of large megalithic blocks, is going to be utterly obliterated by the time the process is through. And I think that this is one of the things that, the archaeologists and the prehistorians, people are looking at that, have failed to take into account the severity of these events we're talking about. Because the question always is, where are the artifacts? Where's the pottery? Where is the evidence that this civilization existed? And I have two responses to that. One, you don't realize the extent of the total remodeling of this planetary surface that took place. Because, we could get into some of the stuff here. I have tons of images where I think maybe we'll get a chance to pull up a couple of really awesome drone footage here before we're done. But once you begin to wrap your head around this, you go, really? It's like, imagine that you drop an atomic bomb on a city and it completely obliterates it. And then a short while later, you drop another one on the same place. What's going to be left? And then 10,000 years, 20,000 years goes by. What are you going to what are you going to find? What are you going to look for? It's going to be just rubble that gets reincorporated just into the geological stratum, and it's going to be very difficult to differentiate, for example, from what's called a conglomeratic rock, which is basically where you have just a huge jumble of broken rock cemented together. Right? Now, within there could be all kinds of stuff that's not even recognized as being artificial in the sense that humans had anything to do with it. The other thing is when we talk about these ancient technologies, if we're only looking for a mere reflection of ourselves, we could overlook it completely, because I think there's evidence that exists now. Some modern researchers whose work has been buried or suppressed, I think we're getting very close to rediscovering some of the things that our ancient ancestors were up to. And maybe this would be worth a whole show in itself. We could dive into this, and I don't want to get into that today.
But what kind of technologies are you talking about?
Well, I shouldn't really get into that.
Get into it.
Get into
Come
it,
on.
Randall.
We got to get into it.
Okay, well...
We've opened the door, sir.
Okay. Well, okay.
The passing of the HDMI cable.
The passing.
A sacred moment.
Well, there are people out there now who have been working on trying to rediscover that. And again, I don't want to digress too much into this now, because I would really rather be able to give a whole treatment of it. And it might kind of derail us a little bit from this. But there are people who've been working on these things for decades now, basically in secret. And I've had the privilege of talking to some of these people over the last 6 or 7 years. And right now, as we're speaking, there's a group of people who are basically going to open source a whole lot of stuff in the next 3 months, so it can never get suppressed again. And that's why I'd like to come back and talk in more detail.
Well, I'd love to have you come back and talk about it, but we got to talk about it a little bit now.
Okay. Well, there's a laboratory right now in the Maldives that's been building prototypes using these technological principles, which are based on implosion rather than explosion. And the inspiration for this...
Tesla's ideas are part of it, I think you mentioned.
Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. Yes, Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. So is, I don't know if you ever, Victor Schauberger, who did the work with water and discovered, look at, Jamie, could you look up Victor? Oh, I have the cable now, don't I?
Take it back. Let me find a video.
Well, no. Let me pull something up here, and
I think the key thing is we're looking at technologies that are not the same as ours.
Yes.
And that's
Yes,
partly
that's the
why
point.
archaeologists can't see them, because they're looking for us in the past, and they're not open to the possibility that there are whole other kinds of technology that could be used.
Right.
I always go back to the ancient Egyptian traditions that speak of priests chanting as these huge blocks were lifted into the air. Were they using some kind of sound effect, some kind of use of sound that was able to manipulate matter. We know that sound can manipulate matter, as a matter of fact, but lifting these blocks, again and again, it appears in ancient Egyptian traditions. The notion that we could lift huge blocks with sound seems absurd to archaeologists, and yet it's there in the traditions of the Egyptologists. And what Randall's talking about now is people who are working on a whole alternative path of technology, and maybe that's a rediscovery of the kind of technologies that were used by a lost civilization.
I think that's what's important about what you're saying, is that we have this very limited idea of technology based on what we've experienced.
Yeah.
But if you had anatomically similar human beings that lived for thousands and thousands of years.
Stuff just keeps on getting older.
If you think about the amount of progress that we've achieved as modern humans just in the last few hundred years, if you go back 400 years to now, it's a stunning amount of achievement.
Absolutely stunning.
And if you have a completely different path of technology, one that's not utilizing internal combustion engines and cranes and the like that we experience
leverage,
today.
mechanical advantage, everything that our tech is based around.
Something that's insanely advanced, tens of thousands of years of a different path.
Yeah.
And that may be what we're looking at.
And that may begin to explain these otherwise inexplicable monuments that have survived.
Jamie, do I need... There we go. This is the work of Nikola Tesla. And he was... Again, this is way too much for us to get in today. That's why we need to devote a whole session to talking about this.
Okay.
But this is... this was the inspiration. You know, his work was suppressed. A lot of his patents were taken, sealed up by the U.S. government for whatever reason. I don't know. But this is some of the stuff that's now being developed using his ideas, plus some of the others. This is the man I've been talking to for the last 7 years.
Malcolm Bendall?
Yes. And again, I don't want to get into it today, but like, here's an example of what they're doing. This is a generator that has no moving parts. It's all based on geometry, pure geometry. And here's the basic idea, as I think I understand it at this point. Resonance frequencies. Everything vibrates. Have you ever, like if we had an electric razor, we plugged it in, turned it on, set it on this table, it's going to move around, isn't it? You ever seen that?
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the concept, because it's vibrating. Everything vibrates at a frequency, and if you know that frequency, you can control things. And I think that's the basic idea of what we're looking at here. And it's all based upon the ancient numbers. And they're developing technologies right now, and they have been. I was recently contacted and given the go-ahead that I could talk. I've been sitting on this for 7 years without talking about it, because they asked me not to talk about it until they had their patents in place and their licensing. That's all happened since last summer. So we're now free to talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I think it would be a good idea to get me back on here. We can look at it. I'm going to lay this on Graham so he can look at it too, because I really want to get Graham's feedback on this.
I mean, would it be fair to say that there's an element of a rediscovery of a lost technology from the past?
I think it would be fair to say that, yes.
And so through this technology, they're able to move stones or cut stones or all the above?
All the above.
And even transport them?
Yes.
Whoa, what is all this?
Well, this is the model. And this is diagramming all the frequencies of the elements and what their vibrational frequencies are and the numbers that measure those frequencies. And they're all the numbers we get from looking at these ancient traditions that recur over and over and over again, that I've been talking about in my sacred geometry classes for decades without knowing what the final result was going to be. So this inventor who's working with this small group contacted me, and this is what he told me. He said, you built the foundation. He said, you laid the foundation with your work on ancient geometry, and I built a house on top of it. That's what he said. Nice. So for 7 years, he's been supplying me with all the information. I have copies of all the patents. I have videos of the testing of the prototypes. And Mazda, the car manufacturer in Japan, is getting ready to do a $25 million testing of some of these prototypes that they believe they can retrofit internal combustion engines with. And there's they've developed over 100 patents on some of this stuff. And it's amazing.
And what would be the fuel?
Well, plasmoids. Plasmoids, as it says here, are donut or toroidal-shaped clusters of net protons or net electrons that once captured and placed into a toroidal orbit are capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic containment field. Plasmoids, in effect, function as an atomic battery that can be self-charging due to its ability to convert matter to available clean energy. So it's a lot to get into, and I think it would take us kind of off what we're here to talk about
But
today.
At least what's promising is that there is some, at least, research or understanding.
And it's actually quite mature at this point. And in order to avoid the kinds of fate that befell Tesla and Reich, Robert Oppenheimer, Victor Schauberger, and so many others that were working in these fields, all kind of converging on this same insight. It's been conducted in secret. The laboratory that they've been developing this is in the Maldives, so that it's been immune from government interference. And now I think it's about ready to go the next.
And what is the motivation of the suppressing of this information?
I think in case of Tesla, wasn't it military, the fear of military applications?
I also think that, there are huge corporations that have very large investments in a particular path of technology, which is ours.
Right.
And for somebody to come up with a whole new path of technology, it's very threatening to them. And much better from their point of view to suppress it, or if they can't suppress it, to kind of buy it and hide it, and keep things on the track that they're on now. I would say that's the motive.
And maybe for people that are curious about this and maybe even skeptical, consider the massive change that nuclear power provided us. Whereas before the 1940s, this was unheard of.
Yeah.
This even the concept of it. And all of a sudden now we have nuclear power, nuclear weapons, the most profound power known to man currently.
God help us, it's a power for use by adults, but unfortunately it's delinquent children who are leading our world right now. The leaders of our planet, the politicians out there, they're just complete arseholes. I can't think of any of them who I feel any respect for whatsoever. And it's they who are in charge of this frightening, terrifying technology. We just aren't mature enough as a civilization to manage technology like that. You have to get that level of maturity.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that these people they're not psychedelically experienced.
Exactly. I've said it on your show, and I'll say it again. If I could set the rules, I would absolutely insist that nobody has the right to run for head of state or head of government unless they've had a dozen experiences with ayahuasca.
Hear, hear.
Let them have those experiences first. Mushrooms will do the job just as well. A dozen major doses of mushrooms will do the job just as well. Lead to that self-examination that we see so little of in our politicians today. And I think many of them would actually decide, I don't want to be a politician anymore.
Yeah.
And those who did carry on in that path would be gentler, kinder, and more open to extraordinary possibilities.
We did have one president who, it's pretty lot of evidence that he did in fact take several acid trips. You know who that was?
Who's that?
John Kennedy.
Really?
Oh yeah. He was having multiple affairs in the White House, right?
I knew about that.
Okay, so one of his affairs was with a woman who was an associate of Timothy Leary. So that's well established. So there's basis to the rumor.
That's another reason why they killed him.
Could be. Well, it could be that because of, his, because he did really go through pretty much a change of attitude during that last year. But what it comes down to is, right now, everything that's going on in the world is basically about the control of energy and resources. And if there was a way of technology or energy that could do an end run around this idea that we live in a Malthusian reality, and we have to have this, fight to the end over who's going to control the energy and who's going to control the resources. It would render our entire foreign policy, our military policy, all of that irrelevant. And from what I've seen about, and my evolving opinion about the possibility of there being ancient technology, that if there was an ancient technology, it should be possible to recover it.
Yeah.
And what I've seen in the last half a decade or more has initially skeptical, but as I've learned more, gone arduously through these patents and things, I've become convinced that, there is something here. There's something here, that there are people who have been working on these things, and they would like, my role, as they've requested to me, is these guys are academic scientists, inventors. One of them's a geophysicist. A couple of people that I've met recently who are putting the money up into this are basically in the energy industry, who have seen the prototypes. I had a meeting in about a month ago, early October, with 4 gentlemen that are putting the money into this, developing these prototypes. One of them said to me, well, when I first heard this, I didn't believe this was possible. But he says, I've seen the machines, I've seen the technology work. I'm now convinced. So they've done their initial prototypes, and now they're going to do this major testing. Mazda, automobile manufacturer in Japan, has come on board and said, you can use our laboratories. And because, of course, what they're thinking is that they may be able to get the end run around all the other competition. And one of the things, and when I come back, we can look into this. I've got the videos of testing the prototypes, like taking one of the gentlemen that I met with his nephew or son-in-law, mechanical engineer, who took one of the devices, and it took 4 hours. They retrofitted a internal combustion engine, because what this device does is it recycles all of the waste products, heat products, carbon dioxide, everything that's coming out of an internal combustion engine gets captured and recycled and converted back to energy. The initial test showed that the internal combustion engine went from about a 30% efficiency to 80% efficiency. And this is just the initial prototypes. I can come on your show, we can look at the videos. I can show you all of it, and I'd love to. So they're going to open source all of it within the next few months around the world. So they're looking for venues to put this information out, because, like Malcolm there, the inventor you saw, he says, this is my legacy, and I want the world to have this.
So if we can, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, as you say, they've had to keep it secret.
Yeah.
Up till now.
Precisely
because of the nature of the world that we live in, and I would say that we live in a system that is very controlling, that works through very clever means to control the way people think, but that the younger generation is beginning to break free of that in exciting ways. And I would say that archaeology, strangely enough, is a very important part of that system of control. If archaeologists can convince us that we are the end product of a long, steady evolution, we're the apex and the pinnacle of human achievement, then it justifies everything else that goes on in the world right now. Is any chance of pulling up the
do you think
enemy number 1 clip in a minute?
Please, we'll do that. But do you think that they're doing this in cahoots, or do you think they're doing this to protect their own personal interests? And it seems to align with these systems that are currently in place.
First and foremost, to protect their own personal interests.
And their own personal interests are to express history the same way that they have always.
Yeah, I don't think that there are many archaeologists who are actually out there deliberately lying to the public. I don't think that's happening.
They're just egotistical human beings.
They're just like everybody else.
Right.
You get invested in a particular line.
Yes.
It becomes existentially important to you.
It's your identity.
It's your identity.
And your knowledge defines you.
Your knowledge defines you. And if others challenge it, your first reaction is self-defense.
Yes.
You got to defend yourself against this intruder who is attacking you in one way or another. So I don't think that it's a calculated conspiracy in that way. But I do think that advantage is being taken of it by other powers, by the powers that be. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole COVID and vaccine issue too much right now. There's a lot I don't know about that. But one thing I do know for sure is that the whole COVID and vaccine issue has been deliberately, carefully used by governments. They've taken advantage of it to inculcate and encourage a habit of obedience in the population, that we just kind of automatically say yes. And that's part of the controlling powers in our society fighting back against this tendency to individuality and to thinking for ourselves. And that's why I say we live in the middle of a paradigm shift where we're in struggle right now. And either one side or the other is going to win. But I believe that the force of good is a real force, and that the ability to think freely and think independently that the younger generation is showing is going to triumph in the long run.
And what is this enemy number 1 video? Do we need to pass
Galaxy
the
map.
sacred HDMI cable again?
Galaxy map.
Well, again, it's just I was initially really perplexed by the way archaeologists responded to me. Why would they hate me so much? Why would they be so angry with me?
Well, you're an outsider.
And yeah, I guess that's it. Simply by proposing a different point of view. So it's just another short clip from Ancient Apocalypse.
Okay.
This idea is upsetting to the
Galaxy
so-called
map.
experts, who insist
Opening
that
map.
the only humans who existed during the Ice Age were simple hunter-gatherers.
That automatically makes me enemy number 1 to archaeologists.
Why not just say, we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that.
It's my job to offer an alternative point of view. Perhaps there's been a forgotten episode in human history, but perhaps the extremely defensive, arrogant and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility and trying to overthrow the paradigm of history. Ooh, dramatic. Very, very dramatic.
Launch.
I was lucky to work with a really
Affirmative.
top-class professional camera team in making
Checking
this
all
series. I'm talking about
systems.
COVID, my goodness. I mean, to make an 8-episode TV series when the world was shut down,
Repairs,
the number of
fuel,
quarantines we had
weapons,
to do in
check.
places like, Indonesia,
Ignition.
in order to get this job done. But we powered through, and we got it done. And I hope the series is going to make a difference. I'm just going to be part of that,
Engines
providing
online.
an alternative source of information. People who are fed up with being told
Standing by for launch.
by the so-called experts.
No, I'm certain it will provide
Who's
a
there?
lot of inspiration for people to think differently. Now, the possibility of this
Affirmative.
technology
30 meters.
existing,
You have the plan.
existing
Landing modules. Retracted.
would this technology be made with metal? Would these engines, these alternative technology engines, and if they were, we really wouldn't find evidence of
Are you
them
ready to
today.
jump?
No.
I think we should be open-minded
Okay.
to a whole range of possibilities.
Exactly.
One of the issues that gets me to archaeologists is that I
Night
think there
vision.
are latent human abilities
Aye, aye,
which
Captain.
we are not using. I don't know if you've heard.
Engage FSD.
Yes.
So
Unable
Rupert's
to
done a lot of
comply.
work on
Computer
telepathy.
says no.
Real solid scientific work. Just like, why does your dog know when
Engage
you're coming
FSD.
home? He did
Charging
a
frame shift
series of
drive.
controlled experiments where the owner came home at random different times of the day. And the dog always knew when it was coming. Some kind of telepathic message was passing back and forth. Rupert Sheldrake has shown that telepathy is a real thing. How do we, we're thinking there's somebody in the next second the phone rings, and it's that person. Things like that. Rupert has done very thoroughly detailed. He's shown that it's far beyond chance. That this is a real ability that humans have, but that we're persuaded in our society to think does not exist. What about telekinesis? The ability to move objects. That sounds like Stephen King territory, but maybe we can do it. Again,
Scanning now.
our society has rested all its faith on leverage and mechanical advantage and a particular part of technology, and we've allowed
Full
what I
spectrum
think maybe
system
latent
scanner.
human abilities to fall
Okay.
into the abyss and not to be used anymore. So much so that we laugh at ourselves for even thinking of them. And whenever I mention things like telepathy or telekinesis, I'm not pinning my whole thesis on that. I just think it's something we should be open to. Well, if an ancient civilization were using those innate human abilities that we've forgotten how to use today, there would of course be no physical evidence for it whatsoever. There'd only be the results of what they did, like those 70-ton blocks lifted 350 feet in the air, covering the roof of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Impossible to explain in terms of leverage and mechanical advantage, but perhaps another explanation is needed.
Also, these engines, these alternative technology engines, and if they were, we really wouldn't find evidence of them today.
I think we should be open-minded to a whole range of possibilities.
Exactly.
One of the one of the issues that gets me into a lot of trouble with archaeologists is that I think there are latent human abilities which we are not using. I don't know if you've ever had Rupert Sheldrake on your show. So Rupert has done a lot of work on telepathy, real solid scientific work. Just like, why does your dog know when you're coming home? You know, he did a series of controlled experiments where the owner came home at random different times of day. And the dog always knew when he was coming. Some kind of telepathic message was passing back and forward. Rupert Sheldrake has shown that telepathy is a real thing. We're thinking there's somebody, and the next second the phone rings, and it's that person. Things like that. But Rupert has done very thoroughly detailed statistical work on this and shown that it's far beyond chance, that this is a real ability that humans have, but that we're persuaded in our society to think does not exist. What about telekinesis, the ability to move objects with the mind? That sounds like Stephen King territory, but maybe we can do it. Again, our society has rested all its faith on leverage and mechanical advantage and a particular path of technology, and we've allowed what I think may be latent capabilities to fall into the abyss and not to be used anymore, so much so that we laugh at ourselves for even thinking of them. And whenever I mention things like telepathy or telekinesis, I'm not pinning my whole thesis on that. I just think it's something we should be open to. Well, if an ancient civilization were using those innate human abilities that we've forgotten how to use today, there would of course be no physical evidence for it whatsoever. There'd only be the results of what they did, like those 70-ton blocks lifted 350 feet in the air, covering the roof of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Impossible to explain in terms of leverage and mechanical advantage, but perhaps another explanation is needed.
Also so profoundly advanced in terms of their ability to move immensely huge objects that it makes you consider in a way where we're talking about, look at even if we use the conventional dating of 2500 BC, how? Like what was available? How did they do that? Like
affirmative.
I've never seen a satisfactory explanation from the Egyptological fraternity as to how this was done. They keep coming up with multiple theories about how the Great Pyramid was built, and none of them make any sense to me. I've been lucky enough to climb the Great Pyramid 5 times. I've explored every internal passageway. This thing is just a gigantic mystery in stone. It challenges us to thinking about everything in the ancient world. The fact that it incorporates the dimensions of our planet in its key dimensions, that you can take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply by 43,200 and you get the polar radius of the
repairs,
Earth.
fuel,
Measure the base
weapons,
perimeter of the Great
check.
Pyramid, multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. I won't bore you, but that number is not a random number. Anybody who goes into my books will find that it relates to the obscure astronomical phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes. Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. 13-acre footprint, 6 million tons, 481 feet high, and aligned to true north with this incredible precision. I think they're trying to tell us something. When the pyramid speaks to our planet, it speaks to this Earth. It's aligned to true north, and it's built on a scale that models the dimensions of the Earth, and that scale is derived from a key motion of the Earth itself. Very, very clever. And again, I try and mention this to archaeologists. They say, it's just a coincidence. It's just rubbish. You know, that's what they say. And it's such a lazy way to dismiss the data rather than getting to grips with the data and saying, could this really have happened by coincidence, or is something going on here?
See, there are these key numbers that recur over and over again. We find them in the Vedas, we find them in the Bible, we find them in Mayan traditions. They were in Sumeria, over and over again. And one of those key numbers, what Bert Graham just said, 43,200. Or, and even in the way we still measure time today, if you think about how do we measure the length of one rotation of the Earth on its axis, the meridian lining up with the center of the sun, we've divided that into seconds, right? Minutes, hours. 24 hours is the exact period of the Earth's rotation with respect to the sun, okay? 24 hours times 60 means there's 86,400 seconds exactly in that period. On the moment of vernal equinox, the period of time of darkness and of light are exactly equal, 43,200. That number is the scaling ratio of the pyramid. If we were to take the pyramid as it is today on the Giza Plateau, enlarge it by a factor of 43,200, as Graham said, the height of it is literally within a few hundred feet of being the polar radius of the Earth. And in fact, the range of error is within the range of error of our most accurate modern satellite surveys. And when I come back, I could easily demonstrate that.
We'll do that.
I put together the slides to show exactly how it's done. The geometry of the height, the ratio of the height to the square base solves the ancient geometric problem of the squaring of the circle. Because what they've basically done is that if you enlarge that pyramid by 43,200, the square base now becomes precisely the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Precisely. And for somebody to say this is just coincidence, well, if it was one example, or two examples, no, there's dozens of examples like this where you could show that somehow somebody seemed to know something beyond what they've been given credit for.
Something that they shouldn't have known at the time that structure is supposed to have been built. What we're looking at in the Great Pyramid and many other structures around the world, staring us in the face, almost slapping us in the face, is evidence of a lost technology.
Nobody comes back from
and
their
yet
journey
it's
the
so
same
resisted
as they were before.
and so sneered upon
Well,
by
after
mainstream
this, I
academia.
won't,
That's
that's
one of the
for
things
sure.
I really find very uncomfortable about archaeology is the way that they sneer at alternative ideas. The fact that I've taken psychedelics, that is used against me all the time by my critics. Hancock takes drugs, so you shouldn't listen to anything that he says.
That's what I tell my kids.
But what a lazy way
Yeah.
to dismiss an alternative argument. Just with
It's
insults.
very easy. Yeah, it's silly. It's like, what has he gotten out
Send
of those
me.
drugs, and why are you so dismissive?
If you make
of
a
that?
mistake,
Yeah,
it's best to laugh.
I'm so
immediately.
fascinated by
However,
the
if anyone
possibility
laughs,
of
well,
this ancient
just give 'em
technology
a slap.
existing and what form it existed in.
Yo, I'm writing that down.
If they really
That's-
did
where the-
have the ability to
whoa, whoa,
calculate
whoa,
as you're
whoa.
describing,
Oh.
and they did it with such
All right.
incredible accuracy,
Hold on,
and the way you're laying
cool.
it out,
Hold on. I didn't even know.
it's
hold
almost
on.
undeniable. The possibility of coincidence is far less than the possibility of calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet this lazy dismissal is used to keep people locked in a particular framework of thinking. And that's what we're trying to disrupt.
Yo, I like
we're
that.
disruptors. We're contrarians. And I think there's a need for disruptors and contrarians in the world, no matter how much they insult me, no matter how
is
much
there?
they insult Randall.
Hello,
the information
I'm
that we're
Eden.
putting out there,
Who's in
sooner or
command?
later, is going to do some good.
How far back do
I
you
am.
think this technology goes? I keep pressing this because I want to get
Commander.
an understanding of what's the long end of this.
Captain.
How far back do you think human sophisticated civilization existed? If the conventional idea is ancient
Number one.
Sumer, 6,000 Mesopotamia,
Captain.
6,000 plus years ago, how far do you think we're
Number
talking
one.
about?
Well, first and foremost,
Who is there?
I can't give you absolute
Hello,
facts.
I'm
right?
Eden.
I'm working on
Who's
my
in command?
ideas about the past. I think it's a civilization that went back deep into
Aye.
the last ice age, maybe as far back as 100,000 years into the past. I think it's a civilization that
I is
emerged
there.
out of hunter-gatherer societies and
Anyways,
emerged
good
out
point.
of shamanism. You encounter shamans in the Amazon rainforest today who are using ayahuasca. Well, ayahuasca is a miracle in itself. You know, there's 100,000 plus different species of plants and trees in the Amazon. You have to put two of them together to create the ayahuasca brew. One of them contains DMT, and the other contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. DMT is not orally active. That's why we have to smoke it in order to get the effect. But what they've done in the Amazon is make it orally active by combining it with the ayahuasca vine, which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor that switches off an enzyme in the stomach that allows the gut to absorb the DMT and for it to enter the brain. Now that is science that we're looking at there. We're looking at evidence of science. So the notion of science emerging from a shamanistic society makes perfect sense to me. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their eyes. But when you ask those shamans in the Amazon, where did your ancestors get the knowledge to make ayahuasca come from? I mean, surely it can't have been done by trial and error. When you've got 100,000 different species of plants and trees, you're taking two, neither of which is active on its own, which only work when they're combined together. How did you arrive at that? And they say, the spirits taught us. How did the spirits teach you? Oh, our ancestors used to use yopo. They took a snuff, that's a DMT snuff, and in the yopo trance, they were taught how to make ayahuasca. So the idea, ludicrous as it may seem to archaeologists, that shamanistic societies can create science seems to make perfect sense to me. And I think the lost civilization I'm talking about emerged out of shamanism, but that it then went further steps ahead than other hunter-gatherer societies. And unlike our civilization today, which is in the process of destroying the last hunter-gatherer civilizations on Earth, some members of our civilization, I'm very glad the way the election just went in Brazil, because we need to preserve the Amazon rainforest. It's madness to cut down the Amazon rainforest and turn it into soybean farms. You know, our civilization today has no respect for nature, no respect for hunter-gatherers, who are people with an enormous store of knowledge of how to survive on this planet. I think that the ancient civilization I'm talking about had great respect for its roots, for its origins in hunter-gatherer civilizations, and that's why I don't think they contaminated them too much. They stayed away from them and pursued their own path once they'd achieved these levels of technology.
You often talk about the use of LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar and how they've uncovered these structures, and that the ancient Amazon rainforest was filled with massive civilizations.
Yes, absolutely no doubt about it now.
Is it possible that these massive civilizations were also advanced, and through the use of pharmacology, the same way we understand how to synthesize DMT and synthesize very psychedelic drugs, that's how they learned?
Yes, it's perfectly possible that there is science in the hunter-gatherer mode of life, and that they applied that science. The Amazon is not entirely a natural product. The Amazon is a human-made garden. The trees in the Amazon that produce food are hyper-dominant. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because human beings made that happen. They created this incredible, we still don't understand it fully today, the terra preta, the black earth, which is immensely fertile, which reproduces its own fertility through bacteria in the soil. There are still patches of terra preta all over the Amazon, and settlers in the Amazon seek them out to plant in. Again, this is evidence of science. There were cities in the Amazon. Populations of 100,000 or more have been now revealed in the Amazon. It was a completely different from what we imagine it to be. And it used to be 7 million square kilometers. About 2 million square kilometers have been cut down by our rapacious, short-sighted, idiotic civilization. But 5 million square kilometers are left, and we're just beginning to get a hint of what's underneath them as a result of LiDAR. This technique, like light imaging and detection ranging, which
Where
flies.
to go next?
You can fly a plane over a section of rainforest, and without damaging anything, you can see what's underneath that rainforest. And what's underneath it is gigantic geometrical structures, huge squares,
Galaxy
circles,
map.
a circle surrounded by a square.
Stellar cartography.
Just enormous constructions that you would not expect to find hunter-gatherer civilizations having made, and yet there they are in the Amazon. I've had occasion to this is one of the recent sciences on this. I've had occasion to meet a few billionaires, and I've tried to say to them, if you want to do some good with your money, put it into a major LiDAR survey of the Amazon, because right now only a tiny section of the state of Acre in Brazil has been surveyed by LiDAR, and what's come out of there, they're even finding pyramids in the middle of the Amazon. And then once they're found, archaeologists can go to them and have a look at them. Put some money into a proper LiDAR survey of the entire Amazon, and our whole idea of the past of the human species may change. And that comes back to my point. 5 million square kilometers in the Amazon, hardly studied. 27 million square kilometers of submerged continental shelves, hardly studied. 9 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert, hardly studied. And yet archaeology claims to know the whole story of our past. Ridiculous. They can't know the whole story of the past while so little of the planet remains, so much of the planet remains untouched by archaeology. And why does it remain untouched? Well, partly it's very expensive to go do archaeology in the Sahara or in the Amazon, and partly because archaeologists are convinced that they're not going to find anything there. Well, LiDAR is breaking that myth. It's showing us that there is something to find in the Amazon. And I would urge any good-hearted billionaire who wants to see some real changes in our understanding of the past to put some money into LiDAR surveys. I know a number of the archaeologists who are doing this, a guy called Marty Partinson, for example. Very, very, very important work, but they're doing it on tiny funds. They need more funding in order to survey the whole Amazon. And I think if the whole Amazon is surveyed, it's going to radically change the way we view our past.
One of the problems is that both in archaeology and geology is the focus on a very limited, specialized site.
Checking
you will
all
have
systems.
Archaeologists that will spend a decade excavating one site, and obviously they're going to know more about
Repairs,
that site
fuel,
than
weapons,
anybody,
check.
far and away.
Ignition.
What seems to be lacking, and the same with geologists, you'll have geologists who spend years examining one site, one geological outcome.
Engines on.
Determining the lithology, the petrology, the sedimentary
by.
sequence, the ages, and they can tell you all about that
30
site.
meters. You
What's
have
missing, though, is the big picture.
landing modules. Retracted.
Integrating these different parts and these sites, and really, this is where there's room for those who are not super specialized to come in and try to come up with some kind of a coherent model.
Are you ready
that
to
can
jump?
Link these sites together into a big picture. The panorama, the grander panorama. I'm thinking of the Al Goodyear down at
Tupper.
Yeah, tell a little bit about Al.
Well, Al is an archaeologist, and he was for a long time. There was a dogma in archaeology, a true dogma, that there were no human beings in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. Let's say 13,400 years ago. And they called them the Clovis culture. And the dogma was called Clovis first, that there were just no human beings here before Clovis. And Al was excavating a site called Topper, looking for Clovis materials, but then he did what other archaeologists didn't do. They dug below the Clovis.
Charging frameshift drive.
And below the Clovis
People kept asking him, well, what's below it?
What's below it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And when he dug below it, he found more evidence of humans going back tens of thousands of years before Clovis, going back 50,000 years. Like so many archaeologists who've broken the mold and found evidence that confronted the dogma, he was shunned by his colleagues.
What was this evidence?
Evidence of human presence in the Americas. Artifacts, objects, 50,000 years ago. I'm not saying artifacts of a high civilization. I'm just saying evidence that humans were here. That this dogma that there were no that there were no humans in the Americas until 3,000 years ago. That dogma locked the archaeology of the Americas in a single place for 40 or 50 years. And every single archaeologist, Jacques Mars at Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, for example, who found evidence of humans 24,000 years ago, every one of them suffered. Their research grants were pulled away from them. They were shunned at conferences. They were insulted by their colleagues. But as time passed, they were proved to be right. And this is the important issue. when I was researching America before, I went down to San Diego and talked with the team there who excavated this mastodon site. They think human beings have been in the Americas
Gauge
for
full spectrum system scanner.
130,000 years, not 13,000, but 130,000
Full spectrum
years.
system
That
scanner.
gives you a lot of time for things to
Okay.
develop here in the Americas. Down in South America, there's a genetic connection between certain tribes in the Amazon and the peoples of Melanesia, of Papua New Guinea, that connection is not found anywhere in North America. So the old notion, again, it's a dogma, that human beings crossed the Bering Straits when they were a land bridge in the north and they traveled down through North America into South America. It may be that the completely opposite is true, that people were crossing the oceans tens of thousands of years ago, settling first in South America and then migrating north. And it's just very difficult for these ideas to become accepted. But little by little, this is what happens with paradigm shifts. As the new evidence keeps coming in, it becomes more and more absurd to stick to the old idea. Now, if you have human beings in the Americas for 130,000 years, then you have a possibility for an advanced civilization to have emerged right here in the Americas, in North America, in South America. And if that advanced civilization had based itself in the land that we now call the Channeled Scablands, there wouldn't be a single thing left of it because of the pummeling massive forces of flooding that tore across that landscape during the Younger Dryas.
Now, the prevailing theory of what happened to the civilization in the Amazon rainforest is disease, right?
And that prevailing theory is correct. It was there was a Spaniard, Francisco de Orellana, who accidentally managed to travel the entire way across the Amazon, across South America in the 1560s. I say accidentally because he was with 20 other guys. They were in a boat and they were going hunting. But they put the boat on the Amazon River, and the Amazon River wouldn't let them come back. It carried them, kept on carrying them west and west and west. And finally they started off in Colombia, and finally they ended up on the Atlantic coast of South America. Well, on the way through, they observed enormous cities. They observed evidence of high civilizations of the Amazon. He reported it, but he was disbelieved. It was thought that he was making it up, and it's these new LiDAR surveys that have confirmed that he was absolutely correct. And God knows what else might be found in the Amazon if the work were actually done.
So those initial explorers carried diseases.
They carried diseases. This is the thing. Orellana encountered thriving, highly populated areas. 100 years later, all gone. Completely gone. Not because of muskets and swords, but because of smallpox. Primarily because of smallpox and other diseases that were imported from Europe that the indigenous inhabitants did not have resistance to. Just completely decimated those civilizations, almost wiped them completely from human memory. There's no doubt that biological weapon is the reason for the conquest of the Americans, that it was the diseases that were brought in. And in some cases, those diseases were deliberately spread, but in other cases, it was just an accident of contact.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America, too. That's how it became so easy for Europeans to conquer, because of the diseases they brought with them. And it is, I call it the earliest known example of a biological weapon. That we're seeing in the story of the Americas. And so much was wiped out, so much memory was wiped out. And then not just the killing off of the people with the diseases that Europeans brought, but the church, the way that the church behaved in the Americas was appalling. The deliberate burning of Mayan codices. In one bonfire, 5,000 Mayan books were heaped up and burnt by some idiot priest. What's he doing there but wiping out the memory banks of humanity? What would we have found in those manuscripts if we'd been able to find them today, if they hadn't been burnt by some religious fanatic who was convinced that his ideas were the only right ideas and everybody else was wrong? Christianity is responsible for a great deal of harm in this world, and it's time Christians sucked it up and got to grips with that instead of regarding themselves as a paragons of virtue, because Christianity has done horrific things down through the ages. Hopefully it's learned from its experiences.
Hopefully. That doesn't seem very likely.
But it's been an instrument. It's been an instrument of destruction of human memory.
Yes.
Those who were destroying that human memory, no doubt they fervently believed that they were right. But their belief that they were right doesn't mean they were right. They were wrong. They've deprived us of huge libraries of knowledge which would otherwise be available to us. That's why I call us a species with amnesia, that we have forgotten so much about our own past. And we're in that kind of amnesiac state where we just have a feeling that something's wrong, but we don't quite know what it is.
It's one of the more fascinating aspects of being a person today is that we have so much access to information and that we can find out about these things now that, you know, if you tried to bring these ideas forth in the 1970s, they'd be easily dismissed.
Yeah.
But now, because of LIDAR, because of our understanding of what disease did to North America and what the Christians did,
System map.
It's a far
System
more
cartography.
compelling conversation.
Yeah. And the internet.
Yes.
Well, I regard the internet as a poisoned chalice. There are wonderful gifts in the internet, but there's also terrible problems with the internet. But the one thing the internet has done is it's allowed people to communicate directly with one another. We don't have to go through the middleman, the big newspaper proprietor or the big TV station. We don't have to go through the middleman in order to get to people. We can talk to one another directly and share ideas, hopefully in a fertile way. It's sad that so much of the internet is just filled with hatred and fear and suspicion and people being utterly obnoxious to one another. But nevertheless, I'd rather have it than not have it, because it's opened up so many doors of inquiry that would otherwise remain closed.
I like to think, you know, when I was born, mid-20th century, we had zero presence in space. No satellites. We'd never put up a single satellite, right? We're in a position now where we can really begin to perceive things on levels that a few generations ago were inconceivable, both on the microscopic and certainly we know how important the microscopic realm has been.
My God, yes.
You know, when we start talking about nanodiamonds and microspherules and all of this, and in being able to demonstrate that these great catastrophes have happened. I kind of use the analogy of fingerprints, which I borrowed from Graham, but fingerprints, you know, on a crime scene, you don't really see those without technological enhancement. Footprints, on the other hand, you can see them. They're obvious. They're, you know, footprints in the ground. So I kind of look at the Channel Scablands. Those are obvious footprints on the global landscape that are unambiguous, right?
Checking all systems.
Then on the other hand, the microspherules, the nanodiamonds, and the things like that, those are the things that you can't see without the technological enhancement, without scanning electron microscopy or energy dispersive.
Can I just butt in there to elaborate on the nanodiamond? This is one of the reasons we know that there was a series of airbursts and bits of a comet that hit the Earth 12,800 years ago. Because all around the world, there is a layer in the soil. You can go down to Murray Springs in Arizona. There's a draw that was cut by floods along the side of the draw. You can see a line in the earth about the width of a human hand. And that is the Younger Dryas boundary. And it's full of what are called impact proxies. Things that could only be created by the massive heat and shock of an impact of an object from space. And those include nanodiamonds, these tiny diamonds which we would not see without high-level tech allowing us to see down into a minuscule world. That's it. That's the Younger Dryas boundary there, Murray Springs.
Which one's the layer?
The dark layer. There's better shots of it, but it's that dark layer. It runs all along the side of the springs. And for the
Engage
series, we went
FSD.
there with Alan West from the Comet
Unable
Research
to
Group,
comply.
and he
Computer
explained to us
says no.
exactly what's going
Engage
on.
FSD.
That's the first clues that led them
Charging
to
frame shift
believe
drive.
that we're dealing with a comet impact 12,800 years ago. And I don't want to misuse that word. It's not a single object. It's multiple objects. It's a swarm of objects. Those objects hit all around the world. They hit in North America, but they also hit in Syria. Interestingly, there's a site called Abu Huraira, which is very near to Göbekli Tepe in Syria, which was hit by what they believe was an airburst of a fragment of a comet. If we go back to 1908, June 1908, many people will know that an event took place in Siberia. It's called the Tunguska event. Interestingly enough, That date, June 1908, is one of the 2 periods in the year, June and November, when the Earth passes through the Taurid meteor stream. And what happened there was that an object that's estimated to have been about 100 meters in diameter blew up in the air over Siberia. It flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was an uninhabited area. Nobody was killed. But if that had happened over a major city, it would have been cataclysmic. And that was just a small bit. And it left the same traces in the soil, the same nanodiamonds, the same evidence of... Another really intriguing thing is melted quartz. It takes temperatures of 2,000 plus degrees centigrade to melt quartz. And you find melted quartz all over this Younger Dryas boundary layer. You find iridium, another object, another substance that can only come in with asteroids and comets from outer space. So the evidence is mounting, the evidence is building, and the team of scientists at the Comet Research Group, as I mentioned earlier, they've just now got some major funding. We are going, and if again, I talked about that happy billionaire who I would like to see put some money into LiDAR surveys in the Amazon. I'd like to see them put some money into the Comet Research Group as well, because they've funded themselves all the way along now, but now they've got some major funding. We're going to see some huge breakthroughs in that field. And it doesn't matter how much other scientists dislike what they're doing, they are giving us the data. The data ultimately is what matters, not people's opinion. And the data speaks to a gigantic worldwide apocalypse 12,800 years ago.
Jamie, can I have the sacred cable back?
I have to pee, so let's pause and we'll come back and get back to this.
Sounds good.
We're right back. Okay, we're back.
Are we back?
Yeah. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right, so this is just sort of a graphic I put together to show the Taurid meteor stream, and this is based, there's 2 ellipses here, which goes back to the work of Fred Whipple way back in the 1940s, who was the first one to realize that the Taurid meteor stream was the byproduct of this ongoing fragmentation of an original giant comet. Because what he was able to do when he did this succession of photographs is he was able to run the orbits in reverse. And once he did that, he could see that these separate pieces within the stream all converged on the same point in space, which told him that they were once one object. So, but anyways, what we've got here is, you'll notice here's Mercury, or orbit of Mercury, my glasses here, orbit of Venus, and then this third ring here is the orbit of the Earth. The green arrows show the direction of the orbit, so here's the orbit of the Earth. And here is the green arrows again show the direction of orbit of the stream. And you can see that the Earth's orbit crosses the stream late June, early July, right here. And then again, it crosses the stream around now, November, late October, early November. And this has led the Taurid stream to sometimes be referred to as the Halloween meteors, because they peak right around Halloween. Okay, so what was the date of Tunguska?
June 30th,
June
1908.
30th. Yes. So the timing was perfect. The other thing was that the position where the meteor emanated from space was perfect, because you can see that as the stream comes around the sun, if you're here on the Earth and you're looking up the stream, and here was the problem, why the object wasn't seen until the last few moments, is because you had to almost look directly into the sun. And this is why some of the eyewitnesses described that it looked like the object was born out of the sun, or that the sun split in 2 and this fiery object came and exploded. You know, it didn't. Here's an important point. It did not hit the ground.
It was an airburst.
It was an airburst. And a lot of what we might be talking about with the Younger Dryas would be airbursts. I just did a whole presentation on October 30th talking about the universal observance of the Festival of the Dead and its connections with the Taurid meteor stream. It's a very fascinating presentation. If somebody wants to learn more about this, you can go on my website. You can download
What's
it.
the website?
RandallCarlson.com.
Okay.
Okay. So when you're here, you're looking up towards the sun. But when you're looking upstream here, you're looking out into space directly towards the Pleiades.
Very important constellation across the ancient world.
Yes. And the Pleiades in traditional astrological context is the shoulder of the bull, Taurus the bull. And you can go back and there's lots of mythologies about, the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the Gilgamesh and Enkidu do battle with the bull of heaven.
And that's why it's called the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to emanate from the region of space in which the constellation of Taurus is. It's not coming to us from Taurus, but it looks like it is.
It looks like it is, right? This is the general idea right here. You've got a radiant. The meteors are actually coming in parallel lines, but when you look upstream, they're all emanating from a point in space. So all meteor streams get their name from the constellation that they appear to be coming from. So the Leonids, obviously Leo. The Geminids, Gemini.
Orionids, Orion.
Exactly. The Taurids, Taurus. So we won't get into this a whole lot.
That Tunguska event, you had some calculations on the size of the
Yes, the power of that event has been estimated based upon the destruction of the old-growth taiga forest. They were able to estimate how much energy, and the equivalent of that was about a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb. Now, how do you wrap your head around what a 15 megaton explosion would look like? Well, I got a graphic here that actually is an artist's depiction of what a 15 megaton explosion over a major city would look like. There we go.
Oh, Jesus.
That is a 15 megaton explosion. Now, Tunguska was one object that was about 150 feet in diameter, moving at a couple of tens of thousands of miles per hour. So it's got this tremendous amount of potential energy. It comes in so fast that the atmosphere can't move out of the way. The atmosphere piles up in front of it, becomes like a solid, like a brick wall. And the object exploded maybe 5 miles up. Devastated. Like Graham said, it was 2,000 some square kilometers, about 825 square miles of old-growth taiga forest got completely obliterated. Now, if you want to try to wrap your head around what happened during the Younger Dryas, think a couple of thousand of these. It would have been like an all-out nuclear war. And it's left its traces all over the planet. Everywhere we've looked, in fact.
Yeah.
And this happened many times for 1,000 years?
I think there were multiple impacts. It's clear that there was a peak of impacts 12,800 years ago. I personally think, this is not the Comet Research Group point of view, but I think it was another series of impacts 11,600 years ago that brought the Younger Dryas to an end. And quite possibly an impact in a major ocean that led to the global warming with a huge cloud of water vapor thrown up into the air. That's actually not my thesis. I've adopted it, but it's the work of Sir Fred Hoyle, a leading astronomer back in the 80s, who suggested that. There were the 1,200 years of the Younger Dryas was 1,200 years of continuous cataclysm. And it was on an enormous scale. And the reason the Tunguska event matters is because it happened pretty much in our time. It happened in 1908. It tells us that we're still in interaction with the Taurid meteor stream, that it's not a distant and unimportant danger. It's a real and present danger. If that object that exploded over Siberia in 1908 had exploded over a major city, we'd all be paying very close attention to the Taurid meteor stream today, because the results would have been absolutely catastrophic. But then, as Randall says, take that back 12,800 years ago. Look at the massive bombardment that took place then. Evidence as far west as the west coast of America, evidence as far east as Syria. You're looking at a worldwide event. Thousands of airbursts, huge numbers of objects coming in, some of them hitting the North American ice cap physically, some of them actually exploding in the air. The end result fully explains how we could have lost a whole civilization from the record.
That's so compelling and so based on evidence.
Yeah, it is based on evidence, and again, it's evidence that largely, unfortunately, is being ignored. And often when I talk about this, I'm told, don't be a fearmonger, don't spread fear. But actually, I don't want to spread fear. I want to spread awareness, because we're not helpless. That's one of the good things about our tech. We actually have reached a level where we can do something about dangerous objects that the Earth is interacting with in space.
In fact,
we
that
choose
has been done recently for the first time.
For the first time.
Yeah.
DART, that pushing an asteroid just slightly off course we now know that that's a practical possibility. That's all you'd need to do with the dangerous objects in the Taurid meteor stream, but it would require a combined effort of all the advanced cultures on Earth today in order to bring that about. It would be a big project, but it would be a worthy project, and I can think of many unworthy projects that the big nations are investing in at the moment, which we really don't need. This would be one that would be really rather useful.
Yeah, wouldn't it be better to cooperate and come up with a way of defending this planet? And see, you talk to some people about this and they kind of consign it to the realm of science fiction. But clearly, I mean, just a couple of days ago, a new asteroid was discovered within the orbit of Venus that had been completely invisible, and it was huge. Now, it's not Earth crossing, but I think we mentioned this the last time I was on here. You remember, I went through this whole series since the late 1980s, showing the near misses that have occurred every few months, over and over again. I showed that on your show the last time I was here. Those are real. Those are real. And sooner or later, I mean, they're out there now that have our planet's name on them, our name and our number. We just haven't discovered them yet. I mean, the estimates now of potentially dangerous Earth-crossing asteroids is maybe 10%.
Of what's actually out there.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we're not only dealing with a lost civilization of the past, we're also dealing with a potential lost civilization of the future.
And if that happened to us, one of the big problems with today's information is stored on hard drives.
All gone.
All gone.
All gone, completely. And another big problem is that the majority of people in the advanced industrialized so-called civilizations don't have a clue about how to survive.
Right.
I know you do.
Barely.
But you've developed some skills, but I don't have those skills, and most of us don't have those skills to survive. Who would we take refuge with if our civilization went down? We would have to take refuge with hunter-gatherers, because hunter-gatherers are absolutely the masters of survival. And I think that's what happened 12,000, 11,000 years ago. The survivors of a higher civilization, I don't like the word higher, but a different kind of civilization, took refuge amongst hunter-gatherers and created projects like Göbekli Tepe, which were used to instruct and to teach and to bring in something new. We have 2 episodes in Turkey in my series. One episode is all about Göbekli Tepe, but Göbekli Tepe, 11,600 years old, isn't alone. There's another site we were the first film crew to get into called Karahan Tepe, which has now been excavated. Dates from the same period. It's the most extraordinary and amazing site. Nobody knew it was there until a decade ago. Furthermore, they found another 11 sites, all of them in a ring around Göbekli Tepe, all of them indivisible from one another because they're on hilltops. They've discovered them, but they haven't yet been excavated. It's fascinating that they all date to this period of 11,600 years ago. Another thing that we do in another episode of the series is we look at the so-called underground cities of Turkey. This is quite a famous phenomenon in Turkey, that there are huge cities. They look like ant farms on an enormous scale that are dug out under the earth. Hundreds and hundreds of rooms. Huge efforts was put into digging deep beneath the earth and creating these shelters. And archaeology does not have a good explanation about what they're there for, or why they were built, or when they were built. They're all cut out of stone. You can only date objects that were left in them. You can't say when they were actually made. what makes sense of those underground cities to me is that they were built as places of refuge that people could go into during an episode of meteor bombardment during the Younger Dryas, because there wasn't just the one 12,800 years ago, there were multiple episodes over the next 1,200 years. It makes sense that these underground cities were built as places of shelter, not as places to hide from an invading army. The last place you want to go if you have an invading army is to go hide underground. All they have to do is block up the entrances. They don't even have to fight you, you know. But if you're dealing with a periodic event which will be over in a couple of weeks, they're great places to retreat into. The evidence is all around us, all around the world, and that's why I've made this series, because I want to show people that it's not just a single thing. There's a huge story here.
When they date objects that they find in these underground cities, what are the dates they find?
The oldest, they actually have no idea. They were used by Christians, they were used by Muslims, they were used back in 2,000 plus years ago as homes in some cases. There's some evidence that they going back 2,800 years, but it's all from objects found inside them, and those objects don't tell us when the original work of cutting out these enormous structures, and it took an enormous will to create them. There's not just one, there's dozens of them.
Can we find those, Jimmy? I'm sorry, Randall, you got the
past the sacred cord,
or maybe you could find them.
Yeah, I can.
Derinkuyu, for example.
What's the name of the place?
DERIN KUYU.
Got it right there.
What's the oldest objects they find in there?
2,800 years plus.
Whoa, look at this.
Let's
cross-section is just amazing. I spent hours down there just wandering around and looking at this amazing place, and it makes no sense to me that
it's carved into stone.
It's cut literally out of the bedrock beneath the ground. There you can see a cross-section on the left there.
Far left. Yeah.
Wow. These are a huge mystery. And the fact that objects have been dated to certain periods does not tell us when they were used. Every new culture that went in there would have removed most of the stuff that was in there before. But when you ask yourself what was the motive for creating something like this, the motive is clearly to hide from a danger from above, in my view.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
The most remarkable places. And they can be visited. The two that I visited in the series are Derinkuyu and Kaimakli. And these two sites are joined by an 8-kilometer tunnel underground.
8 kilometers?
8 kilometers long, which joins the two of them.
Dug out of stone?
Dug out of stone, the whole thing.
Wow.
You know,
How long would it take to complete something like this?
Well, it would take a very long time indeed, that's all I can say. Nobody's really done the calculations, but
and that one shows a vent to the sky.
Yep, they have vents. They have vents to the sky to allow air to come in. But you have to consider if you've got 10 or 15,000 people in there, they can't really stay in there much longer than about 2 or 3 weeks, which is about the time it takes to pass through the torrid meteor stream. Otherwise, you're going to get a huge amount of human refuse built up inside these. They're going to become inhospitable places. But if they're only to be used for 2 weeks at a time, then they're fine. They have air vents, they have water. They're incredibly well thought out.
There's water in there,
yes,
or they store water?
Request docking.
They store water in there, yeah. And down below it, you drill deeper and you come to wells.
That's incredible. Look at the sophistication of the construction, too.
So we're looking at a series of mysteries that are unexplained by archaeology, or that are explained in unsatisfactory ways. And what I've tried to do is to offer alternative explanations that make some kind of sense of the anomalies that we're looking at. There are just too many anomalies that are not explained by the mainstream theory. And that's when you get a paradigm shift, when you get to the point where the mainstream theory just won't explain stuff anymore. Just like Clovis First eventually had to be thrown out by American archaeologists. They just couldn't keep on with that fantasy any longer, because the evidence spoke to a human presence far older.
Request docking.
Years ago. It's beginning to happen now with the Younger Dryas impact. And the
Request docking.
But as you begin to grasp the magnitude of these things, when you start talking about
Landing pad 0.
tremendous earthworks in North
Automated
America,
docking.
which only a small fraction still exist. The structures in the Amazon, which to me was the most incredible part of America.
Thank you.
I kind of, was getting the gist of it, but when I read that, I was like, oh, wow. Because I had studied considerably in depth.
Okay,
North
I will
American
have to
documentary.
take a small be right
Have
back.
visited most
I
of
have
the
to go and
expanse
get my
ones that
car.
Still remain. Very impressive.
We'll leave y'all
and
with some
then find
music,
out
though.
there's even a
Okay.
greater magnitude in South America, in the Amazon. That was mind-blowing to me.
And many of them are.
Most of them are explored, just identified on LiDAR. Very few have been explored.
And very little of the surface has been explored even by LiDAR.
Absolutely. It's a tiny fraction. 2%.
Repairs, fuel,
Maybe less than
weapons,
that.
check.
When you look at the magnitude of these extraordinary building campaigns, that you got to go, why? There had to have been
Request complete.
there's such an incongruity there between the idea of hunter-gatherers or even subsistence farmers undertaking projects of such enormous magnitude. To me, there's just a disparity there that there's a disconnect.
The so-called mound builder culture of North America has been hugely underestimated and not given the priority it deserves. That's why we devoted one episode of this series to the mound builder sites in North America, to Serpent Mound, to Poverty Point in Louisiana. Fantastic site. The thing that's not realized is that the vast majority of what stood here 600 years ago has been destroyed, turned into farmland, plowed under, just wiped away in that process of making us a species with amnesia. It happened very much in North America, but the few sites that are left speak of enormous sophistication, and the horizon keeps on going back and back and back. So Poverty Point in Louisiana, fantastic site, very large scale, enormous pyramidal structure there. But it is, and dated to about 2,700 years ago. But it's directly connected to another site, Watson Break, which is just a mile to the south. It's lined up perfectly with Watson Break. The two sites are anchored to one another. Watson Break goes back 5,300 years ago. There are other sites that go back 8,000 years ago, and these are just the ones that have survived. I think that mound builder culture, as it's called in North America, goes back deep into the Ice Age as well. We're looking again at a mystery that we only have fragments of it to try and draw conclusions from. But those fragments speak to a majesty in the past of North America that has been largely ignored. And part of the reason that it was ignored was that in the process of settling North America, it was felt useful to diminish the achievements of those whose lands were being taken over, to regard them as inferior in some way rather than superior. But when you look at the works of their hands, you see that superior people were definitely involved in North America, and that they have a very ancient culture which has been, sadly unrecognized.
And again, with the destruction caused by the Younger Dryas impact theory, most of it would be gone.
Well, absolutely. The effect of that cannot be overestimated. The scale of the flooding across North America in the 400 or 500 miles south of the ice cap, roughly, the ice cap went down roughly to about Minnesota, something like that. Everything south of that was just torn to shreds by the Younger Dryas cataclysm, absolutely wrecked. Anything that was there that would speak to our past was destroyed by nature, completely destroyed before other human beings came along and destroyed it further. And I just think it's important that we allow alternative voices to speak out, and that's one of the things that I really appreciate about your show, Joe, because you have a major platform, you reach a major audience, and what you're doing is you're allowing alternative voices to speak out. A lot of people misunderstand what you're doing, but what you're doing is actually allowing voices that had been suppressed to speak out, and thus provide the general public with more options, with more to think about than they had before. And I really appreciate that. Can I play one more clip from the show?
Please.
Do we need to pass the sacred cable again? Here we go. Oh, here we don't go. In case I agree. That's the one called, it begins with the word Joe. Joe, you very kindly appeared in my series, and I'm grateful to you for that.
Oh, my pleasure. It's my honor.
And this is
I'm so excited that this is a thing.
Yeah, it's, well, so am I. Let's. I just hope that it has the impact that I believe it will.
There's people that come along, and because of their impact, it changes the way people look at things. Graham Hancock is a man who, despite all of the insults and all the people disparaging his work, he has trekked on and on and on.
What I care about is learning the lessons of the past in order to clear away that fog that surrounds prehistory. And it's a fog because there's no documents. We have to build our picture of the past from fragmentary evidence.
Yay.
Yay. There's huge forces at work that would like this to be shut down. Archaeologists are already complaining to Netflix and saying this show should never be put on the air. Hancock, has to be kept silent, basically. They say that I'm misleading the public. I think the public are intelligent enough to make up their own minds.
Well, I would invite those people to come on here and talk with you.
Yes, I would
think
love
that would be fascinating.
I would love to
It'd
do
be
that.
fascinating to see their argument
Galaxy
about
map.
the Younger Dryas impact
Yeah.
theory, about all of this, because
Yeah.
it seems so compelling and so overwhelmingly evidence-based.
Oh shit!
Absolutely.
Actually,
it would be a great
I
debate
need
to
to
have.
take. Be right back.
Very few archaeologists are willing to debate with me.
That's what I was gonna say. I think you'd have a
yeah.
hard time getting some of them to come on here. They will make
All right.
excuses like
and
they
then,
won't lower themselves.
get to
engaging
protecting
about
myself
such
in my
ideas, but
fleet carrier.
Giving him a platform. That's my
But I
favorite
finish
one.
off
That's
getting
the one
a
they
little
use a
more
lot. Yeah.
Too late.
money up, but I'm
Sure, get in there.
doing
Just
it
a
by
little
way
shot,
of rep,
couple inches
which I'm
maybe.
down. I need
That'll do.
17.
Yeah, it's really been fascinating to be a fan of your work, to get to know you, and you were one of the very first guests that we ever had.
Joe, we go back a long way.
Yeah, because you were
Yeah,
one of the very first
I'll be
guests that wasn't just a
definitely back.
comedian, like a friend of mine.
Right.
Like, and I was so excited about that episode that we did with Duncan Trussell.
Yes, that's right.
All right. We back. We is back. We back. We back. Finish the last of this off, and then I'm on.
And you know, Duncan and I have always followed your work. We've both been giant fans of yours, but it's so interesting to see it becoming more and more accepted.
Yes.
And because of all the work with the Younger Dryas impact theory, now substantiated by real hard evidence.
Yeah, that's very encouraging to me too, because I take a lot of flack and a lot of insults for what I do and for what I say. And what's happened little bit by little bit is the evidence has come in which doesn't allow those critics to say what they still say it, but they can't say it with any authority anymore. Göbekli Tepe just destroyed the argument that the Sphinx can't be 12,000 years old. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis destroys the argument that there was no cataclysm 12,000 years ago. There's just more and more evidence coming out, and I think we're going to see much more of it in the future.
Yeah.
Why don't you mention the Cosmic Summit?
And we have a conference coming up next year, which is going to be called the Cosmic Summit, and I think it's in June.
Asheville, North Carolina.
Yeah, I'll put it up on my website, which is grahamhancock.com, and
it'll be on mine as well.
It'll be on yours as well.
Oh, there it is. Look at that.
There it is. That's June 16th to 18th, 2023.
Scroll up there, Jamie, so I see who's on there with you guys. Oh,
Yeah.
Jimmy Corsetti, who's been on the podcast before as well.
Keep going. I think we can find. There's some.
Johanna
Alan
James.
West is gonna.
Alan West going to join us. That's one of the good things about this. We're having a number of the scientists from the Comet Research Group who are going to join us and speak at the event. So it's going to be a mixture of outsiders, alternative thinkers like ourselves, and mainstream scientists who are proposing this new
Tankersley.
science.
I saw his name.
Yeah, Keith Tankersley.
West. Yeah, Moore.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Collins.
But these are all leading scientists who are involved.
Tel Elamar.
Yeah,
That's him. Yeah.
involved in the research behind the Younger Dryas impact
Can
hypothesis.
you go back, Jamie? Go down. Stop. Go down. This is somebody, Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer. I would like you to get him on your show.
Okay.
He's you can read about him right there.
Former commander of the U.S. Space Force, Air Force Academy graduate, fighter pilot, relieved of his duties in 2021 for writing a book encouraging the reform of the U.S. military.
He's an awesome dude. And he would absolutely love to have a conversation with you.
I would love to. What was his, what did he, that book that he wrote that relieved him of his duties?
He was basically exposing the wokeness that was infecting the military. The political correctness and the wokeness, and they spent millions of dollars training this guy, and then they dismiss him because he was telling the truth about what's happening, how the military is becoming a political tool, which it's not supposed to be. It's,
of course.
Yeah. But he's a good man.
System map.
He's going to be joining us. You'll meet him.
Displaying map.
Yeah.
And what
you
is
haven't
he?
met him yet, have you?
I have not met him. No.
What is he speaking about on this?
I think he's going to, before all this pandemic stuff hit, he contacted me. I think he heard me on your show. I think that's where so he contacted me. He was based, I think, in Huntsville, and he was about to assume second in command of the Space Force. In fact, there's a video where Matt Lohmeyer is meeting with, he's got the whole, Jamie, pull up Matt Lohmeyer, Donald Trump. And there's a video where he's got the whole Space Force behind him. He's meeting with Donald Trump talking about the mission of Space Force. Well, he contacted me and said that he was very interested in the idea of planetary defense. And he said there was a group within the Space Force that saw that as being a part of their mission. So he had set up, I was going to go and do a presentation to the base commanders of the whole Space Force on planetary defense and the need for planetary defense. And then the COVID hit. So then that got derailed. Then he reorganized a second possible presentation, and the dates, the venue, and everything was set. And then he got the boot because his book came out. And I think he went on, maybe he was on Tucker Carlson, maybe, talking about his book and the wokeness in the military. And within a week, he'd been given the boot. So I think he's going to be talking planetary defense against asteroid impact.
Cancel culture.
What?
Cancel culture.
Yeah,
There's-
cancel culture.
Yeah.
He
This
got
is one of the
canceled
sinister aspects of our society today.
because,
As though
Bizarre how effective it is.
it's incredibly effective in shutting down alternative voices, and as though our governments behave as though
Galaxy
citizens
map.
who are adults are not adults, that they're children, that they can't make
Galaxy
decisions
map.
for
Right.
themselves. We have to respect
Opening
the
map.
intelligence of the man in the street, present everybody with all the information and let them make up their own minds. Let's not censor information before it gets out there. And it's the fact that this happens to me in archaeology is just a tiny slice of what's happening all over the world today. That there's a narrative which is being forced down the throat of the public, and alternative views are being shut down very, very carefully.
But it's
But the
basic
truth
human-
will out.
Yes, I do believe the truth will eventually come to the surface, but it's basic human nature, right? I mean, that when the people have control of information, they want to retain control of information and the dissemination of that information.
And when you look at people who go into politics, why do they even choose to do that? Because they want to control others. That's the nature of their personalities from the outset. And we need less of that. In my view, we need much less government. Government is a most unhealthy thing. Government, next to religion, governments are amongst the influences in the world that are causing so much chaos and so much misery in the world, and that are spreading hatred and fear and suspicion all the time. We should have reached the stage where we're able to lead ourselves, where leaders should be really just working for us, not dominating and controlling us. We need to reach that stage fast if we're going to move forward as a human species, because right now the leadership of this planet is just full of shit from beginning to end.
Well, the only thing that gives me hope about that is the resurgence of the interest in psychedelics.
Yes,
And
me
that
hope too.
the more people embrace that and the more people have these experiences, the more people will start to gradually understand that that really is the only way out of this.
Yeah. First of all, because of the experiences they will have, which will definitely alter the way they think. And secondly, because it is an assertion of the right of adults to make decisions over their own bodies and their own experiences. This is what's so fundamental to it. That's why it's a real liberation struggle that is going on around psychedelics. It's not a trivial issue. It's a very, very major issue. And it's a sign of the world that we live in, that governments have attempted to shut down adult access to psychedelics for so long. But the new evidence is coming out that just doesn't allow that to happen anymore.
And this is why I think it would be valuable to talk to Ben
Repairs,
Johnson about
fuel,
his work.
weapons, check.
And he's got an interesting story.
Ignition.
I won't try to get into it, but other than the fact that, when I asked him, how did you manage to get licensed? How did you manage to pull this
Engines
off?
online.
And he said, well, I went in with like a dozen of my SEAL buddies
Standing
into a
by for
variety of
launch.
Congressman's office. And we basically walked in and said, you're going to do this. And they couldn't back down.
Affirmative.
Not when you're going to
30 meters. You have to call.
said you're off.
Landing modules.
You're going to do
Retracted.
Because they've had the experiences.
Yes. And tremendously benefited by their experiences.
Well, it's a crazy aspect of the military
Are you ready
and
to
war
jump?
that we expect these people to have these insane, violent experiences overseas and then come back and just integrate into society.
Engaging now.
How can they? With very little guidance. Yeah.
Well, that needs to change. And of course, the legalization is only as far as like the medicinal use. It's not going to be for recreational use.
But even that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how marijuana got started.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's one of the great things about America. Something that I really appreciate. Living in Britain, where everything is decided centrally by central government, it's nice to see in America that states, the inhabitants of individual states, can make up their own minds and can alter and change laws and take their power back to themselves. It's one of the things that I most appreciate about America. Canadians get annoyed with me and they say, look, cannabis is legal across Canada, and it is, and that's true, and that's great. But that was a government decision. What's happening in America is people are taking their power back. And if they're taking their power back over their own bodies and their own health and their own consciousness, then the next step is to take their power back in lots of other ways as well.
Well, that's the fear. And that's why there's so much resistance to this idea. And that's why there's so much of a power reach by the federal government, because they don't want that to happen.
They don't want that. No.
That's a slippery slope.
They want people to be
Charging
passive
frameshift
yes
drive.
men and women who don't ever argue with them.
And the evidence, you see that is what you're talking about with these forced compliance during COVID.
Yeah.
They take it, and historically, governments have taken advantage over whenever there's a big situation where some sort of a disaster or national tragedy, they grasp more power.
Exactly. And it's happened here. And as I said earlier, to deliberate, calculated strategy to encourage a habit of obedience so that it becomes habitual to obey. And you know, whatever COVID is, whatever it is or it isn't, however it came about, whatever its cause and origins were, the one thing's clear: it's been used to encourage obedience. And it's been used very cleverly
for information.
to encourage obedience. And we do not need to be obedient to these monsters who are running the world. We need to change things and bring the normal, everyday citizen back into the
Affirmative.
Well, I think one thing that's encouraging about the response to COVID was the downside of it was this encouraging of obedience. But the encouraging thing about it, to me, is that so many people are recognizing what happened. And so many people are far more distrusting of the government narratives and the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry, and that they've realized that they've been used for profit. And that this narrative has shifted into fear-mongering, specifically designed to get more profit.
I think, like Graham said, I think the government and those in power want a flock of obedient sheep. But I think it's time now for the lions to exert themselves. That's my perspective. And how we do this, maybe it starts state by state. We get governors in places who will stand up to the federal government and say, no, you're not going to impose your mandates on us. We could govern ourselves. I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think there's a lot of encouragement about the way people are discussing things today. That seems to me there's a lot of very reasonable people that have actually changed their perspective over COVID. They had a narrative in their mind about the role of the federal government, and then seeing it kind of running amok over the last few years, they've realized, like, oh, this is a dangerous trend. And if this continues, you're going to have some sort of a centralized digital currency, you're going to have a social credit score system, and when that happens, we're fucked.
Totally fucked.
Yeah.
That's not a world we want to go into.
No.
We need to stop it now.
And there's people saying that that's the only way we're going to compete with China, which is crazy. Like, no, that's not true.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not true. That's what separates us from China. That's what separates us from all governments that are controlled by dictators.
Exactly.
Is that we have freedom. Freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom to debate ideas, and to propose alternative ideas, and freedom to live your life the way you want to live.
Absolutely.
That's the beautiful thing about states' rights.
Hey, I vote for that
and
shit.
it's exactly that issue.
Sometimes
that I'm up
people
against
need to
with
know that they're
archaeology
being a
in the
dumbass.
past, just as I would like people to
can't
have
constantly
sovereignty over their own consciousness. I would also like us all to have sovereignty over our own past, and not to be told what to think about the past by so-called experts.
If this is successful on Netflix, has there been any discussions about future episodes, future seasons?
Well, Netflix is the law of the jungle.
Yeah.
So if the series is successful, I hope that there will be a second season. And if it's not successful, there definitely won't be a second season. But I hope there will be. I hope the series will succeed. I hope people will watch it. And if they do, in that second season, I would like to look at psychedelics. And I'd like to look at the Amazon. I'd like to spend much more time in the Amazon looking at that and the way that psychedelics are used there, and also at the mysterious backstory of the Amazon, which so far is not being told. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Either this series will work or it won't work. And if I can do a little plug, it launches on Netflix on the 11th of November 2022. All episodes will be released at once, so people can watch it in one night if they wish to do so.
How many episodes?
Eight episodes altogether, and it's the last episode that really unfolds the ancient apocalypse element of this, and can watch series will work or it won't work. And if I can do a little plug, it launches on Netflix on the 11th of November 2022. All episodes will be released at once, so people can watch it in one night if they wish to do so.
My guy, you just gave me a whole thing to do while I'm streaming.
Altogether.
Holy shit!
And, it's the last episode that really
I love it.
unfolds the ancient apocalypse element.
Sometimes I'm
and in the first 7
so happy to
episodes,
be alive
we're
at
looking
this
all the
time in
mysteries
evolution,
in the
but
past
at
of
the same
humanity
time,
that are
why
that
couldn't
are
I
so
be
far
born when I get
unexplained.
superpowers?
Could I pop up one last clip?
Yes,
Or
please.
superhuman abilities.
That's going to be the one called Horizon, Jamie.
For 30 years, I've been looking for something I was told couldn't possibly exist. An advanced human civilization.
Docking completed. Deploying ground crew.
The mainstream version of history says that after the end of the Ice Age, on their own
Repairs,
our
fuel,
hunter-gatherer
weapons,
ancestors
check.
suddenly began farming and raising livestock, creating settlements, and eventually cities, until the first civilizations emerged around 6,000 years ago. But new discoveries keep on pushing that horizon back.
All right.
Very
That's-
exciting.
That's the point. We're trying to bring those new discoveries out and let people see for themselves, what is going on here. Well, fingers crossed.
Listen,
we'll see
it's
how
going to be
works.
gigantic. We're going to force it. We're going to make sure people watch it.
I think there's kind of a network of various researchers who are looking at different aspects of this and, trying to get this word out in different ways.
And many of them
Whoa,
I've brought
whoa.
together in this series.
Yeah, good.
I brought together the leading alternative voices, including very much yours.
Oh, thank you, Graham.
I think the genie's out of the bottle, and I'm
It is.
honored to have you guys on. I really am. It's been
I'll put it this way. I think that what we've been confronted with is this huge wall with big gates, almost like you might picture on Mordor or something. Big gates. And there's little chinks in the wall and little cracks in the gate. And we've been peering through, looking at this other world and only getting a little piece of it. But I'll make a prediction that within the next few years, we're about to blow those gates right off their hinges. And everything is going to change from that moment on.
I think you're right.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm very excited.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. Let's have a different way of looking at things. Let's not stay locked in the old patterns. Let's move ahead in new and different ways.
Yes. Let's. Gentlemen, I'm honored. I'm honored to have you on. I'm honored to be your friend.
Thank you, Joe.
Likewise, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you for the work we've done together over the years.
It's been exciting.
Without your support, archaeology would have succeeded in keeping my mouth shut and in keeping me out of the public view. Your support has made all that difference.
Well, it's one of the main things that I love about doing this show is to be able to expose people to really exciting and, in this case, I think very important ideas.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep nagging you until I can get you out in the field for a few days.
I'll go. I promise. And
Okay.
And those gentlemen that you requested, I'll definitely have them on as well. Definitely.
And let's let's organize a debate with some of the
Yes.
leading archaeological critics.
Anybody out there, holler at your boy. Get you on. Be happy to do that and treat you with respect. It's not going to be an ambush. I'd just love to hear a respectable position that counters this and see how they face up against the preponderance of evidence.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. My thought is you're going to have a tough time convincing them to come on.
Well, maybe as you were saying, that as these gatekeepers die off and as younger archaeologists are more open-minded and so many people who maybe got into archaeology because of this.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe.
I think the numbers is considerable.
Yes.
And
I've met many young archaeologists in the field on my travels and research who secretly tell me that they've read my books.
Secretly?
Yeah.
But they have to keep their mouth shut
They don't want their bosses to know, but
Yeah.
that they have read my books and that they are interested. I think they're just as the younger generation in every area is breaking the old boundaries, I think that's happening in archaeology too. And I don't want to be somebody who's just completely putting down archaeology. Archaeology's done a lot of fantastic and important work over the years, and I couldn't do what I do without the work that archaeologists have done. But it's just that gatekeeper role which needs to be broken apart.
Well, through your work, I think that's happening.
I hope so.
All right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Randall.
Enjoyed the heck out of it, Joe.
Always, it's a pleasure. So
This
we'll
is
have you back
number 7
on.
for me, man.
How many have we done?
I think we've done this is probably the 9th.
Well, we got to get you on a couple more times. So to balance it out. So the next time we come on, we'll discuss all of this alternative technology that's being worked on. You could do that in January if you want.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Thank you.
Yo, real talk. That happened. So we on to the next one, like Jay-Z. For real. Do 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 do. The Warrior Nun. No, the second season is coming out.
Lilith tells me you've noticed an improvement in strength.
Bitch. You know how bad I
Halo Pulse, The Rock.
know how bad I want to see that shit right now. I hate y'all. Y'all some assholes. Bitch. Star up. Oh, what a look. Oh, no. Go back. Stop. Okay. First, we got a ancient something. Was it ancient apocalypse?
Ancient structures.
We're adding that to my list.
Ancient structures built with
Yo, so I got that one added, but I'm gonna add this one too. Ancient aliens. I want to add that.
Blood, sacrifice, and conquest.
You know I'm adding that, right?
Mainstream archaeologists have long maintained that the Great Pyramid was built some 4,500 years ago as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu. But that assertion has come under scrutiny in recent years, owing largely to the fact that no mummy was ever found in its chambers. And there are no hieroglyphics to be found.
Yo, Swell, you're Shatner directing that? I mean, or narrating? Stop. Yo, we're adding that bitch to the list. Let's go. I'm over.
An ancient story is coming to light from under the desert sands west of Cairo.
What's being called a one-of-a-kind discovery in Egypt.
To discover a complete
An ancient story is coming to light from under the desert sands west of Cairo.
What's being called a one-of-a-kind discovery in Egypt.
To discover a complete tomb, it is incredible.
A tomb so perfectly preserved, it's been called the most significant discovery in decades.
Untouched and unlooted for 4,400 years.
And can offer more understanding of life back then.
A real treasure trove.
A real treasure trove. All right, look, they got me looking through shit, yo.
Lilith tells me you've noticed an improvement.
Noticed an improvement. Yeah, she noticed the motherfucking improvement, bitch. What do you mean? You fucking hard. Ooh, yeah. Okay. I gotta pause this. This don't look like it's showing in the best visuals to my liking. We gonna shorten this box up considerably. Alright, so that box is cool.
I know. You want to know what happened. Tell you the truth, I'm still figuring it out myself. First, I was dead. Swear to God. Then I was alive. Then I got tricked. And then the devil kicked my ass. I told JC that I would learn to swim. And I did. Still, there's 1,000 items left on my life to-do list.
Okay.
But you can't check them off if you're dead. Ugh, buzzkill. Duty calls.
Hey, Supergirl, tu sors de ton Austin Maurice et te déhanches comme une actrice. Ta petite minute chez Armani et tout ce qu'il y a de plus sexy. Hey, Supergirl, ton rouge à lèvres de Lancaster.
I could definitely drink more than the Pope. He's like 200 years old or something.
Bis spät.
Ja, meine Bewohner hat vergessen, das Alarm zu stellen.
Yeah, okay.
Probably not what you were thinking when I said duty calls. Whatever. It's honest work. I need to lay low for obvious reasons. And I happen to make a spectacular Cuba Libre.
All I know is they say this Angel character's responsible.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, the
Hey,
bullshit
this
you
one
buy.
Enz is the one who called it a miracle, Lisa. I'm staying clear of any theological arguments.
It's a fact. What are you guys talking about?
Angels. Not like yourself, darling.
Leave her be, you grim lech. Adriel, it's all over social media.
Oh. And, what are they saying?
The Vatican explosion. It's a cover-up. They say an angel came bursting up out the basement.
Does the Vatican even have a basement?
It's more of a cellar-type deal, I think.
I'm going with catacomb.
Laugh all you like. Adriel's got a few thousand followers already, and growing.
Are you talking about those zealots handing out leaflets on the street?
Those zealots, as you say, they all experienced a miracle. 10,000 people across Europe contract this virus, this rotting of the face, and this Adriel makes it go away. On the exact same day, same hour, for every single person.
I seriously doubt that. Ladies, Fergus, Ava. The usual, please.
Which part, Miguel?
Which part what?
You doubt they are Adriel's followers, or you doubt that he cured them?
Launch.
It was a virus. It ran its course. He just took credit for it and inherited an army of deluded
Checking all systems.
angel groupies. Just watch. The next thing this con artist does is start
Repairs, fuel,
church/cult.
weapons. Check.
Then comes the fascism.
Whoa!
Initiating.
That was a fast trip.
Yeah, aren't you a barrel of fun? Let's go, Enza. We've got better places to be called fascists. Look, you pay the lady, will you?
Engines
Lisa.
online. Standing by for launch.
Ciao, Ava.
Ciao.
What? Affirmative. 30 meters. You have the gun. Landing modules.
I
Retracted.
haven't given it much thought.
Dangerous days.
Yeah, well, I would like to do more.
Are you ready to jump?
No.
Die Chefin
Fine.
möchte mit dir reden.
Oh.
What's up, boss? Getting busy out there.
Yes, could you try to spend more time here at drinks last time, chatting with customers?
Well, chatting equals good bartending, you know.
Not when it's about Adriel.
What can I do? Everyone's talking about it. It's hard.
We need to stay discreet. He has spies everywhere. The whole point of being incognito is to Push the specials. You need to be upselling the special.
Yeah, got it. Specials.
What was that?
What was what?
That glance.
There was a glance.
Yes, you and Hans shared a glance.
It was more of a look.
There you go.
What do you expect? Hans has been here for 3 years. We've been here a month and you already got promoted to manager.
Well, it's not my fault that I'm exceptionally well organized.
As a matter of fact, it is. Discreet, remember? You don't have to be so perfect all the time.
I'm heading back to the apartment. Camilla will be checking in soon.
Yeah. Don't forget to ask
FSD.
about
Mary.
Charging frameshift drive.
You don't stay out too late. Train tomorrow.
Yes. I'm just messing with you. See you at home.
Have you read the good news?
Pass.
Non-believers will suffer the light of burning truth.
Ich war von der Pest geplagt. Edo hat mich gerettet.
Piss dich, Mann.
Du kannst vor seinem Urteil nicht wegrennen.
Ich renne nicht.
Alle werden seinem Licht folgen oder untergehen.
He's not the only one bringing light.
That was not discreet.
And that's how you make a TikTok. Have fun.
Bringing peace to the galaxies.
I think we may have to go to London. The OCS chapter is convinced one of the cabinet ministers is possessed by a wraith demon, and they need our expertise.
I'll prepare my things.
What else, Camilla?
Oh, it's just... I had a dream last night that we were reunited with Mary. And I know dreams shouldn't be taken literally, but it made me think that we might get some information about what happened to her.
Camilla, there is a chance. Mary may still be out there. Somewhere. But we must prepare ourselves for the possibility that she's not.
Can you show me how?
Ugh. You're drunk.
Oh, we're celebrating.
I'm glad, given what I'm about to do to you. Any last words?
Mary. She's alive.
You lie. I saw her fall.
She'll leave us. I swear it. If you kill me, you'll never find her.
Where? Where?
Toledo. The desert.
With him?
Fortress. We got it.
Show me.
Lacey, Bravo, Romeo, uniform. We're happy to have you, Commander. Priority access will be granted upon request.
Request docking.
As requested.
Authorization cleared. Make your way to landing pad number 17. Acknowledged, Commander. Clear for assisted docking.
Examine it. Please, sit.
Thank you. Please call me Yasmin, Your Holiness. Thank you for granting me this audience. May I record this interview?
Of course. Your reputation precedes you, Miss Yasmin. The Bishop of the See of St. Mark speaks highly of you and your family.
Well, the bishop is too kind. Your Holiness, I am preparing an article for The Economist on lost Christian artifacts and tracing their passage through history.
A noble pursuit.
A difficult one. I must say, it's so good to see things returning to normal at the Vatican. Is there any truth to the rumors that the Vatican attack was connected to the emerging sect founded by the self-proclaimed prophet, Adriel?
I'm not sure this relates to lost artifacts.
Well, in the course of my research,
But I would just say, Miss Yasmin, that yes, I've heard those rumors.
Docking confirmed. You may disembark when ready. You're all checked in, Commander. Enjoy
Is
your
there any
visit.
truth to the rumors that the Vatican attack was connected to, I must say,
Repairs, fuel, weapons, check. Request complete.
on lost Christian artifacts and tracing their passage through history.
A noble pursuit.
And a difficult one. I must say, it's so good to see things returning to normal at the Vatican. Is there any truth to the rumors that the Vatican attack was connected to the emerging sect founded by the self-proclaimed prophet, Adriel?
I'm not sure this relates to lost artifacts.
Well, in the course of my research,
But I would just say, Miss Yasmin, that yes, I've heard those rumors. And I can tell you categorically there is no connection between these events. Just enthusiastic speculation to drive recruitment to this bizarre cult and sell less than reputable newspapers.
But in the course of my research, I discovered a previously unknown Christian sect dating back to the Crusades, made up entirely of women. They called it, the Order of the Cruciform Sword.
I don't believe I'm familiar.
Upon further investigation, I discovered that the creation of this ancient female order was linked to the appearance of an angel who gave up his halo to their founding member roughly 1,000 years ago. The angel in question was named Adriel.
Miss Eminent, I feel we've gotten off track.
Well, you must see the connection between this ancient female order and a man named Adriel engaging in combat with a group of armed nuns right here in the Vatican.
I'm not sure how to comment on something so ridiculous.
I have a cell phone camera footage.
I'm afraid I'm late for my next appointment. Good day.
Don't you find it coincidental that...
Security will see you out. Thank you for your time.
No. Thank you.
I really just see that?
It started happening a few days ago.
Randomly.
At first. But now it seems to be following a pattern. The Ark activates briefly every 6 hours.
I assume you tried to pass through?
Of course, I tried. But the field won't solidify. The portal never completely opens. Any attempt to cross over is very painful.
Jillian.
I've sent in drones. Some make it through. Some are destroyed on contact with the field, and even the ones that make it through never return. All they transmit is static.
Fascinating. Do you want me to have some of our people look into it?
I'm sure if I can't crack it, none of your people could. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't been sleeping. The prospect of finding Michael gives me hope. At the same time, it sharpens the agony of losing him.
No need to apologize. I didn't mean to intrude.
What brings you out here?
Documents for your signature. The lawyers won't accept electronic versions of these forms.
It sounds important.
It concerns the final renovation phase and updated costs of the building you bought.
Are you sure these are the best bids available?
Well, you're always welcome to come into the office and go over the proposals with me. Dare I suggest, it might be good for you to return to Arctech again in person.
I'm sorry, Christian. I ask you to take over day-to-day business, and then I second-guess your decisions. It's rude.
Rude perhaps, but it's still your company.
You've seen me through my darkest hour. I trust you completely.
Well, do keep me posted on developments with the machine. I'm very curious to see where this leads.
As am I.
Damn, that bitch can run.
Okay, Ava. Halo pulse. The rock. Hard left. Over water. You all right?
I'm tired.
I can cut your hours at the bar.
Galaxy map.
No.
Acknowledged.
Tired of sitting on the sidelines. We're hiding up here while Adriel gets stronger every day.
We're not hiding. We're preparing you to face him. You're so close, Ava. Just a little bit more patience.
It's not impatience.
All right. Tell me.
All of this is my fault. Adriel freed. The FBC gaining ground. Mary lost. Vincent used me. He manipulated me because I was naive, because I was stupid.
No.
Yes. Yes, I was stupid. I need to make this right.
Launch.
Acknowledged.
Holy Father. That's
Checking
not
all
necessary,
systems.
Christian. We are old friends, are we not? Gentlemen, Little privacy,
Repairs,
please.
fuel, weapons, check.
What can I do for you?
I've come
Initiating.
to offer my services.
How so?
I think you'll agree that our disciplines have a strong potential to overlap. That is to say, Architect's
Engines
discovery of
online.
a multi-dimensional universe could dovetail with existing...
Standing by.
Indeed.
Affirmative.
I thought
30
you were going to
meters.
throw me your
You
face
have
first.
succumbed. Landing
So I
modules.
had.
Retracted.
But now, an angel walks the earth.
I see. So Arctech has formed an alliance with the so-called Angel, hasn't it?
Are you ready to jump?
Exclusive rights, merchandising, little Adriel dog toys, perhaps?
Very easy. Your Holiness,
Fine.
Adriel personifies the bridge between faith and science. Just think of it. Billions of skeptics out there. All they need is one small dose of evidence to bring them into your fold.
So, suddenly Gillian Salvius thinks she can co-opt the Catholic Church to her own ends.
Gillian is on sabbatical following the tragic death of her son. She has handed oversight of Arctech.
Federal flight control now offline until next time, Commander.
I come to you as a pilgrim.
Engage FSD.
A believer.
Charging frameshift drive.
A divine being walks the earth. And I believe it is your fate to join forces with him.
You know what I believe? I believe that Adriel has blinded you as he has blinded so many. Your blindness has somehow led you to believe that I would put the fate of the most powerful religious institution in the world into the hands of a lying man.
No, Holy Father. Adriel has opened
How
my
dare
eyes.
you defile this house of God with the name of that devil? You imperil your eternal soul.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Your Holiness. I would advise you to reconsider before it is too late.
Christian, I would advise him the same.
Awaiting orders.
Wilco, Commander. Let's deploy this fighter.
One water. Wild man.
Drink water because I like to be prepared.
Engage target.
Fighter is online. Ready for action.
Attack target.
Weapons free.
You know,
Copy. Enemy sighted.
the other
Moving to
day you
engage.
were talking about people doing their part to stop Adriel as well.
So do you want to do more?
I think I could help you. I have similar zealots.
From personal experience?
I didn't say that. No. I mean, yeah, Adriel, he just fucking sucks.
Determine whether or not you're going to trust sensitive information.
Yes. Yes. Trust me, I want to help.
Imagine Samaritans even.
Samaritans.
Heard of it? You will. Factions are popping up all over Europe in response to the peace. Firstborn children, Adriel's creepy, leaflet-wielding zealots.
I'm familiar.
Samaritans are the answer.
Nothing else showing up on my scanner, Commander. All targets destroyed.
Want to volunteer? Same as everyone. We're a decentralized cadre of like-minded people working toward the abolition of Adriel's crypto-fascist religious formation through disruption and intimidation.
So like a book club.
Yes, a book club that will fight to stop
Recall
Adriel's
fighter.
rise.
Yes, Commander. Docking fighter immediately.
I'll drink to that.
Receiving telemetry. Stand by. Door opening.
Susanna,
Santo Padre, la disturbo? È un buon momento?
non è mai un buon momento in questo lavoro. Non mi ricordo più perché lo volessi così tanto. Vedo la preoccupa.
Adro sta radunando le sue forze. Temo che possa succedere qualcosa di terribile.
Ne sono fin troppo consapevoli.
Ho bisogno di sapere cosa faremo a riguardo. Da che parte sta la Chiesa? Dobbiamo prendere una posizione.
Rilascerò una dichiarazione negando che Adler è ciò che dice di essere. Questa è la nostra posizione ufficiale.
Una dichiarazione. Sua Eminenza, il Vaticano ha aspettato fin troppo prima di intervenire. Gli ha permesso di galvanizzare i cattolici nel suo gregge.
Me ne rendo conto. Ma finché Adler non interviene direttamente, questa rimane una questione politica. Se dovesse passare all'attacco,
Deploy cargo scoop.
Tutta la potenza dell'OCS.
Deploying.
Spero solo che non sia troppo tardi.
Abbia fede, Madre Superiore. Buonanotte.
Track cargo scoop.
Retracted.
Abbia fede, Madre Superiore.
Gauge FSD.
Buonanotte.
Executing now.
Gotcha.
Are you alright?
Mm-hmm.
But you're troubled.
Sometimes I think the old teachings may not be serving me. I need a more modern approach to this job.
I find you very modern.
Has Lilith reported in?
No, not for days.
We're both working too hard.
Yeah, we should eat. It's dinner time in the convent.
Signal them. Put a foot out of place, and I'll...
You'll kill me, I know.
I won't kill you. I'd never take that pleasure away from Mary.
Your Eminence.
Evening, gentlemen. I have brought home a friend.
I'm tired, Ava. Let's just go home.
We need to talk about what Miguel told me.
You got charmed by some blonde.
It's more complicated than that. Have a drink with me.
Fine, I'll have a water.
No, no water, not tonight.
Oh, but you know that I've never... What? No.
What, you've never had a drink?
No, not with alcohol, no.
What about communion wine?
I just take tiny sips.
Oh my God. Okay, this is gonna be great.
What is?
I get to be the one that gets you drunk for the first time.
Drunk? No. I thought it was just one drink.
No, not anymore, sister. Oh, I'm not letting this opportunity pass. Hans, eine Reihe Shots, bitte.
Jawohl.
These are stab wounds.
Eterno riposo. Look for the others, quietly.
Camilla.
Danke sehr.
Shouldn't I start with something like wine or something?
Nope. Say your prayers and bottoms up. Come on.
It smells lemony.
Yeah, that's why it's called a lemon drop. Come on, cheers.
Oh, it's sweet.
Yeah.
That's not entirely unpleasant.
You know, that is one small sip for nuns, one giant drink
for non-cards.
Yes! Zwei mehr.
I did not say that.
Yes, you
You did.
No, I did not.
You did.
I am absolutely not royalty.
You said it.
I am a freewheeling, secret ass-kicking nun.
What?
Are you gonna let me catch up to you?
Yep. But if he's an angel, then does it mean that all angels are just dirtbags?
Oh. No.
That's what you want. You want to get
Not
behind
an
me.
angel.
Well, he's not human.
For sure.
Then what is he?
Hey, it's Miguel. What is he up to? Come on, let's catch up to him.
No. You go ahead.
Please.
I'll see you at home.
Looks like he's up to something. Are you sure? Okay.
Miguel?
Do you want me to kick the shit out of you again?
Awaiting orders.
Roger that. Fighter is going live. Fighter deployed. Awaiting your orders.
Attack target.
I hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack position.
It's time to go. Say goodbye. Bye.
Chance.
Hey! Thank you for helping me back there.
Fine. You're welcome. You really need to go.
Beatrice. Miguel.
Decentralized cadre.
They're fighting. Adriel.
Just in the street. We've got plans to take down all of these sites.
Hear these plans before we make commitments with contact.
We've got word of a secret gathering team. So the whole thing, gather evidence to be spread into the
They've burned through my shields. Request assistance while they come back online.
revolutionary.
Hold on.
Things aren't going to plan, Commander. Hull is down to 50% integrity.
Involved in this fight?
Yes. This is not.
Causing friction.
It's fine. Just listen. We could get through damaging exposure.
Fine. Sounds like an interesting business.
Even better.
Attack target.
Weapons free.
Shield cell.
Okay.
Another Superior.
Attack target.
Eliminate threat.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
Attack target.
Engaging target.
Point me up, Commander. I'll do the rest.
This is what I mean. Would you like to clear out and go?
Break in and just getting the authority involved.
It's not breaking in. It's like execute. Fire straight, clumsy.
Not so clumsy, it's like. Coast is clear. Let's go. Wait. They're clearly about to come in.
Good point.
Done.
Not too close. We'll tip them off.
Recall fighter.
You done this before?
She watches it.
Automated retrieval initiated, Commander.
Receiving
cargo
telemetry.
Where are you from, Miguel?
Stand by.
I hear an English accent.
Door opening.
Can you hear? I moved around a lot. Places you've never heard of.
Not on account of that with Beatrice. You're obviously educated.
Is that a crime?
Retrieval process completed, Commander.
Oh, it's just... this town doesn't quite seem like you. Leave him alone. He's not under indictment.
No. She's right. Truth is, I came to the mountains looking for someone. Somebody connected to my past.
Look, they're turning off the main road.
This is it. This is where we get the upper hand. Here's the mountains now.
Any survivors have gone to ground and will wait for further instructions. This is my fault. My failure.
How can you say that? There was no way to know this would happen.
But I knew it could. We need to abandon this place. Go underground. Camilla, we have to face the possibility that the OCS may no longer exist.
As long as there are two of us, the OCS exists.
Let's cut our things.
Check cargo scoop.
Retracted.
Mother Superior, the Madrid chapter.
Someone is alive.
Gauge FSD.
Complying.
You can't possibly understand the rapture of knowing a truly divine being.
Was it worth killing Shannon?
Divine truth cannot be judged so simplistically. That's her cell. On the right.
Mary. Where is she?
She did not survive, Lilith.
Mary, no! So sorry.
Mary is no longer in this life. She's in the next.
What is this?
An opportunity. Israel knows what you are. He can help you. I urge you, Lilith, to offer yourself to Edward. This is your true worship.
Traitor. Murderer.
In his name, take her.
Matrix shit. Yeah.
Awaiting orders.
Okay, powering up the SLS. Stand by, Commander. Fighter deployed. Awaiting your orders.
Attack target.
Weapons 3.
Order confirmed. Engaging target.
LT!
Help me, Commander. Taking fire. Repeat, taking fire. I'm taking a lot of fire, Commander. Hull down to 50%.
Engaging target.
Point me at it, Commander. I'll do the rest.
Attack target.
Eliminate.
Shield cell.
I hear you loud and clear.
Activating shield cell.
Attack position.
What are they doing? They're building something. Prayer circle. A field.
Stay here. I'm gonna get a closer look.
Ava, I know what you're gonna say. Karen is hiding something. Hiding something. You know what we're hiding. Don't tell me he's hiding. You're jealous. What is it? What? I just sometimes get the feeling that you don't like it when I'm friends. That's absurd. What I dislike is when your rash decisions and poor judgment making threaten to get us killed. That is not what's going to happen this time. I am not the same person I was. I thought you knew that. Jared.
Things happening.
What are they doing?
I just found that weird prince praying in some sort of trance.
How was that?
Is that smoke?
No. It's alive. Oh no. Religious zealots praying at the altar of Adrian. How has he inspired such devotion so quickly?
People are desperate to believe in magic, especially magic they can see.
We're focusing on the wrong thing. Focus. Yeah, that was strange.
Strange. Okay, I need to know what else you've seen. The plague of locusts clearly makes it down.
What do you think? Typical specimen of the genus, just a slightly Gregorian. Something remarkable about it. It was called down by an angel.
Okay, seriously. Both kick ass, weirdly informed about the theological state of the world. Apparently this one speaks Latin. It's a really good workshop. Who are you two?
You want to know the truth? We're undercover tactical.
Don't tell me.
Boils, now locusts. He's manufacturing biblical faith.
We need to go back. Why not? Hey, come on, you know what's coming. There's a pretty tiny list of plates you can run through.
Mother Superior swore me to prepare you for the final confrontation with Adriel. And I'm sorry you hate that. I'm not ready.
Fuck that. I've been training my ass off. Who are you to tell me I'm not ready?
I'm your best friend. I cannot let you down.
Fine, okay. So we stay for now. At least we can find out what we can through Miguel and the Samaritans.
Recall fighter.
No, we can't do that either.
Why not?
The Samaritans are a nice idea, but they're just amateurs. Spread too thin over the continent to be of any
Receiving
use.
telemetry.
Plus, we don't know him.
Stand by.
We know he wants to destroy Adriel.
Door
And that's
opening.
We don't know his agenda. He could blow our cover. He could expose the location of the Halo to Adriel. Then we fall. And so does the world.
Retrieval process completed, Commander.
So, what are we supposed to do?
Train. Keep training until we're called back in.
I can't just let this out be.
Why? Because of the mission, or because he's easy on the eyes?
Because he is passionate about the cause. Because he is in the fight.
And that's all.
Entirely. Easy on the eyes, by the way. What are you, 70?
Hey, still break into the FBC HQ if you like.
Yeah. You know, I'd love that, but we have a shift. I'll try to get early.
Sure. Okay. I'll drop you.
Deploy cargo scoop.
Another 30 feet or so.
Deployed.
There.
A flower shop? That's the OCS Madrid HQ?
I mean, the coordinates match the remaining light on the map signal grid.
Track cargo.
Infiltration approach on guard now.
Retracted.
God is everything I do, and all my work glorifies him.
Because yesterday?
Dolly Parton.
Engage FSD drive.
Charging frameshift drive.
Stop! Identify yourself.
Wait. You're not going to help me, are you?
I don't know yet.
You're them, aren't you? The Order of the Cruciform Sword. You must be the Mother Superior.
And who are you?
My name is Yasmin Amunet, and you answered my call.
You lit the signal.
Yes.
But you're not.
Because of the OCS? No, There's something you need to see. I don't know what to say, except to tell you I'm sorry.
System map.
System map.
Eterno riposo dono loro, Signore. Splendida essa la luce perpetua. E fa che riposino in pace.
Amen.
Galaxy map. Galaxy map.
This was a coordinated worldwide attack meant to eliminate all of us before we knew what was coming.
Galaxy map.
Stellar
Who
cartography.
are you then? How did you know to come here? How did you know about us?
I'm a PhD candidate at La Sapienza. Archaeology. I focus on the Crusades.
They don't teach about us at La Sapienza.
Oh, you're right. I'm babbling. I do that a lot when I'm nervous. Well, I also do that a lot when I'm not nervous.
Yasmin, calm. Why are you here?
Sorry, Look, I'm sorry for your loss. Really, more than you can know. I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. But my reason for being here, I can't tell you.
Why not?
Because I've sworn to only say it to one person. The warrior nun.
¿Estás sola? Excuse me? I've been watching you watch that girl for 20 minutes now. There must be something you want from her.
Yes, to listen to me for once.
I have a friend like that too.
Yes? Yeah. How'd you deal with it?
I make it very clear to her that she's not the only friend in the world.
Or what if she is?
Pobrecita.
I sit on the rocks?
It's an Irish coffee, dude. Just...
You're contained.
Yes. That is painfully accurate.
You're a mystery. A labyrinth. Walls within walls, and in the center, fire. Burning to be free.
Ava? Ava. Ava. We got one on.
System map.
You need to come with me.
System cartography.
I can't. Man, I'm working.
Hey, you said this fight was important. Now we've got a chance to interrogate one of these fuckers and get some actual inside information. Well, you're working.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
Captain, what are your orders?
Aber alles okay bei dir?
Welcome, Commander. Let's
Deploy fighter.
Transmitting.
Attack target.
Fighter is ready. Tell me what to do.
Attack target.
B. Weapons 3.
Deploy fighter.
All right.
That's already done.
Thank you. We'll talk. What did she say?
There is more than one front in the world.
It's an emergency clinic just down the street. We're getting stitched up and into the safe house.
Oh, I'm fine.
I saw your hand. It's not.
No, it was a trick. See? Faked it. Ta-da!
So you just happen to carry around a bottle of Fig Blood?
Officially never replaced recipients. Come on. What is this? Where are we going?
Miguel and his group have the same informant. We're gonna question him.
Are you talking about a kidnapping? I thought we weren't gonna get more involved.
Are you in this fight or not?
Fine. Fine.
How'd you abandon this place? Maybe options.
I have a room at
Deploy shield.
You're welcome to bring me there.
Shield
You
cell.
must minimize our exposure.
Acknowledged.
discretion. I can do this.
Don't worry, it's just a tranquilizer. Oh, you were thinking blindfold?
Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
Hello, model.
Where is it?
Redirect your fire at the enemy, Commander. I'm not here for target practice.
So there's only 7 people. The firstborn children have an army. We barely know anything about them.
Let's change that. Come on.
If they find out who you are, it's not only dangerous for you, it's also dangerous for them.
Is that PC? Where did you find it?
Firstborn. Right out of the womb. Coffee wondering up from the others.
Matteo Russo. What's wrong? When the good science becomes all true, they're not known for their literacy. Tell us, Matteo. Tell us everything you know about it.
All targets destroyed. We're in the clear,
It's gonna
Commander.
be a very long night for you. Peace.
What are you planning? There's too many of you crawling around for it to be coincidence.
That guy, he has a thing in his soul.
What do you need me to do?
I have not thought that far ahead.
Or cargo scoop.
Deploying.
Buenas noches, padre.
Que el apóstol los bendiga.
Hola. ¿Venís al Festival del Apóstol?
Formamos parte de la congregación de la iglesia de San Francisco el Grande, en la calle Bailén.
Sí, sí, la conozco bien. ¿Creéis en los milagros?
Sí.
Bien. Porque ahora suceden por todas partes. Ahora que Él está entre nosotros.
¿Él?
El ángel, Adriel. Su advenimiento presagia un nuevo mundo.
No te manejes.
¡No te mates!
Con el poder de la fe, no hay peligro que os pueda acechar. Así se haga mi voluntad.
Retract cargo scoop. Recall fighter. Retract cargo scoop.
Bring the fighter in now.
Complying.
There were hundreds of witnesses.
Receiving telemetry.
Just as he vowed. He
Stand by.
intentionally usurped one of our hallowed holidays.
Door opening.
His own aggrandizement.
How is he doing this?
Enough. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Adriel isn't an angel.
Of course he's not a man. He's a fraud, a showman.
Your Holiness, these appear to be genuine acts of supernatural power.
If you are so easily impressed, Cardinal Rossi, you should Google David Blaine.
Whatever he's met with, he's inspiring devotion. He's expanding his movement, growing bolder by the day. He's become a viable threat.
To whom?
To the church, to our flock, and to you, Your Holiness.
To acknowledge this man's actions is to give them validity. And that we will not do, but quietly, quietly. Let's find out everything we can about this so-called angel.
Receiving telemetry. Stand by.
I wasn't aware that your order allowed personal
Door
adornments.
opening.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Your hair.
Oh, yes. Well, I needed a change.
Perhaps you could join a rock band. I suppose it makes no difference at this point.
Meaning what?
Well, now that you've been passed over for the Halo.
I wasn't passed over for the Halo, Mother.
Oh, no. May I see it, then?
You make it sound as if I failed. We were under attack.
This has always been your way, Lilith. All excuses and no action. Well, you find that funny, don't you?
Me? No action? I have the scars to prove otherwise.
That doesn't prove anything.
It proves that my mother only cares about the expectations of her daughter, refusing to see the reality of the actual woman sitting in front of her.
Recall fighter.
I have accepted the only reality that counts. My daughter will never be the warrior.
Receiving telemetry. Stand by. Door opening.
Cheers.
Engage FSD.
Executing now.
For a millennia, my family has pledged to protect the world against Adriel's return. We're an adjunct operation of the OCS.
I don't have much time left.
If that's so, how have I never heard of you? Because we're very, very good at keeping secrets. Our order was created by the warrior nun named Cora, direct successor to Ariella herself. And we know how to stop Adriel. That's why I need to find the warrior nun. What's her role in this? I would love to tell you. I really would, but I've been sworn since birth to follow a specific protocol. Should Adriel again walk the Earth, our secret is to be delivered directly to the current Halo bearer. I am bound by my duty to God. I'm sure you can appreciate that.
More than you know, I suspect.
Then you'll take me to her?
Send the call.
He's buying your faith with cheap parlor tricks. Dime store magic.
Blasphemia!
You know the truth. You were there at the Vatican. Tell me.
You have me confused with someone.
Tell them the truth, and everything will be forgiven. Return what's rightfully his, and he'll make you whole again. You know that he's the true bearer of the Halo.
Sorry. Theological grandstanding just really annoys me. I'll check on him.
He was possessed.
Possessed?
I hate to be the one to tell you this, but there are more things in heaven and earth, Ratio. What? I read.
He's breathing.
Okay, that's good.
What's that on your back?
We've been exposed. Let's go.
I know. Just take care of him, okay? And tell him I'm sorry.
She doesn't understand. She's right. I'm a monster. We need help.
Chin up, William. We've weathered storms in the past.
Yes. But always with a map to guide us.
True. This time we find ourselves in uncharted waters. No.
As you wish.
Adriel, welcome. How are you enjoying the Vatican?
It's very impressive. Much nicer than the catacombs, I might add. Please, sit. You know, there are casks of 16th century brandy in the caverns below us, collecting dust in the shadows, long forgotten. Much like I was, I suppose. I couldn't reach them from my tomb, but I could sense them. I could practically smell them. It was agony, being so close for so long. Unable to taste. But now, well, now all things are mine to enjoy.
And what brings you here?
Can a man not come home? After all, this was my residence since long before you were even born. And due to my presence here, it's become a site of enormous religious power. A place where millions turn for salvation and to ease their suffering. Hasn't humanity suffered enough? Don't they deserve a better world?
A better world awaits us all.
Yes, of course. The halls of my father, the kingdom of heaven. I know. But what about now? What about this world? You and I could change it. Together.
Together. Surely a man powerful enough to do the water glass trick can perform his miracles without my aid.
I could. I could wipe this symbolic building of yours off the face of the map with a wave of a hand. Ma perché dividerci quando possiamo essere più forti insieme? Might we have a word alone, Your Holiness?
I will not abandon you, Father.
You see, that is devotion. And there's over 1 billion Catholics out there that give you that same kind of devotion. There's power in those things.
I see. You need to be legitimized by the Pope.
What are your I don't need anything.
Deploy hard points.
Partnership between us.
Deploying armaments.
Fire Group Alpha.
Heal the sick, grow crops from the desert. Feed the hungry, body and soul. We could unite the world.
Roger that. Fighter is going live.
Until only one true
Fighter is ready. Just tell me what to do.
Attack target.
Engaging target.
Copy. Enemy sighted. Moving to engage.
I'm not the first. Sadly, our previous
shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
No. You will suffer the flames of hell and eternal damnation.
Shield cell.
I'll get you out.
Activating shield cell.
Hear me well, Francesco. For 1,000 years, the Catholic Church has used my power enclosed in this very same building as a holy battery to fuel its rise to unprecedented power. I think you owe me. The offer stands. Give it some thought.
Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
Who's this? It's Sister Lilla. May I speak with you?
I'm sorry, Lily. I'm not up for visitors at present.
I need your help, Doctor. Something's happening to me. I have no one else to turn to.
Okay, stay there. I'll be right
Shield
there.
cell.
Acknowledged.
Let's not waste any time.
Charge ECM.
Certainly, Captain.
Fire ECM.
What's that? The call. An OCS emergency. They're in Madrid. You've got to. No. Got something more important to do. But first, I need to tell my sisters what happened to Mary. Where can we go? We can't just run. Should have listened. You cannot change whatever you I'm sorry.
Are you? Because saying sorry indicates regret. And people who regret tend to take care not to repeat their mistakes. You do whatever you want. You let your emotions carry you headfirst into danger, sweeping the rest of us, the rest of the world, up in your wake.
Well, excuse the fuck out of me. I didn't ask to be paralyzed. I didn't ask to be dead. And I certainly didn't ask to have some fucking dirtbag angel's halo jammed in my back so I could fight demons for the Catholic fucking Church. You think this is easy for me? You think my choices are clear? I'm doing the best I can.
Charge GCM.
Affirmative, Captain.
Chaff launcher. Chaff launcher.
I've trained my whole life for this. And sometimes I forget. And happen. But it is my job to see this all. Just for a job.
I don't know where homeboy think he going. He busting at me. Hold on.
Cool. It's a sign for the entire series. It's like a code, but only members of the Order can read it. It's supposed to bring the OCS together in time to face What's it saying? Letters. We're going to Madrid.
Deploy cargo scoop.
Deploying.
Recall fighter.
Automated retrieval
There's a second
initiated,
message.
Commander.
Receiving telemetry. Stand by. Door opening.
It's just 3 words. We've lost Mary.
Fighter successfully docked, Commander. Let's get out of here.
What's it saying? Letters from Patton. We're going to Madrid. Oh, there's a second message. It's just 3 words.
Engage FSD.
We've lost Mary.
Charging frameshift drive.
My lord, Adrian.
What does it mean?
The call of the OCS. Survivors are gathering.
Then you must join them.
I know we're on a mission, that the fate of the world and the safety of our sisters is at stake. But I just love the feel of a new city. The smell of the bakeries, the energy of the streets, sharing an adventure with a friend.
Damn it to hell. Having trouble?
Mother Superior made us study the call code when we joined, but it hasn't been used in centuries. I'm a little bit rusty on coordinates.
Can't you just call them?
Cell phones can be traced, and the call means no unencrypted communications whatsoever.
Well, you know, if you need some time to figure that thing out, we can always swing by the Royal Palace or the Parthenon.
You want to go sightseeing? Right now?
Yes! I spent my whole life in an orphanage.
Awaiting orders.
This is Madrid. Villa y Corte. The city of the bear and the strawberry tree.
Tag target.
Initiating
I
telegraph
understand,
now.
but weapons 3. Now is really not the time.
Charge ECM.
Ready and waiting, Commander. I hear you loud and clear. Moving to attack position.
This is the location.
Charge ECM.
Think they got Superior and the others?
Given the dust, this glass has been laying here for 2-3 days. Superior only sent the call yesterday. Must have come later and found this.
Maybe they left us a message. A clue, something.
Shaft. Shaft launcher. Shaft launcher. Charge ECM.
Looks like we're going to the movies. Have some book, reading a newspaper.
No cell phone. What is this, the 50s? Let's go.
2 o'clock. He's looking the wrong way. The bus comes from the other direction.
That guy's window shopping at an accountant's office.
It's not moving to the others. We have to use them.
Let's lead them down the side street with a hand. I always see through.
Space and fall. Never spark a conflict until you have a complete understanding.
Shield cell.
Activating shield cell.
Punch first. Yes. And then punch again.
Yes, I've noticed.
Charge ECM.
I'm impressed, Ava. You're so much faster.
Why are you doing this?
You know why. You've seen it. You've witnessed its power.
Is that why you turned on your family? Mary? Shannon, all the women who trusted you for power?
For truth. I searched all my life for God's truth. Now I found it. Adrian is real. He's divine and the hill belongs to him.
Tell him to come back.
Let's compromise. I'll take it to him.
You know you can't wait here.
Many have tattoos. You can't face through these.
Let's go then.
done all those shitty things there.
All targets destroyed. We're in the clear, Commander.
Asshole.
Recall fighter.
Affirmative. Bringing the fighter in now, sir.
Receiving telemetry.
I should take
Stand
them.
by.
I can't carry both of them.
Door opening.
Ava? Hi. Just hang on, okay? We're nearly there.
Fighter successfully docked, Commander. Let's get out of here.
Not in front. Oh, back for the alley.
Just... What now?
What the fuck? Oh my god! I miss you two so much. Ferdinand? I couldn't help myself. Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, she's just had a little too much tranquilizer dart.
Oh. I'll have to hear that story. Follow me. This way. The firstborn children.
Lower cargo
just
scoop.
demonstrated OCS HQ.
Deployed.
So we had to get creative. I love the scene. All right, that's enough cinema. Let's go. This used to be a cover for resistance fighters during the Civil War.
What took you
System
so
map.
long?
Done.
Galaxy map.
Affirmative.
Now that you're here. Every OCS branch was attacked. Many of our sisters killed.
Pirate,
Those who survived or escaped are in hiding, awaiting for my orders to assemble. My heart cries out for our order. Let's pray for our sisters. I wish there were time to mourn the dead. But there's a reason we're being hunted. And our duties resume now. This is Sister Yasmin.
Wow. Hey, what's up?
You're her, the warrior nun.
Maybe. Depends who's asking.
Yasmin has something to tell you.
Yes, yes. I know how to defeat Adriel.
I've identified a myriad of healing properties of the other side, from cancerous cell samples that we managed to send through early on. It may be that your initial injuries were so severe that the healing process resulted in these scales. But it could be that enough time there may heal you entirely.
And even if it doesn't, you're hoping I might find your son.
My interest in this is not selfless, no.
Why not cross over yourself?
I've tried. It won't let me. It burned me. It forces me out. If I could cross over to find my son, I would. Even if it killed me.
And And what if it kills me?
We're both desperate to find what we're looking for, so let's just make this experiment a success for both of us.
Ariella, the first warrior nun, managed to imprison Adriel. That story is known to you all. But what has been kept secret is that she used a specific weapon to trap him. My order was created to protect that weapon, to keep it safe, should Adriel ever regain his freedom.
What weapon? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Crown of Thorns.
And what if it kills me?
We're both desperate to find what we're looking for, so let's just make this experiment a success for both of us.
Recall.
The first warrior nun
Retract cargo scoop.
managed to imprison Adriel. That story is known to you all. But what has been kept secret is that she used a specific weapon to trap him. My order was
Retract
created
cargo
to
scoop.
protect that weapon.
Retracted.
To keep it safe, should Adriel ever regain his freedom.
What weapon? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Crown of Thorns.
This man, or thing, this devil, believes that combining his power with our institution will make him unstoppable. Adriel wants the church, but he will have little use for its leaders. Powerful man whisper to the weak. They dangle the sake of their influence. They promise safe and secure partnership. And then, inevitably, the knife. Will you agree, Cardinal Rossi?
Sorry? Hey, hey! Enemy! What are you doing?
How did he buy you?
I was not bought. I was reborn. Next to Adriel, we were as ants. You will kneel before him.
Take him away.
Where, Your Eminence?
The old crypts. Go.
You will kneel, one and all. No man may stand before his might. No man may withstand before his might.
Crown of thorns? Like the Jesus crown of thorns?
Yes. The crown is, in fact, a device from Adriel's realm. It neutralizes divine beings. The Romans placed the crown on Jesus' head to block his supernatural gifts. And 1,000 years later, Ariella placed that same crown on Adriel to trap him in his tomb.
Never read anything about the Crown of Thorns' power. I just thought it was another element of Roman torture.
The histories are intentionally incomplete. They focus only on what the crown symbolizes, never on what it does. The crown can shut off Adriel's power, make him vulnerable. It will give you a chance to defeat him.
Sorry, but does this mean that Jesus was like...
Let's not go there. So you just tracked us down to drop the key to defeating Adriel in our laps? How can we trust you?
I mean, she doesn't seem like a liar to me.
She's very convincing over time.
And any advantage we can have over Adriel beats the hell out of nothing, so...
I promise you everything I've said is true.
How do we find this crown?
That's precisely why I
Captain,
brought you to Madrid.
what are your orders?
Mission target located.
Once Adriel was imprisoned, Sister Cora entrusted the crown to an order of Coptic nuns in Egypt. This order, my order, kept the crown hidden for centuries. But during the Egyptian Civil War, British officers looted sacred sites as one last act of repression.
The assholes strike again.
Ava, language. The crown vanished, stolen. My order dedicated itself to recovering it. Since I was a girl, I've sought the crown, but it seemed lost forever.
But now you think you found it.
A trove of stolen antiquities was recently recovered from the estate of a corrupt British officer who retired to Spain. The entire collection was donated to the Prado Museum. The collection contains items held by my sect for a century. Sacred books. The crown is there. I know it.
Hold on, are you saying what I think you're saying?
I don't know. What am I saying?
But it sounds like you're saying... museum heist.
Boom, boom, something's going down. Do you hear the sound? Something's going down.
Billy C. Roberts, Group 2 Uniform. The Imperial Flight Operations Bureau is honored by your presence, Commander.
The crown will be in the early Christian ring.
Request docking.
And you know where it is?
Asking now.
Not exactly. because it was stolen before I was born. I've never seen it directly, but found a match in the collection. It looks right.
We
The
are
data's
ready to
right.
engage the
It's
automatic
just
docking system.
What?
we can't know for sure until you touch it. When the warrior nun grasps the crown, its power will be revealed.
Revealed how?
Dunno. Guess we'll find out.
Early Christian wing, 2nd floor, area 13.
We'll meet you there.
Disculpe las molestias.
Dígame, hermana.
Es que he visto un grupo de estudiantes haciéndole gestos obscenos a una escultura del Renacimiento.
Otra vez. Gracias.
We can activate this remotely.
That's the easy part. The cameras are the tricky bit. Are you checking my work?
If you don't have it just right.
It lit up. That means it's right.
I'm just making sure.
When you were in hiding, I had to fend for myself. And Mother Superior and I are still alive.
Look, I'm sorry. But if we want to beat Adriel, everything has to go according to the plan.
It won't, though. Plan as hard as you want, but I mean, even he couldn't control everything.
God, why have you forsaken me?
Focus on your work and trust that I'll do mine. I'm not a rookie anymore.
So this gear will allow me to monitor everything you experience on the other side. Nervous?
Something like that.
Lilith, you're very brave. It's an honor to do this with you.
Landing safely completed. Commencing offload.
Your window
the Imperial
is
Flight
coming
Operations Bureau welcomes you to this facility,
The arc should surge in
Commander.
5, 4, 3,
Repairs,
2.
fuel, weapons. Request complete.
Subject has entered the ark. She successfully passed through the portal. I can see.
I must admit, I'm curious to see what you have planned, Your Holiness.
Just a little theater, William, for maximum effect.
So that's it, huh?
It matches the drawing perfectly. Just wish you could touch it. Just to be sure.
We'll get our chance. What happened? What happened?
I was lost for hours under a scorching sun. Then the ground just swallowed me up.
No, you were only gone for a few seconds.
That can't be.
Yes, look at the readings. Oh my God. We have 107 minutes of footage from 7.8 seconds of time elapsed. That's some kind of temporal distortion or quantum anomaly. What was it like?
I only know one thing for sure. I was not welcome there.
William, there was a beauty to medieval torture. A creativity I find lacking in the modern world. Look at this, for example. The simplicity of it. You can practically feel the imminent damage to one's flesh.
And so? You don't frighten me, Duretti. The Pope cannot just torture someone in the Vatican basement.
If you believe that, Cardinal Rossi, you were a poor student of history. My associate here has taken vows of secrecy to protect our church. You could disappear from this room, and no one would ever know. Now, explain to me the plagues. Where do they come from? How does Adriel create them, and how does he stop them?
Adriel is our Lord, reborn for our salvation. His will manifests reality.
I need you to be a little more specific.
Adriel is power and light.
Please, what is their secret?
There is no secret. Adriel is God's avatar on earth. And you are his enemy.
Blasphemy!
Torture me all you like. Adriel's salvation is a gift beyond pain. No true acolyte will ever tell you anything. No.
Well, that is disappointing. Put him in the Iron Maiden.
What? You gun? Hey, Your Holiness, please!
Did you hear that? Now it's Your Holiness again. No, close it up! No!
No, please! No! Stop! Okay! The Arctic Corporation is using technology to create the plagues!
Was that so difficult? Lock him in a cell and give him some dinner. You'll need your strength if I come back.
Lilith? Why did it burn me?
I don't know.
Fact is, something over there didn't want me there. I could feel its presence, its hate.
Well, if that's true, if there's some sentient being over there, perhaps we can communicate with it. On our next attempt, we can try and get...
Next attempt? You want me to go back there?
We only just started, right? I mean, this is our chance to see what's beyond the veil.
You mean it's your only opportunity to find your son?
Yes.
No matter what it does to me.
No. Jeez, Lilith, how can I not be desperate to find my son? And I also truly want to help you. And I truly want to understand. We're partners in this.
Is that so? Look at what your help has done so far, partner. Look at me. You would do anything to bring your son back. I understand that. But I am not your lab rat. If you don't have the answers I need, I'll find someone who does.
¿Pero qué dices, hombre? ¿Tarjeta amarilla? Vamos, vamos. Pero dale. ¿Pero qué dices, hombre? ¿Tarjeta amarilla? Pero si la ha entrado él.
Buenas noches, hermana.
Buenas noches.
¿En qué puedo ayudarla?
¿Podría usted indicarme la entrada del museo?
Lo siento, hermana, pero estamos cerrados.
Ah,
Checking all systems.
¿Tiene usted un folleto con sus horarios?
Sí, claro, por supuesto. Un segundito.
Gracias.
Repairs, fuel, weapons, check.
Venga.
Ignition.
Ay,
No se preocupe, hermana, ya lo cojo yo.
usted es muy amable. Y lo siento.
Engines online.
I
Standing by
thought
for
you said you
launch.
had an encyclopedic knowledge of Madrid's streets.
I do. And also Paris, Rome, Mumbai.
Yeah, we assumed that meant that you knew how to drive.
Affirmative. 30 meters. You have the call. Landing modules.
Well.
Retracted.
Ava, wait for us. Facing
you
all
ready
four
to
the
jump?
cameras, and who knows how it will affect the lasers. First the cameras. Playing a loop of security tape from earlier tonight. Watch this. They're designed to roll towards the laser. Microelectric magnetic pulse.
Camilla. Stay
You have
here.
cleared the station perimeter. Imperial Flight Operations Bureau wishes you well on your journey.
I'd rather have you looking out for our backs than anyone else.
B, come on.
Yasmin said that when you touched it, it would activate somehow.
It's not doing anything.
Father Superior, we have the wrong crown.
Oh, we're coming in. Yasmin will advise.
Where should we meet you?
No. The plan was that I would tell you where it is, and you would go and get it.
The problem with having all that knowledge is that sometimes you have to use it.
Mother Superior?
But I'm afraid.
Here. Take this. This will protect you.
(9:42 p.m.) Begin test of quantum frequency lens adjustments. Colors are vibrant. Dramatically expanded color spectrum. Footage resolves no discernible objects. The image movement feels very very slow. It's almost as if speeding up footage, matching to Earth-side time elapsed 7.87 seconds.
Whatever it's supposed to do, it's not doing it. We're running out of time. Our bafflers on the security cameras will run out of power in 4.5 minutes.
Just quiet, I'm thinking. Okay, the thorns, they're different. Maybe a different material?
Why would they call it the crown of thorns if the thorns weren't thorns?
Quiet!
Captain, what are your orders?
Mission target confirmed.
When the British murders moved in, they must have tried to hide it. Disguise it? Disguise it how? In the last place a white Catholic pirate would look. Follow me.
Picking up a distress signal.
It wouldn't be in a chest. Not with the weapons or the jewels. Someplace unexpected somewhere. Somewhere only a woman would notice. Eva, in the center, that statue. The black headdress. It's a Coptic non-monastic hood. It was my great-grandmother's habit. That's it. It has to be.
We're out of beats to pluck the lasers.
Ava, 2 minutes 53 seconds. We're running out of time. We're not leaving without it. We don't know how phasing will affect the lasers. Ava, stop! What happened?
My shields are out. I need to make a basic maneuver,
Running out of
Commander.
power, it's just like...
I need your help up here, Commander. Hull status critical. I don't have much time left. Hull breach on the fighter. It's gone, sir. Roger that. Fighter is going live.
Are you sure about this, Yasmin?
That's it. I know it.
Fighter is ready. Just tell me what to do.
I am here. I am everywhere, Camilla. Everywhere.
Shield cell.
Shield's gone, but I'm hanging in there, Commander.
Activating shield cell.
Hull at 50%. I need help out here. Fighter is down. Stay focused. We can still do this.
Vincent, stop!
Sister Lilith.
System map.
System map.
Galaxy map.
Galaxy
Vincent
map.
took Ava towards the east exit. If we go south, we can head him off.
Beatrice, the police will be everywhere.
And whose fault is that? You left your post.
I got distracted. I thought I saw something.
You put us all in danger, Camilla.
It's a perfect world. I'm the perfect girl.
Let's go.
You can drive.
I need to provide cover. You'll have to.
But I don't want to.
I don't want you to either. Yasmin, go!
Darkest hour in our forest home.
Yeah, we about to go play WoW. This is done deal. Be right back.
Hello?
Hi guys, it's LaserBeast here, and today I'm going to show you how to make your UI go from this to this in only a few simple add-ons. These are the top add-ons that I use all the time that I get value from every... Hi guys, it's LaserBeast here, and today I'm going to show you how to make your UI go from this to this in only a few simple add-ons. These are the top add-ons that I use all the time that I get value from every single time that I play, so I'll share them with you, starting first of all with the UI replacement add-on, which is ElvUI. This is a complete overhaul for the standard Blizzard default UI, and it just makes everything look a bit minimalist and quite neat, and it's extremely customizable. It basically changes every single interface and every single menu that you can think of, and I've basically been tweaking mine over the years. I've been using this for probably about 8 years now, so I'll share my updated string in the comments below. You can basically get this and click on the import section and import my string in to basically copy how this looks here. So look for that in the description. Any issues, just comment and let me know, and I'll try and help you out as best I can. So the only section of ElvUI that I don't use is the bags section, so I do have this toggled off. So if you do import my UI and the bags are still toggled on, just make sure you turn it off if you want to use this next add-on, which which is AdiBag. So this is a replacement for the bag UI. Now the reason I like AdiBags is because it nicely separates things automatically into different sections in your bag. So you can see you've got like trade skill items. On this is right click and you can select. There's also really into the different bag slots too, so you can see which bits you've got in there. The currency section at the bottom is also really handy to have. So what you can do on this is right click and you can select which currency you want it to show, and you can show quite a few on here. Again, AdiBags is very customizable, so you can right click on the bag, do that. You can, which I made a mistake on before, which is the nameplates. So I don't use the LBY standard nameplates, I use an add-on called threat plates. Now, despite the name, this isn't just something for tanks, it's good for anybody, for any kind of UI situation. Really, really clean, nice and minimal and modern. You can see buffs and debuffs on. On there nice and easily, and you can also customize them quite a lot. Now, as with most of my add-ons, I have tweaked this over the years, so I will share my import link to this as well in the description next to the LBY import link too. So look out for that if you just want to straight up copy this and whack it in game. But this add-on does work pretty well straight out the box as well, so you may not need to even tweak it at all. One of the nicest things about this add-on is that when you're, for example, doing a quest where you need to kill a certain amount of enemies, it will show you a percentage or a number, say like 20 out of 30 on the actual nameplate itself, which makes tracking things really easy. Now the next add-on is a big one, which can seem a bit intimidating to people at first, and it's something that you can spend a lot of time tweaking, or you can just use imported profiles and just copy other people's, and that is Weak Auras 2. So don't be scared by this one, it's very easy to use. You simply just install the add-on Weak Auras 2, and then once that's done, if you type /WA in your chat and press enter, you'll find the interface there, and you can go down to import and import Weak Auras. So what are Weak Auras? They're basically added icons and things on your screen. You can't interact with them, but what they'll do is they'll trigger at certain times. For example, the main use of this is to show you your buffs and debuffs and things in combat and keep track of your abilities, such as stacks of buffs that you've got, cooldowns of your spells, cooldowns of your defensives, and for keeping track of procs. I do recommend that as a base for pretty much any player, you get yourself some Weak Auras for your type in your class and spec. So for example, Boss that does some in here. If you don't want this to be on you might want some different that. And they basically just give you usually Weak Auras around that. And they basically just give you that advantage and that extra awareness of what's going on. An example of a small kind of quality of life Weak Aura is the cursor circle that you can see there on the screen. And this one is basically I just literally googled cursor circle Weak Aura, and it was pretty much the first or second one that came up. You just import this and you just forget about it and it's done, and it just shows you where your cursor is. It makes it more easy to see. There's also the GCD on there as well, which is just a nice little added touch. And again, you just install it, forget about it, and it just improves your UI. So they are the 4 big ones that contribute to this change in UI and what I get use of every single playtime. There's just one extra little bonus one for you, which is the minimap button bag. And the more add-ons you get, they usually do come with a minimap icon. You can disable these if you want to, but a nice easy way to manage them is just to get this add-on. It usually automatically puts them into this minimap button menu, this like sort of drop-down icon. But you do have the option to remove certain ones from the drop-down, or you can disable them altogether. It's totally up to you. Now, I'll just include a quick note here on how to install add-ons in 2022. Well, fortunately, it has R2 down. This obviously is easy, but I understand why I like to do all the things. You can still use WoW for some add-ons, like for example LBY, which is a nice easy way to keep LBY updated in just one click each time you want to do that. But the other way,
Dragonflight is right around the corner, like really right around the corner, and the age of add-ons might be going away. Not really, but who knows when you will be able to fiddle with your UI and make it as clean and sexy as ours again. You want it, huh? Then what are you waiting for? Bookmark this video since you will be coming back to it. They always come back. And sit tight because we will go over all of the add-ons you need to have a clean and sexy WoW experience. And in the making of a sexy gameplay experience, I was looking through CurseForge's list of infinite goodies for combat text add-on. I had to use my keyboard buttons to type in some super secret and obscure keywords, combat text, and I came across nameplate, scrolling, combat text, and the rest is history. Damage looks nice, crits look even better. I usually do this every few months to get a fresh addition to our roster of awesomeness, and hey, I'll tell you how to even set it up. But for sure wouldn't have known about this scrolling combat text, and the rest is his plate. Scrolling combat text, and I came across nameplate, scrolling combat text, and the rest is history. Damage looks nice, crits look even better. I usually do this every few months to get a fresh addition to our roster of awesomeness, and hey, I'll tell you how to even set it up. But for sure wouldn't have known about this beauty without CurseForge's way of answering my call for a combat text add-on with a combat text add-on response. And who knows what other hidden gems lie there undiscovered. So go ahead and download the app from the description, as it will help us as much as it will help you. And cheers CurseForge for sponsoring the video. We will start off with the big kahunas, since I will be going into some details about how they are set up to have them look like what we are using. First, we start with the most obvious, and that is SUI. Start by going into the standard Blizzard menu first and click Interface, go to Raid Profiles and tick Use Raid Style Party Frames. This will make your party health bars all big, fat and juicy. You can adjust the size with the sliders at the bottom and also play with more settings here if you like. After that, once you have SUI installed, the first time you start it off, you get a prompt to install it. If not, simply type in chat /SUI and you'll get here. The settings we use in the general section keeps the theme dark, the font prototype and texture smooth. For the automation, repair, sell and delete are ticked. You can have the cosmetic ones ticked as well and also show FPS and MS. We didn't fiddle with the rest, but feel free to personalize it even more. Second, we have thread plates, and this is gonna be long. Although you can set it up however you want to get it to look like ours, you will need to go into the Blizzard menu, interface options, and open up the thread plates options. In the general tab, select the health bar view, go to the width and set it to 150, while the bar height will be 22. After this, scroll further down and in the foreground section, select the thread plates bar texture, while the background will be set to thread plates empty. The border and elite border will both be set to thin. Check the same as foreground option and set the background transparency to 100%. In the layout tab, change the offset white -10. In the coloring tab next, change the low color to a slightly darker green and the high color to a slightly darker yellow. Same thing further down, while also darkening the red for the hostile NPC's color. Darken the hostile PvP on self on option. Move to the warning glow for threat and darken the yellow and red for the medium threat and those bright colors and basically efficient when you do content where you need to target individual mobs. Let's move on to something simpler. Big debuffs has been an add-on we have been using for years. Although intended for PvP, it has great applications in dungeons as well. To easily make it so you can track the debuffs of your party, make sure your settings look like this. More importantly, having them more evident on your screen. Next, the new addition is nameplate scrolling combat text. This one is quick. Make sure you have it enabled and all the other boxes were unticked. Set the animation speed to 1. Abilities set to vertical down, same as auto attacks. Criticals will be vertical up for both of them, while the misses and parries and late down, same as auto attacks. Criticals will be vertical up for both of them, while the misses and parries and ladies and gents will be a fountain. And
Yo, welcome back. This your boy Bruce, and I'm getting World of Warcraft DF and then up, and then let's go. You feel me? Yeah, hold tight. There we go. Much better. That's that shit. That's that boy. Yeah, round of applause. Welcome back to the stage, Big Mac and extra large fry. This is amazing. Uh, yeah, yeah. We gonna go back to what started it all, son. And first and foremost, let me get rid of this light in the back. Y'all don't need to hear the World of Warcraft music. It's epic as hell. Uh, yeah. So check out add-ons. We'll turn Peggle the fuck off. Alright. Let me turn on some light. There we go. My paragon of sexiness. About to get my WoW on. Like, yo. Yeah. Let's see. Armory. Yeah. Have 2 nameplate add-ons enabled. Threat plays inspiring you on. Okay.
How you doing, man?
Commander!
Hold on. Fishing buddy, I don't need that open. Auto repair, bad boy. Bartender. Cursor trail, I'm keeping on. I ain't never turn that off. DG kill shot, that's a leave on. Fishing buddy getting the love. Um, I might rid of the HUD. I don't know. I might keep it or get rid of it. I don't know. Kill track. I'm keeping that one. Move anything. That's a definite. Keep on. Scrolling nameplate is new. Boot. Oh man. Gotta keep that one on. Postal is useful as shit. Recount. Definitely sexy map. I'm not sure about recount. I might switch that out. Spartan UI stays. But I need to turn off Spartan UIs. Yeah. Alright, let's close that. Let's go to. Oop, that is not the hell it. Alright. So nameplates on tidy options. There we go. Add on. Show me options. Let's see. Unit frames. No. Modules. Nameplates. I don't got nameplates active on it. What the Let's see. That is still on there? Yo. Okay. It's been a while. I'm gonna have to test this out. Thank God I can fucking heal. Uh, what? Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. So that's specifically locked in. Cool. Now I know what's on that. Alright. Edit mode. Gotta get this all lined back up, man. I, okay. What? What? So, let's go. Unit target. No. Name gun unit friends. Where? Okay, it's got to be under unit player. Um. Where? Okay. Okay, well, moving thing gonna let me do it, so I have to figure it out. It's in Spartan UI.
What is it? Dark Lady watch over you. Beware the living.
Uh, what the fuck? Hello? Man, qualifier additional. Bloop. Whatever you call them for, you can keep all that advertising to yourself. Don't need it. All right. Lining this up is the trick. So, promise. All right. All right, cool, whatever. There you go. Now I can see a little bit better on that. Now I need to adjust. All right, buff, debuff. Okay, so I have to reset this at some point. Edit mode. There. What the? Okay. All right, let's close that. Let's go to options. There we go. I likes that one. Swirl of Nature's nice. White Sparkle's nice. Um, I like that. Ring of Bones. That even sounds extra. Okay. I don't want swirling. I want that pulsating green blue. Not that one. Yeah, I feel like okay. Yeah, we'll do that for a week. Boy, so much shit getting done. Don't need none of those. Show socket jimming details. Okay. Okay. I'm keeping my ice hood. All right, scrolling combat text. Oh yeah, it's time to light a cigarette for this shit to get this right. Where is the nicotinum? Gotta get them. Need something to drink too. I said, buy you a drink. Woo woo. Gonna play some wild with me. Enemy. Hold on, hold on. We got
Enabled and all the other boxes were. Next, the new addition is nameplate scrolling combat text. This one is quick. Make sure you have it enabled and all the other boxes were unticked. Set the animation speed to 1. Abilities set.
vertical down, vertical up, fountain, vertical down, vertical up, shadow in the text, outline. What?
It's a vertical down, same as auto attacks. Criticals will be vertical up for both of them, while the misses and parries and ladies and gents will be a fountain. And yeah, tick and big and crits because big numbers are fucking awesome. Set the font to SUI, enable the outline and
SUI fonts. Whoa. Hold on. We're missing something. I think some shit called SUI. Mm-hmm. Drunkard Suicide Kings. Alright, so what the fuck does it do? Oh, okay, I don't need.
text shadow, scroll, and yeah, tick and big and crits because big numbers are fucking awesome. Set the font to SUI, enable the outline and text shadow, scroll to the bottom and slide that sweet and big and crit scale slider to.
Alright, so nameplates. Let's go back. This dude has some SUI shit. Hold on.
Have them look like what we are using. First, we start with the most obvious, and that is SUI. Start by going into the standard Blizzard menu first and click Interface, go to Raid Profiles and tick Use Raid Style Party Frames. This will make your party health bars all big, fat, and juicy. You can adjust the size with the sliders at the bottom and also play with more settings here if you like. After that, once you have SUI installed, the first time you start it off, you get a prompt to install it. If not, simply type in chat /SUI and you'll get here. The settings we use in the general section keeps the theme dark, the font prototype, and texture smooth. For the automation, repair, sell, and delete are ticked. You can have the cosmetic ones ticked as well and also show FPS and MS. We didn't fiddle with the rest, but feel free to personalize it even more. Second, we have thread plates, and this is gonna be although you can set it up. Next, the new addition is named Controlling Combat.
Never mind.
This one is quick. Make sure you have it enabled and all the other boxes were unticked. Set the animation speed to 1. Abilities set to vertical down, same as auto attacks. Criticals will be vertical up for both of them, while the misses and parries and ladies and gents will be a fountain. And yeah, tick and big and crits because big numbers are fucking awesome. Set the font to SUI. One abilities set to vertical down at 55. The reason for this is to quickly see what debuffs you can interact with by having them more evident on your screen. Next, the new addition is nameplate scrolling combat text. This one is quick. Make sure you have it enabled and all the other boxes were unticked. Set the animation speed to 1. Abilities set to vertical down, same as auto attacks. Criticals will be vertical up for both of them, while the misses and parries and ladies and gents will be a fountain. And yeah, tick and big and crits because big numbers are fucking awesome. Set the font to SUI, enable the outline and text shadow, scroll.
Okay, now I can set my font because put it on scurry. Nah, we want them shits big, so.
Up for both of them, while the misses and parries and ladies and gents will be a fountain. And yeah, tick and big and crits because big numbers are fucking awesome. Set the font to SUI, enable the outline and text shadow, scroll to the bottom and slide that sweet and big and crit
Scroll modifier. We're gonna scroll them shits big.
scale slider to fucking max. Weak auras is shadow, scroll to the bottom and slide that sweet and big and crit scale slider to fucking max. Weak auras is next, and this is something we could talk about for hours. We recommend you use whatever and however many weak auras you like. To get the weak auras you want, go to waggle.io and search for what you want to have on your screen, or since we probably use one from each of them. Details is another important one. If you want yours to look like ours, first of all, make sure you check the auto erase trash segments. Next, create a second window, which
yeah, settings. Details. Brett plays and Spartan UI inputs again. Dude, my armory is pissing me off. Maybe I gotta update it. Yeah, probably sticky tires. Anyway. Armor's getting disabled. I can't do it. Add-ons. Reload UI. Huh. So we need to go. There, now it's in the middle. Alright. Alright. Now to do this.
Details is another important one. If you want yours to look like ours, first of all, make sure you check the auto erase trash segments. You check the auto erase trash segments. Next, create a second window which you can align above or under the first one.
What a What?
Yours to look like ours, first of all, make sure you check the auto erase trash segments. Next, create a second window which you can align above or under the first one. We usually keep them next to the action bars, one showing damage done and the other healing done. Next, move on to the bars.
let's see. Let's adjust this. Is that it? Subquest. Options.
segments. Next, create a second window which you can align above or under the first one. We usually keep them next to the action bars, one showing damage done and the other healing done. Next, move on to the bars general section and change the texture to ground. Enable the border and set it to 0.10 and
the ground border. Yo, where's the border at? Enable color border. Border enabled.
disable align text columns. Next, move the bars general section and change the texture to ground. Enable the border and set it to 0.10 and this disable align text column. Next, move to the bars text section. Check the text shadow for both sides. Add a separator, we use the full stop. Next, shadow for both sides. Add a separator, we use the full stop. Next, change the section for skins and use the save.
Dude, I swear that is not good enough. All right.
Next, move on to the bars general section and change the texture to ground. Enable the border and set it to 0.10 and disable align. Text columns. Next, move to set it to 0.10 and disable align text columns. Next, move to the bars text section. Check the text shadow for both sides. Add a separator, we use the full stop.
You said text shadow both sides. What the where?
Text columns. Next, move to the bars text section. Check the text shadow for both sides. Add a separator, we use the full stop. Next, change the section for skins and use the save skin legion. And that's it. If you like doing dungeons a lot and want to keep track of your party's cooldowns, get Omni CD, which you can access by typing /Omni CD in the chat. We don't really use any specific changes, just make sure that in dungeons subsection you have it enabled. What we enjoy here are the party cooldowns that we can see attached to the frame, as well as the interrupts of each person. For your bags, get Addy bags. I keep the scale to 100 and bag height to 64%. Backpack is set to 20 and bank set to 8. These can usually be adjusted depending on your monitor resolution, so they fit
that all over again? Damn it.
Details is another important one. If you want yours to look like ours, first of all, make sure you check the auto erase trash segments. Next, create a second window. Yours to look like ours, first of all, make sure you check the auto erase trash. Segments. Next, create a second window which you can align.
I hate to scroll out.
You check the auto erase trash segments. Next, create a second window which you can align above or under the first one. We usually keep them next to the action bars, one showing damage done and the other healing done. Next, move on to the bars general section and change the texture to deground. Enable the border and set it to 0.10 and disable align text. Text columns. Next, change the texture to deground. Enable the border and set it to 0.10 and disable align text columns. Next, move to the bars text section. Check the text shadow for both sides. Add a separator, we use the full stop. Next, change the section for skins and use the Save Skin Legion, and that's it. Separator, we use the full stop. Next, change the section for skins and use the Save Skin Legion, and that's it. If you like doing dungeons a lot and want to keep track of your party's cooldowns, get Omni CD, which you can access by typing /Omni CD in the chat.
Alright, so I do need to get Omni CD, don't I?
We don't really use any specific changes, just make sure that in Dungeons subsection you have it enabled. What we enjoy here are the party cooldowns that we can see attached to the frame, as well as the interrupts of each person. For your bags, get Addy bags. I keep this
Omni CC. Don't I got Omni already? Thought I had Omni CC. Shit. No, the fuck I don't. Shit, Omni CD. Make this easier for myself, shall I? Go boop. Oh, cool, because I'm special like Ed. We're gonna go like this and bloop and go boop. Alright, so is this the one? It looks like it. Party cooldown tracker. CC. What? The fuck? Oh my god. Please tell me we got a video on here. Okay, let's go back to Omni. CD. I type that by itself in there. This is what I get. .7.1. Let me see the versions. That just came out. Hold on. What if I just type Omni in? Because something ain't right. Omnipotent. No. No. See, this the cooldown tracker was. See, this Omni CC right here. What the fuck am I missing? Okay. That cannot be. That does not look. Hold on.
Just make sure that in dungeons, which you can act if you like doing dungeons a lot and want to keep track of your party's cooldowns, get Omni CD, which you can access by typing /Omni CD in the chat. We don't really use any specific
Track border, something border. Is that tree bonker? Install. Yeah, it's tree bonker. That's who that is. That's who that is. I'm sitting over here trying to figure out who wrote the damn program. The damn mod. This is the shit I get. Okay. Anywho. In the process of getting my shit together. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god.
Dragonflight is right around the corner, like really right around the corner, and the age of add-ons might be going away. Not really, but who knows when you will be able to fiddle with your UI and make it as clean and sexy as ours again. You want it, huh? Then what are you waiting for? Bookmark this video since you will be coming back to it. Fucking awesome. Set the font to SUI, enable the outline and text shadow, scroll to the bottom and slide that sweet embiggen crit scale slider to fucking max. Weak auras is next, and this is something we could talk about for hours. We recommend you use whatever and however many weak auras you like. To get the weak auras you want, go to waggle.io and search for what you want to have on your screen, or simply browse by category. The ones we recommend you have are rateability timeline and a spec weak aura to help you track your procs, cooldowns and such. You can simply search with your spec name and get a bunch of results. A couple of people we recommend you check out since they do weak auras for multiple specs are Public, Ipsay, Afanar and Luxtos. They show almost the same things, just with a different look. Choose the one for your preference, since we probably use one from each of them. Details is another important one. If you want yours to look like ours, first of all, make sure you check the auto erase trash segments. Next, create a second window, which you can align above or under the first one. We usually keep them next to the action bars, one showing damage done and the other healing done. Next, move on to the bars general section and change the texture to D-ground. Enable the border and set it to 0.10 and disable align text columns. Next, move to the bars text section. Check the text shadow for both sides. Add a separator, we use the full stop. Next, change the section for skins and use the Save Skin Legion. And that's it. If you like doing dungeons a lot and want to keep track of your party's cooldowns, get OmniCD, which you can access by typing /OmniCD in the chat. We don't really use any specific changes, just make sure that in dungeons subsection you have it enabled. What we enjoy here are the party
that's gotta. I wonder if that's the regular options. Action bars. Where is the chasm? Okay, so we ain't doing that. It's supposed to be spell time. Need some time to do. It's the process of figuring that shit out. God damn. There, without the options menu in my damn way. Can I figure them all out? Is those blizzard cooldown? Okay.
I don't have a target.
What the fuck button is that? Is that this? Yes, sir. God, I gotta relearn all my keybinds. It's been that long. So I have to figure out how to get this right. like spell timers. Cooldown. Alright, I just gotta go out, mess with it. That's all there is to it.
I am forsaken.
Headhunter.
Okay, it is what it is. Let's go.
Multi-kill. Mega kill.
You tell me I can't skin these bugs? Bruh. Okay. So you can't skin them. so. See if I can reload the UI and get my other shit going. Threat plates. Always should have. Let's go style, shall we? Change settings. Yeah, setting this is awesome. Oh my god. Status text, level text, scale. Yo, I really don't. Name, custom name, plays, widgets. Okay, why can... Widgets. So we know we're not doing that. I cannot figure it out. Okay, so it's because I have a whole bunch of shit. Okay, let's go. Interface. Interface. My name. NPC names. All NPC names. Okay. Critters. Friendly players. Just my nuts. Nameplates and minions. No. Minor. Stack. Now we'll go back to guide adventure, guide alerts. Hello? Cool. I'm putting my phone on. I can't figure that out, but it is what it is, and it is what it ain't. I gotta log out. Go add-ons. Alright, so apparently we'll be going into this again after I go on the CC, probably go down. Alright, so let's see. Anyways, while I was
party cooldowns that we can see attached to the frame, as well as the interrupts of each person. For your bags, get Addy bags. I keep the scale to 100 and bag height to 64%. Backpack is set to 20. The text font is SUI with the size 16. And last one in the section is Doom Cooldown Pulse. This is basically the flashing, fading icons you sometimes see on our screens for the basic cooldowns. Type /DCP in chat and you will get some very simple options. If you click unlock at the bottom, you can position it where you want it. We have it to the right hand side. Set the sliders like we have here, and if you like it, just lock it and then you are done. You can add or remove spells with the blacklist and whitelist options, but we made no changes there. Now that we are done with the big setups, there are plenty of other add-ons that make your life better, easier, more accessible. I won't go over all of them in detail here, since either most of them are installs and forgets, or the choices are very individual in the way you customize them, and we pretty much made no customization changes. Kicking it off, we have advanced interface options. This baby will bring back some old interface options you can play with, specifically the max camera distance. Angry Keystones makes the Mythic Plus UI more straightforward.
Advanced interface options, huh? this.
Angry keystones makes the Mythic Plus UI more straightforward and helpful while also slapping your key in the little pedestal when you click on it. With it, Astral Keys works perfectly, especially if you run keys with guildies, friends, or simply want to see who has what key. For that, type !keys in chat and everyone who uses this add-on will reply with their key. Obviously, we cannot forget the most important add-ons for PvE mechanics. Bigwigs for raids and its dungeon counterpart Littlewigs. These will make tracking the mechanics easier and they are less invasive than DBM, which you can definitely go for instead. DBM is more obvious with bigger alerts and tells. Use your own preference. Additionally, we use quartz for spellcasting bars. It makes them bigger and easier to spot, making timing for casts or interrupts way easiar to get. And speaking of, for those hardcore PvE activities, focus interrupt sounds is an easy add to get. And speaking of, for the reference. Additionally, we use quartz for spellcasting bars. It makes them bigger and easier to spot, making timing for casts or interrupts way easier to get. And speaking of, for those hardcore PvE activities, focus interrupt sounds is an easy add-on to use that will play sounds when you can and need to interrupt a spell. To go with that, method raid tools and mythic dungeon tools will help you organize and plan your encounters easier. Sometimes they may be mandatory if you have a guild or pre-made group that wants to make sure the content is clear properly. Also, with these you can get the Radar.io add-on. Although the basic UI shows the same Mythic Plus score, Radar.io helps you see what dungeons you or your person of interest has cleared and at what level. Same for raid progression actually. For your mission table, use Covenant Mission Helper and TLDR missions to set up easy and quick missions. Venture Plan is a sketchy add-on that hasn't been updated in forever. I use it, but it might not work properly for everyone. To go with your basic UI, Deja character stats is what we use to show a more detailed representation of your character stats. Make sure you disable the item level option if you will also get O item level as well, which we have, since they both help give you more info about a character, but each one does their own thing better. Great Vault is a neat add-on when you do a lot of content and maybe on more alts, so you can see what your vault eligibility is from pretty much anywhere in the world. Similarly, Soul Ash Tooltip makes tracking your legendary upgrades easier, especially if you want to craft a lot of them, either on your main or multiple alts and maybe on different eye levels. And all this talk about alts cannot be done without saved instances. This neat information screen shows everything you have done on your alts in terms of content, dailies, even gold across your account if you click and hover over your alt's name. When going out in the world to do dailies and other such things, take World Quest list first to easily manage the world quests you want to do based on what rewards you are after. Zereth Mortis Puzzle Helper will literally do what the name says, all for the purpose of efficiency, while Handy Notes will give you a direction if you are hunting treasures, rares, and other such things. Scrap is an add-on that sells your junks and grays automatically. This is a much bigger relief if you do daily stuff, which will have your bags fill with quite a bit of gold in actual junk you will actually want to sell. If you have watched our spec guides so far, you hear us talk about simming. Well, get Simulation Craft, and by typing in chat /simc, you'll get your character's details that you can copy and paste on raidbots.com for those accurate and updated sims. We have a video on it. If gold is your thing, or simply you want to efficiently sell basic stuff on the auction house, Trade Skill Master is a must. This is a bigger investment since it also requires a desktop app that will monitor the markets across realms in the background. If you want to set this up, go to tradeskillmaster.com and all the info and guiding you need to start your gold making journey will be there. And in closing, Minimap Button will make all those add-ons that by now are clogging up your minimap neatly organized into one little icon you can click and then browse them individually. And that's how you get a UI facelift. And look,
whoa, go back to that one. That was Minimap Button Bag.
Add-ons that by now are clogging up your minimap neatly organized.
Son, they wild. better. Okay. Map button back, huh? Man, I gotta know what that one's like in my life. While I'm at it, I need to look for auctioneer. Let's type in auction, see what I got. Oh, I gotta go to an actual auction house, I think. I think that's what my fucking problem is. Link Wrangler install. Alright, so we got, what is it, mini map? Reborn, huh? Alright, I'll take it.
Into one little icon you can click and then browse them individually.
Alright, he said quality of life, baby. Hit me with
Now
the
that
quality.
we are done with the big setups, there are plenty of other add-ons that make your life better, easier, more accessible. I won't go over all of them in detail here, since either most of them are installs and forgets, or the choices are very individual in the way you customize them, and we pretty much made no customization changes. Kicking it off, we have advanced interface options. This baby will bring back some old interface options you can play with, specifically the max camera distance. Angry Keystones makes the Mythic Plus UI more straightforward and helpful while also slapping your key in a little pedestal when you click on it. With it, Astral Keys works perfectly, especially if you run keys with guildies, friends, or simply want to see who has what key. For that, type !keys in chat and everyone who uses this add-on will reply with their key. Obviously, we cannot forget the most important add-ons for PvE mechanics. Bigwigs for raids and its dungeon counterpart Littlewigs. These will make tracking the mechanics easier and they are less invasive than DBM, which you can definitely go for instead. DBM is more obvious with bigger alerts and tells. Use your own preference. Additionally, we use quartz for spellcasting bars. It makes them bigger and easier to spot, making timing for casts or interrupts way easier to get. And speaking of, for those hardcore PvE activities, Focus Interrupt Sounds is an easy add-on to use that will play sounds when you can and need to interrupt a spell. To go with that, Method Raid tools and Mythic Dungeon tools will help you organize and plan your encounters easier. Sometimes they may be mandatory if you have a guild or pre-made group that wants to make sure the content is clear properly.
Right.
Also, with these you can get the Radar.io add-on. Although the basic UI shows the same Mythic Plus score, Radar.io helps you see what dungeons you or your person of interest has cleared and at what level. Same for raid progression actually. For your mission table, use Covenant Mission Helper and TLDR missions to set up easy and quick missions. Venture Plan is a sketchy add-on that hasn't been updated in forever. I use it, but it might not work properly for everyone. To go with your basic UI, Deja character stats is what we use to show a more detailed representation of your character stats. Make sure.
Hold on. Let's see. Add bad, angry keystone, debuff details, focus interrupts, garrison commander. There we go. Quartz. Fuck, I have to get quartz again. Right, let me not do that and go. Cast log, detail. Yo, you can legit just put in keybindings for the.
Make sure you disable the item level option if you will also get all item level as well, which we have, since they both help give you more info about a character, but each one does their own thing better. Great Vault is a neat add-on when you do a lot of content and maybe on more alts, so you can see what your vault eligibility is from.
Alright, I know I'm gonna have to play around with it, figure out some stuff. Let's see what we got here. Go back to Does Army have a fucking says up to date, Army needs to go because that's causing me some issues.
Pretty much anywhere in the world.
Right, probably watch
Similarly,
like one more
Soul
video,
Tooltip makes
give it
tracking
like
your
another,
legendary
like,
upgrades
30,
easier,
40
especially if you want to craft a lot of them, either on your main or multiple alts and maybe on different eye levels. And all this talk about alts cannot be done without saved instances. This neat information screen shows everything you have done on your alts in terms of content, dailies, even gold across your account if you click and hover over your alt's name. When going out in the world to do dailies and other such things, take World Quest list first to easily manage the world quests you want to do based on what rewards you are after. Zereth Mortis Puzzle Helper will literally do what the name says, all for the purpose of efficiency, while Handy Notes will give you a direction if you are hunting treasures, rares and other such things. Scrap is an add-on that sells your junks and grays automatically. This is a much bigger relief if you do daily stuff, which will have your bags fill with quite a bit of gold and actual junk you will actually want to sell. If you have watched our spec guides so far, you hear us talk about simming. Well, get Simulation Craft, and by typing in chat /simc, you'll get your character's details that you can copy and paste on raidbots.com for those accurate and updated sims. We have a video on it. If gold is your thing, or simply you want
like a virgin. Do 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 do. Ten point oh. Give me those. Let's go. 80 plus add-ons. Jesus Christ. Somebody has no life. And I appreciate it. Oh, it's a girl. Okay, never mind. Never.
Hi y'all, Greg and Latte here. It's high time I did an updated list of all the add-ons I am currently using. So here it is for Shadowlands. I'm going to hop through these quickly and give you a tiny preview of each one, so I won't spend much time on each since there's so many. So, without further ado, let's jump into it. Action Bar Profiles. This lets you save your spec's talents, ability placement, keybinds, and so on to a profile that you can then copy onto another character. A super must-have for alts. Add-on Control Panel. This lets you save your add-ons into profiles, which can be loaded on other tag to the adventure guide to show if you've done anything in that instance. Altaholic. This one tracks almost everything you need to know about your alts. Rep, item level, professions, you name it. It even keeps track of items, which is super nice when your team suggests and will auto-confirm static pop-ups does as its name suggests and will auto-confirm many dialog boxes that will ask you yes or no questions. It's got a lot of options in it, so turn off what you don't want. It's not been updated for a long time now, but it still works just fine. So I'm sure Auto Loot Plus does exactly what you'd expect. It makes your auto loot windows faster. It's nice. Auto Turn-In, another obvious add-on by name, will automate picking up and turning in quests for you. It's super nice for dailies, Darkmoon Fair, and Quest 1. This also has BOE and Bagnon item level. Let's keep track of your gold on your account. Bagnon BOE and Bagnon item level.
Oh god, I gotta get that.
These additions to Bagnon put BOE and item level tags on items that are in your bags and bank. Battle Pet Battle UI Tweaks does various tweaks, as the name suggests, to your Battle Pet UI. The main one I love it for is this here. It shows the abilities of your enemy pets and their cooldowns. Battle Pet Breed ID. This adds the breed ID to your pets in the collections interface. Better Battle Pet Tooltip. This makes Battle Pet tooltips more useful. As the name suggests, to your Battle Pet UI. The main one I love it for is this here. It shows the abilities of your enemy pets and their cooldowns. Battle Pet Breed ID. This adds the breed ID to your pets in the collect. Battle Pet is here. It shows to your Battle Pet. Pet UI. The main one I love it for is this here. It shows the abilities of your enemy pets and their cooldowns. Battle Pet Breed ID. This adds the breed ID to your pets in the collections interface. Better Battle Pet Tooltip. This makes Battle Pet tooltips more useful. Battle Pet Tooltip. This makes Battle Pet tooltips more useful. Buy 'em all. This lets you buy items from vendors in stacks rather than individual.
Bagging on. We got bagging on BOE. And bagging on BOE. And
Bags and bank. Battle Pet Battle UI Tweaks does various tweaks, as the name suggests, to your Battle Pet UI. The main one I love it for is this here. It shows the abilities of your enemy pets and their cooldowns. Battle Pet Breed ID. This adds the breed ID to your pets in the collections interface. Better Battle Pet Tooltip. This makes Battle Pet tooltips more useful than individually. Can I mog it? This is a better way of tracking your account's mod collection via tooltips and icons. Cinematic Canceller does exactly what the name suggests. It auto-cancels cinematics before they can even start. I like to use it for leveling, but don't forget to turn it off during new content. Classic Quest Log. This makes your default quest log look like this, and you can still access the other one too. Convert Ratings. This adds a percentage to all of your stats. Covenant Mission Success Estimates, Covenant Mission Helper, and Adventure Plan all do different things to help make your Shadowlands mission tables much easier. By combining all three, I have a cleaner UI that's easy to use, a way to help optimize my teams, and even 2 different spots for success estimates. Dija Character Stats. This turns your character panel stats into this nice list. You can move stuff around and turn things on and off as well. Derangement Minimap Blips. This makes your minimap icons pop out more. Destroy Us Pro is for easy mass disenchanting, milling, and prospecting that creates a macro based on what you want and then just breaks down whatever's in your bag on one button. I really like it for disenchanting the crap ton of cheap gear I get from leveling. Dialogue Key. This lets you skip dialogue with your spacebar without having to change any key bindings. Dynamic Cam. Very customizable camera add-on that lets you set up angles and positions for any situation, which will then automatically function for you. Easy Delete Confirm. Just as the name suggests, this automatically fills in that "Are you sure you want to delete?" window. LVUI is a huge add-on that can completely change every aspect of your UI, from bars to nameplates to chat, and so much more. There's way too much to cover in this one little section. The Fog of War, from super nice if you play all weeks to LVUI, but mainly use it for 2 things: the extension of the merchant frame and the customization of the character pane. Bennick UI, the customization, I mainly use it for the Shadow and Light adds a ton of neat tweaks to LVUI, but I mainly use it for 2 things: the extension of the merchant frame and the customization of the character pane. Bennick UI, the LVUI Edit, Professions tab set up. My UI Mate 2 and Gather Mate below. It's a bit old. This keeps track of all kinds of nodes, such as herbs, ore, and treasure.
Yeah, there it is. That's what I meant. Gather Mate. Because it's no longer Gatherer. Jesus. Gather mate and gather mate data.
And the data portion imports the node's locations for you, rather than having you find them yourself. GB Auto Deposit is a super simple add-on that one of my Discord members made for me and shared on Curse. It simply auto-deposits the gold in your bags into the guild bank every time you open the guild bank, and then leaves a specific amount that you've specified in your bags. /GBAD will let you set that amount. Of course, this is only recommended if you have a personal guild bank to save your gold in, so users beware. Help Me Play is similar to Auto Turn-In, but it's specific for questing with a few extra things. One of my lovely Discord members made this and shared it on Curse. It also accepts and turns in quests and automates most dialogue included, quests in Ardenweald and Maldraxxus that need it. Immersion. This spices up the WoW quest and NPC dialogue frames into a more modern look. Inactive reputation headers lets you set those pesky drop-down reputations in your list to inactive. The Tillers, the Anglers, and a few others from Northrend can't be hidden even after you hit Exalted because they're tabby drop-downs instead of just a regular. No, I don't need that rep anymore. Base game does show these icons when you're zoomed into a zone, but not on the whole continent map anymore. Instance portals marks where dungeons and raids are on the world map. The base game does show these icons when you're zoomed into a zone, but not on the whole continent when zoomed out. So, this add-on can help with navigation. Item Analysis. This adds more information to player tooltips, including item level. Kib quest mobs.
Wow, I forgot how much work WoW is.
This add-on can help tooltips, including item analysis. This adds more information to player tooltips, including item level. Kib quest mobs. This adds an exclamation point over mobs that you need for quests. King Kong frame fader. Point over mobs that you need for quests. Kib quest mobs. This adds an exclamation point over mobs that you need for quests. King Kong frame fader. This highly customizable add-on lets you fade out any frame in the game, including point over mobs that you need for quests. King Kong Frame Fader. This highly customizable add-on lets you fade out any frame in the game, including other add-ons. KUI Nameplates and KUI Nameplates Elite. Super customizable nameplates. Nuff said. Mask and its additions. This adds unique skins to your action bars, buffs, and other similar things. Mount Journal Enhanced. This changes the mask and its additions. This adds unique skins to your action bars, buffs, and other similar things. Mount Journal Enhanced. This changes the Mount Journal UI a little and adds totals as well as filters. Move Anything. This lets you move and resize any base UI windows. Really handy. New Openables. This creates a button that will show anytime you have an item in your bags that you can open or use, like gear tokens, chests, and recipes. No Thunder Totem Map. This prevents the Thunder Totem map from showing them in your bags that you can open or use, like gear tokens, chests, and recipes. Them in your bags that you can open or use. This size any base UI windows. Really handy. New Openables. This creates a button that will show anytime you have an item in your bags that you can open or use, like gear tokens, chests, and recipes. No Thunder Totem Map. This prevents the Thunder Totem map from showing while in Thunder Totem and instead shows High Mountain. No Zone Spam Remover removes this yellow area text announcement you see here on screen. I like to use a weak aura for this instead, seen here above it. A friend gave this to me years ago, so it wasn't uncursed. You can find it in my GitHub in this description, as well as my weak auras on wago.io. Opie and Opie Mask. This creates customizable rings that contain anything you want, from abilities to toys to mounts. Paragon Reputation. This changes your reputation bars to be more obvious about your Paragon ranks. Thanks Buffs, the fan update. This is an add-on that has customizable buffs and debuffs. I like this add-on and is continuing to update. This adds more functionality to your mailbox, such as a list of your alts, guildies, and remembering who you've mailed. Pratt 3.0. Customizable chat frames that even have fade options. I prefer this over LVY's chat frames. Profession Assistance. This shows where materials such as herbs and ore come from in their tooltip. I really like it for prospecting and enchanting materials. Profession Assistance. This shows where materials such as herbs and ore come from in their tooltip. I really like it for prospecting and enchanting materials. Quester. Changes your quest list UI to be a bit more colorful. It also adds quest item buttons and sounds for completing quests to enchanting materials. Quester. Changes your quest list UI to be a bit more colorful. It also adds quest item buttons and sounds for completing quests. Quest Together. This announces quest progress to party chat. This gets rid of the need to constantly ask your friend if they got everything yet. Random Hearthstone creates a macro that randomizes all of your Hearthstone toys. There's a good handful of these fun toys in the game now, so it's neat to have them selected randomly. I like using it on my Opie like this. Range Display. This gives you a visual range of how far your target or mouse over target is. Rarity. This tracks your tries at special items like mounts and pets, and shows if something drops in a tooltip. It also gives you a faux achievement when you get it. Rematch. A must-have for even casual pet battlers, Rematch remembers your teams and even lets you save them to targets. Retab Binder. A PvP Smart add-on that lets you tab target only players in instance PvP. Roots.
What?
Tab target only players in Retab Binder. A PvP Smart add-on that lets you tab target only players in instance PvP. Routes. A highly customizable add-on that lets you create line routes over zones. You can freehand it or attach it to nodes from GatherMate 2 or Handy Notes. Saved Instances. A super helpful add-on that tracks Sexy Map. Silver Dragon. Similar to Rares, PvPers, including stealth. A fabulous PvP add-on that alerts you to nearby PvPers, including stealthies. Fun fact, the sounds from this are from the old Star Trek shows. Target Nameplate Indicator. This places a target over your target's head, helpful for seeing who you've targeted in a sea of mobs. TD Battle Pet Script and TD Battle Pet Script Rematch allow you to use scripts you can get from sites like Zufu's Pet Guides. Hit right pet battle. Watch movies without messing up my battle. Gives you an arrow to follow. TomTom. A must-have waypoint add-on that gives you an arrow to follow. Total Roleplay 3. This is a super customizable add-on that Master App Helper. This smog tokens. This shows if you need the appearance of unlimited chat message. This allows you to type long messages without needing to stop. It will then post it in segments. UI stuff. Weak Auras is an incredible add-on that lets you cooldown alerts and audibly. Cooldown alerts or go.io and adds these bars over each zone. A must-have. And there we have. Of course, they're as always, like, comment, and
I think I'm gravy for right now. If there's something that comes up I need, I will get it then. But right now, your boy don't need it. Alright, so we're going to get back to the Gizang, but before we do that, we got to log out. Back. Go back into the game. Let's go. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on here.
Is anyone there?
Yo, I didn't mean to pop in that, popped into that. Oh shit. That would be the correct statement to use on this right now.
Eva, you don't understand the forces at play here.
I understand you used me to set them loose. When I can use my legs again, I'm gonna kick your ass!
Your final confrontation with Edril will end in your death. Put it off as long as you can. I'll pray for you.
You know what? Don't! Vincent! Miguel?
Hello, Eva.
Watch out!
¡Alto, no se mueva! ¡Quédese ahí donde
Dios
está!
mío, me han atacado. Dos hombres vestidos de negro salían corriendo. Y están avanzando sobre mí.
Cálmese, señorita, cálmese.
Creo que estaban robando el museo.
Sí, lo sabemos, lo sabemos. Voy a pedir fotos. No se mueva, señorita.
Perdona, seguro que eres un cielo.
Sorry, Audrey. It's gonna take more than that.
Don't let the color fool you, boy. I'll kill you where you stand.
You don't have a prayer!
vengeance.
What the fuck?
I owe you an explanation, I know. But I think getting lost is our first priority. Can you run?
Yeah, I think. Can you?
I'm fine. Let's go.
Oh.
Where are your sisters?
I came alone.
You failed to kill me as a group. You'll find it a lot more difficult on your own.
I didn't come here to kill you. I didn't know where else to go.
Rhea's blood.
What is this? Turning into one of them.
I beg to differ. You were something entirely new.
Where is she? Huh? Where is she?
It seems she has a new protector.
Who?
A young man. Not much of a fighter, but he can take a punch.
Miguel. And the crown?
He's taking it.
I need to find Ava.
Go, I've got him.
Oh.
Levanta.
Camilla, hurry!
Entra.
Let's go. Go.
Calma. You'll get us out of this.
They're still on us.
Let's get that swag channel going.
Yasmin, we have to lose them before we get to the bunker. Please drive faster.
Whatever energy flow is powering the Ark has transitioned. The Ark remains active at a low level without interruption now. I'm observing the process through the quantum frequency glasses in the hopes of finding any detectable energy flow in real time. There appears to be a radiological current feeding through the Divinium in the machine. Whatever this power is, it has to come from our dimension. And the Ark is pulling it from the air like an antenna. Bring my car around, please, now.
So you followed me to Madrid to what? To take the crown?
Oh, I came to help you. Take it.
Look at me. I want answers.
There are things I didn't share with you when we first met.
I
was sent here to help you.
By who? From where? But
I came here from the other side.
from Adriel's realm?
It's not Adriel's realm. Look, I can help you stop him.
How?
We have to keep moving.
Don't stop at the cinema, don't slow down. Just keep driving.
What is it, more police?
Graba, graba, graba!
Recount I need to turn off.
Again.
What about Ava and Beatrice?
We'll call for them when we know where we're going. For now, we need to disappear.
Todo esto es culpa tuya. Tú les has avisado.
No me ha hecho falta. Israel is everywhere.
So if you're like Adriel, why can't you stop him yourself?
I'm not like Adriel at all.
Then what are you? Are you human?
Yes, I'm human. Mostly. Look, I got dragged into this, like you.
From who?
I can't tell you. Not yet.
You could have told me all this back in Switzerland, you know.
I couldn't reveal the truth until I was certain you were the Halo bearer. Once I knew, you were gone. To be fair, you weren't honest with me either.
Fair.
I wish I had been honest with you, Ava. Truth is, I got caught up.
World Quest
Just having
Tracker.
fun. My life before was not fun.
Well, I can understand that. I definitely can.
Made by
Okay, so
Turd.
if you're not like
Stop.
Adriel, then what?
Flashball. We need to get off the bridge, find a place to hide. We cannot let them find the crown.
They're wearing gas masks. And this fog is getting thicker. This may be the new plague. We have to follow them.
I don't think that's wise.
When you're ready to tell me your whole story, then you can make the decisions.
I'm so sorry.
We don't have a spare.
We have to leave it here then. Pray for another solution.
Thank you, God.
Fine.
Levántate. Arriba.
Maria.
Come on. Come here. Do you know how to hotwire a truck? What? No. All right, Camila will show you. Move.
Auto repair auction. Right.
Hey, are you okay?
I had a weird feeling for him.
Is it because Vincent hit you like 30 times?
I can take a punch.
Yeah, I saw that. It's avoiding them that seems to be the trouble.
So we're friends again now.
I don't know.
Gather mate.
No one I've met from the other side has been too trustworthy so far.
Portals.
You can trust me. I promise. I was sent here that you and I could finish Adriel. Not just put the crown on him and lock him away this time. Ava, together, we can kill him.
Kill him. I thought he couldn't be killed in this realm.
We can. But only you and I can do it.
How? What was that? That scream.
You okay? It's the fog. It's poisoning our minds. I feel it too.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
They're guarding the gate. We're gonna have to find our way in.
Believe it or not, I have a subtler idea.
That was very cool.
I know.
In my long, long life, I've never seen anything quite like this. What do you remember?
I was impaled on a Tarrasque's claw. The world dissolved and then... nothing. I don't remember. They made me this way?
She made you this way.
Who?
Someone who's been chasing me in the halo for centuries. That is the sole part.
Oops. Wait a minute, hold on. Omni CC. Add-ons. Alright, so are you telling me I don't got a hard straight to Orgrimmar?
Purpose of the Tarrasques. To take us back home.
Why did she do this to me?
The Tarrasque's time on this world is limited. Unlike yours.
She wanted to use me. To bring you back.
Yes. She didn't count on your strength. Your free will. Look at me. It's up to you to decide what to do with this power. You alone. For the first time in your life.
Yasmin. Huh? You're safe. You can slow down now.
Oh my god. That was exciting. I'm shaking.
Yeah, your blood sugar's low. I'm gonna see if I can find us something to eat.
She's new. And she's none of your business.
I'm sure you're hungry, right? I apologize for the fruit shapes.
Oh.
It's an erotic pastries fan.
Unidad 16, ¿verdad? ¿Cuál es la ubicación de los sospechosos?
Se ha visto un hombre y una mujer en sus 20 corriendo oeste hacia la isla.
Hello.
Julian. Julian! Julian, where are you going? Please. Please, look, wait. Jillian, please, wait.
It's okay. Just watch him.
I can explain.
Good. And tell me what the hell you've been doing to my company, my building.
It's good news. I'm completing your mission.
Oh, really? Because it looks to me like you've spent vast amounts of my money to build a church for a cult.
Your goal is to use technology as a bridge to God, correct? Today, we have achieved that direct link with our new partner.
You can't be serious.
But I am. You of all people should understand. Adriel spoke through your...
Have a good one.
He used my son, misused my science.
Michael didn't just come up with the art, no. It was a divine gift from Adriel after he'd been entombed for over 1,000 years. Don't you want to know why? He's a living miracle. If only you could see the breakthroughs we've made.
I want no part in this, and I'm putting an end to it.
I don't see how. Nothing I've done violates the terms of our contract. Anyway, why would you want to? You're already part of this. You built his portal to the other side. You helped to release him from his captivity. Embrace him, and he will reward you with the truth you seek. Open your eyes, Jane.
I trust in you.
Maybe
Ava?
that'll... Because I
Too
can't.
late, B. There's no point in hiding. I know what you are.
No, please stop.
I know what you are! You're not real!
This is not real. It's not real. It's a plague. It's a plague.
Look. Up there.
We can't go in there.
Okay. Well, you wait for me here then.
Solamente Adri puede salvarte de tus miedos más oscuros. ¿Lo aceptáis como vuestro salvador?
Sí. Sí. Yes. Awesome. Yeah.
Entonces entra.
It's too far away.
Great.
Oremos. Cantad conmigo. Alabado sea Adriel. ¿Habéis acudido aquí hoy? Porque habéis sentido la pesada mano del diablo agarrándose de vuestras almas. Habéis permitido que vuestros temores os consuman, pero no temáis más. Adriel está con vosotros. ¡Alabado sea Adriel! Podéis sentirlo. Podéis sentir su poder atravesando vuestro cuerpo. ¡Alabado sea Adriel! Nunca más estaréis solos. ¡Alabado sea Adriel! Traerme a esa chica.
That fog.
Fear, confusion. Definitely Adriel's nose plague.
Tú, gloriosa discípula, ¿aceptas a Adriel como tu único salvador?
There's a demon here.
I know.
What? You can see demons too? Is there anything else I need to know before I go up there and stomp it into mist?
Eva, we can't expose ourselves.
Sí. Di que sí, hija. Di que sí.
She's just an innocent girl.
Eva, it's not just one demon.
They're all possessed. These must be the ones who targeted the UCS.
Adriel la ha curado. Alabado sea Adriel. Alabado sea Adriel. Alabado sea Adriel. Alabado sea Adriel. Alabado sea Adriel.
How many other places is this going on?
Take the crown. I'll be okay.
What are you talking about?
He dicho, ¿quién quiere ser el siguiente en ser salvado?
I do.
No.
Oh, Adriel, este joven suplica por su salvación. Te suplica que le liberes de sus miedos. Rezad conmigo. Elevad vuestras plegarias para que Adriel salve a este hombre. Alabado sea Adriel.
can't take him with us. He's a liability. Adrian will find us through him.
It won't matter.
All right. Last but not least, let's make sure I have my party frame up.
Better safe than sorry. You know, with this thing. On your feet.
I just get.
Go.
I think I'm missing something.
Neil.
Face me. I want to believe your actions are not your own. That you've been compromised somehow.
Will you shoot me, Susan? Can you murder me in cold blood?
Like you murdered Shannon.
Shannon was too strong. Too smart. I needed a warrior none I could control.
To unleash the devil.
On that we disagree.
She was the best of us.
I loved her too. Everything I did in quest of a better world.
And so flow the rationales of fanatics.
Adriel is not your savior. Este hombre trae demonios a nuestra iglesia. Es un agente del diablo. Debemos purgarlo de entre nosotros. What kind of aberration are you, boy? Me? You should look in a mirror, mate.
Listen, I know you don't know this, but there's a demon inside you, okay? I can help you, yeah? Okay, big guy. You all right?
Nothing I can't handle.
leg is seized up. I might need your help to walk.
Ladies.
I've got this. Eva, there's too many. They're possessed. They'll kill us all. We have to do something. Let go. Hang on.
I saw questionable things being done to my world, and I tried to stop them.
I cannot.
I was branded a monster for it. Our world's similar that way. Those who have power will do anything to keep it for themselves.
Ava was chosen.
No. If it just happened. Like so many things just happen. The Halo's more than you know, it's more than anyone knows. I didn't just take it to escape my realm. I took it from the hands of those that would use its terrible power for their own ends. Those for whom I was only useful as long as I did their bidding. But now, I finally found a way to balance the scales. You, Lilith, you're my destiny.
Me?
Look around you. You are the personification of power, a woman unleashed. All of this is your doing.
No, it's you. You're doing this.
Look closer! It's time for you to accept what you are. Let go your past. You have more power than any warrior none ever did.
We have to come in another way out. Come on. Down!
Get the Halo out of here now!
Now, while it's distracted. Hang on to me. What? Hang on! What's wrong? What's happening again? Someone switched off the Halo. What kind of power is it? No. We have to help them. No, we're not going back in there. You will die if we don't.
Ava.
Miguel! Are you okay?
All right.
These people, possessed or not, we have to help them.
No. We can't stay here. The fog's moving in again. The police are close.
Where can we go? We can't hide.
In our place. Where we'll be safe.
Where?
My home.
When I first saw Ariella, she was beautiful, brave, but broken and dying. That's why I gave her my Halo. Not just to save her. I could see the lies of this world, and how they would eventually lead humanity into chaos. I envisioned that together we could create something new. A new religion based on truth. But I needed her by my side. I loved her. That love clouded my judgment.
1,000 years ago, when Adriel came to Earth, he began to build his own church. Not just any church, but an inverted temple deep underground.
Inverted? Why underground?
There is no historical explanation. Adriel claimed that he wanted to use his church and its power to bring people a new truth, his truth. But Ariella began to mistrust him. She prayed for guidance, and God sent her an answer. In the form of a weapon. Awed by her divine encounter, Ariella took up that new weapon, vowing to bring an end to Adriel's reign. Ultimately,
You corrupted her. It was my fault, you should know. It's a weapon too powerful for any human to bear for too long. The night she came to confront me, I looked into her eyes. And I knew. She would no longer see me as myself. She saw me as
A monster.
Manipulator. Liar. A devil. They fought. Adriel was stronger. Infinitely more powerful. But Ariella had something that he did not have.
Her sisters.
Yes. They were her true power. Her strength. She turned the entire
Earth against me. Alas, she knew I could not be killed, not in this realm.
So she attacked him with a lunge, bringing her dangerously close. Adriel caught the cruciform sword with his right hand. And with his left, he drove his fist into Ariella's internal organs, bringing it up and up to clasp her heart. She'd accomplished what she wanted. To get close to him. With the last of her strength, she placed the crown of thorn on Adriel's head.
She tricked me. She attacked me with a weapon from the other side that rendered me unconscious and powerless. When I finally came to my senses, they were already sealing the cave that would become my prison for 1,000 years.
Ariella made the ultimate sacrifice. And Adriel's temple became his tomb.
So Ariana died to trap him. Well, if it worked once, it can work again. Right?
That's the sole purpose of my order. But, Ava, no one in history has ever defeated Adriel and lived.
Well then, looks like we're gonna have to make history.
This is where Lilith reported in last.
Jillian? We need your help.
I know we're asking for a lot. And I know you're already helping Lilith.
Lilith is gone. Please leave.
What do you mean gone?
Ava. Jillian has sons. Ava. Tell Jillian her son is here.
What's this?
Where's Mom? Mike.
Hello, Mother.
Where's Lilith?
I don't know.
To go where?
I have no idea. All I can tell you is that Lilith was changing. Not just physically, mentally as well. Her mental processes were degrading. She chose to leave, said she'd seek help elsewhere.
You just let her leave in a state like that.
Well,
Interesting.
Interdimensional being with
Be good.
quantum teleportation abilities. What do you suggest I'd done?
Something.
Camilla.
What?
Carry yourself. Sua Santità.
La superiore è sola.
Sì, sono sola.
Ho fatto delle ricerche su Andy.
Ditemi pure.
Ora non posso parlare, ma richiedo la sua presenza a un conclave segreto a Madrid. La sua e quella di tutti gli altri di cui posso ancora fidarmi.
Ci sarò.
Non tutto è perduto, madre. Dobbiamo avere fede.
Have you talked to the angels today? What they say?
He called for me and then the light came when I saw him.
We found the other door.
It'll change everything.
I can still feel Adriel's voice. I'm planting these images in my mind. Using me.
I wish I didn't understand.
How could you?
All I ever wanted was to heal you.
And you did. No. I'm grateful. I'm sorry. This must be very difficult for you.
How long was it for you on the other side?
Hard to say. 14, 15 years.
Must have been so long.
No. I wasn't alone. Hard to say. 14, 15 years.
Must have been so long.
No. I wasn't alone.
Where did you go, Lilith?
She's with me.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
I just had another headache.
How long have you been having headaches?
Since the convent attack. One of the older sisters. She touched me.
Camilla?
I didn't think anything of it at the time, but that's when the headache started. I've been hearing voices.
All right. Come with me.
Come with me, Mommy!
I ran through the portal. On the other side, I found what I thought would be heaven. But it wasn't what I expected. It was empty. Vast. I wandered in a desert. Alone. Terrified. Until I was found by wandering angels. They took me to a shining city. To Rhea.
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 Vial of poison.
It's an entity. Unimaginably powerful. She is Adriel's master.
His master.
She raised me in the halls of her king. Trained me for the day I would come back to her. To stop it.
Stop him. How?
Can't tell you. Not yet.
Where the hell?
It's like synchronicity, isn't it? In the Middle Ages, monasteries would house foreign travelers in secret to protect them from religious
Broken
persecution.
Isles.
So it's only fitting that this is happening in a hotel, if you think about it.
Fitting as it may be, perhaps we should discuss the situation in more private company.
Of course. Thank you for bringing me. This conclave, it's like a dream for me.
When we get in, don't speak. Listen to everything that is said.
Dream, the south of the dream girl.
And not said.
All right,
Note
let's
every
get to it.
detail. Anything that can help.
First things first, I gotta do something about this bag situation.
Sorry, I get carried away.
Never apologize for your gifts. Just use them wisely.
Oh my God. It's the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Screens. Friends, colleagues, thank you for joining me on such short notice. Please, sit.
Archaeology, skinning.
I have gathered you here to discuss an urgent matter. One which threatens the nature of religion itself. You are here today because you remain loyal to your faith and those who represent it. But it's imperative that nothing that we discuss today leaves this room. Matthew chapter 7.
Hey, what you
verse
got,
15
boss?
States,
I thought
"Be
we
aware
getting
of
mixed
false
up in the
prophets,
voodoo.
which come to you in sheep's clothing, when inwardly they are nothing but ravening wolves. Some say that an angel descended from heaven to deliver humanity from evil. But I say that the wolf walks among us.
What was it like for you all those years underground?
It was dark, endless. But unlike the brief candle that is a human life, I'm not finite. I measure time differently. And I am patient. Very patient.
So what are you?
I am the angel Adriel.
So what am I?
I couldn't even begin to explain to you what you are. show you. You trust me? Close your eyes.
What are you doing?
Trust me.
Can I show you something? Is this right?
Michael. Talk to me.
I was wrong to doubt. I thought I could change things. Ray's way is the only way.
You have some scarring. Hold still now. Be calm.
Me? I'm calm.
You're not a very good liar, Camilla.
Beatrice. If Adriel is real, then all the books were wrong. Do you ever think about that?
Of course.
I know it's terrible, but sometimes it's even hard to pray.
Yes. I understand.
And it's not just me. Mother Superior never talks about it, but I know it affects her. And now you.
Got the best deals anywhere.
I'm fine.
You're not much of a liar either.
Oh, you drive a hard bargain.
I'm better than you, anyways.
I'm just trying my best to help everyone, but I never feel like it's enough.
It's not your job to fix everything, Camilla. It's not anyone's job.
Wait a minute. So auctioneer does not work.
When you first joined, I know I gave you a hard time. You had so much potential. And you were such a rookie. I didn't want you to get hurt. You are the best of us. The heart of us. And even if we're not okay right now, we will be.
What is it?
It's divinium.
Looks like some sort of nail.
That's not a nail. It's a cross.
Take it out.
I can't. It's woven into your spinal cord.
Open your eyes.
I never should have trusted you.
I apologize for the pain. But I'm afraid it was the only way.
But why blind me? Why not just kill me?
Open your eyes. Now, tell me what you see.
I see reality. No?
So where is the broken eye? Oh, hold on.
I'm going to
Well,
see
I'm
if Dr. Salvius can help. She may be able to block whatever Adriel is doing with technology.
Okay.
And Camilla?
Huh?
What happened at the museum wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have...
It's okay. Thank you.
Well, if there's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Huh.
Beatrice. Let me know the same.
What do you mean?
I think you know.
I'm sure I do.
You're an Ava.
It's a misunderstanding. It's my duty to worry about the warrior nun and her safety. There's nothing more to it than that.
There's no shame in it. It's easy to fall in love with a warrior nun. It's loving the warrior nun that's the hard part. They're never yours.
How's it going?
Something.
Practicing. Ava! Are you okay?
Follow.
Your hair went out again. Like at the museum or the church.
Yeah. It's getting worse.
How to get there? No clue.
Why do you think that's happening? I don't know.
How am I supposed to know how this thing works? Thought maybe we were training to. I'm fine. Me. I just need to put this thing on his head and then.
I trust you. We'll beat him.
I want to believe your actions are not your own. You've been compromised somehow.
Am I? Somehow.
You know, another good thing about having our Savior among us is that whenever you seek answers,
Get on with it.
you can always just ask him.
Yes. Perhaps I will.
It's all right to you.
I run into some old friends.
You seem unsettled.
Unsettled? No. Excited.
Yes, it is exciting, isn't it? Just 2 more days, my friend.
Feel free to browse.
We shall deliver this world
Be careful.
to Adriel.
To some, Adriel is a prophet. To others, is a savior. I even heard him called the second coming. But in truth, is none of those things. He's a charlatan.
How can that be? We've seen plagues, boils, locusts, this fog of fear. How could an ordinary man create such?
I'm not suggesting that he's an ordinary man. Devil, a demon.
Suppose it is as they say. To evoke the wrath of God.
And I say to you, my I think
How could you know
Dig up information. I know Adriel's secret. Moreover, I know when he will appear to implement the next. And I say to you, just to trust this corrupt entity before he destroys our faith, our church, and our world.
Fire, your hands.
Certainly, he isn't what I think he says he is.
No, you're just afraid, that's all. You fear Adriel. You fear losing the support of your family.
Double kill.
And I can tell you that His Holiness is correct. You cannot afford to wait to confront Adriel.
Who is this person?
I am Yasmin Ami. I am the descendant of a Coptic order that has prepared for Adriel's return for a millennium.
Killing spree.
Beginning what Adriel is. A devil sent to cloud the minds of fearful men.
You would be wise to keep silent, girl, and heed your superiors.
And you would be wise, Archbishop. Listen to someone far more informed than yourself.
How dare you, Superior? Will you allow these women of your flock to speak to me like some common... Basta!
Our sisters are dying. The women of my order have been brutally murdered while you sit and debate the intentions of God. The integrity of a mass murderer. This is not about protecting the church. For ourselves. Adriel poses a global threat to everyone. Faithful and unfaithful alike. If you sit by and do nothing, while Adriel's rise leads to the death of millions. May God have mercy on your souls.
Mother Superior and her enthusiastic apprentice are correct. I didn't call you here to debate. Too many have died. Traitors infiltrated our highest ranks. The time for action has come.
Well said, Holy Father. We have all made grave errors in the way we responded to Adriel. We were to dismiss it. Unwilling.
Grovel on your knees. Beg for your lives.
But who will stand with us today in the greatest theological fight of our lives?
Today, we take the first difficult steps to correct the mistakes of our past.
No!
Praise Adriel.
Say you pray, sister.
You first.
Your underestimation of Adriel
Underscores your failure of leadership. Your original sin scrawled across a newly blank slate. For centuries, you have fallen to your knees for the worship of a man, a myth, a deity you could barely define. Now a savior comes to you, of flesh, and blood, and pure, unquestioned power. Save your pious cries of faith. Today your sins are washed in blood. Praise Adriel!
May Ezra bring you peace.
The enthusiastic one!
Francesco, andiamo! No, it's me, it's me. Check that door, there! Go, go! Hold it.
They're insane.
Not insane. Possessed. Move. Go, 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 go. Mistress over there.
Thank you. Thank you, towards me. I was scared. I couldn't think.
You did well. Just breathe. Breathe. Let me see what you got, okay? Camilla, do you copy?
Mother Superior, I hear you.
The conclave has been compromised. Nearly everyone is dead.
Are you hurt?
I made it out with Dorete and Yasmin, but we're trapped to the 13th floor. There are too many to fight our way out.
What do you need?
Extraction. Your Holiness, drink this.
Without you, Azeroth will surely fall.
So much death. So many turned. When will it? I have no idea.
Francesco, è vero. Is it true? Adriel is using Artex technology to manufacture those plates.
È vero. Adriel is holding a rally at Artec on the morning of the 23rd.
Farewell, my friend, until we meet again.
Hurriedly because
The Illidari are about to be overrun.
Without me expose Adriel. It's too late.
It's not too late. We can still defeat Adriel.
How? Who will stand with us?
Archmage Khadgar, an unexpected surprise.
That weapon will...
Nice weapon you have there. Speak with Jason Alari if you'd like to help.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
FBC. Mediate telephone. Armed and likely possessed. Oh, they're possessed. We can't take them on.
Not in such a confined space.
Azeroth must not fall. Death to the Legion.
Rampage! Rampage!
The energy that Beatrice saw.
Attack us here!
Rain creates. And I think that Adrian has discovered a way to tap into that darkness, to convert it into energy. That's why Christian's has built all this conductive infrastructure.
He's redirecting the energy to himself.
My life for the Legion.
You think he's stealing prayers from God?
Limb from limb. Your Titan gods have abandoned you.
I will get you something.
Lay down your arms. There is no hope left.
Reinforcements.
How did they find us?
They heard the call.
The burning Legion conquers all.
Hey guys. Did I hear Adriel was looking for me?
Bring that one to me.
Notice fully clean.
I'm not going there. I'm just going to They wanted to kill me over there.
Mortal flesh part so easily.
That's his endgame. And this is our best chance to show them the truth.
Part so easily.
I have faith that we can expose Adriel and put an end to this.
Mother Superior, we must hurry.
Are you sure? Shut up. Come back for me.
Just shoot her!
world is hard. Forgive me. And I know that warrior nuns die.
For the Legion!
I'd like to avoid that myself.
We will cleanse the universe.
What do you think that's messing up?
Forgive me, Father, but you have sinned.
May God forgive you, William. And you know exactly what you
Some die by my slaves! Drive them before you!
This is how Ava sees.
No. This is how you see. Only you. You're not changing, Lilith. You're purifying. You were both chosen for a higher purpose. The path we will walk won't be easy. There will be pain. You may feel it. You may cause it. But in the end, we'll create a new existence. One where true power will be shared by everyone, not hoarded by gods. We have the ability to slice through the shadows and reveal the light that casts them.
Okay, I'm gonna try the Spartan UI.
I need you.
Don't act right one more time. I'm gonna have to throw up a new UI. Cause probably have to get evil UI or something. Cause that Spartan UI is acting stupid.
My life.
Alright, so we got we're gonna try to fix this option.
They're all alive, including Mother Superior. How should we proceed?
Grovel on your knees. The burning legion conquers all.
We saved them all.
That room is full of men and guns.
This is where you die.
We need to find another exit.
There's no time.
That's why that room is shooting. Suzanne, our sisters don't know.
They won't need to.
You are not going. Not.
But I'm the warrior.
had been the Halo for 3 months by this point. Gentlemen, you have my sister. I've come to take them.
Dude, Mother Superior was.
It happened.
Mother Superior is the shit. Alright, anyways. We're gonna go back to the Spartan Y. We're gonna launch this.
I see at least 12 men. Armed.
Frames.
Swords and guns. And our sisters.
We're gonna at least have target up here.
How should we proceed? We saved them.
Full of men and guns. It's a death trap. We need to find another entry point.
There's no time. I'm going in.
Don't turn that room into a shooting gallery.
Then I'll deal with
Suzanne, our sisters don't heal like you do.
it. They won't need to.
You are
Die by my blade! Salt land! Boil their seas! Drive them before you!
I have been the Halo for 3 months by this point. Gentlemen, you have my sisters. I've come to take them back.
Go, Mother Superior.
Mortal flesh parts so easily. The Burning Legion conquers all.
We were evenly matched, and I had trained the Halo too much.
Adriel! So sorry.
I don't have a target. I need
And that is how I lost the halo.
Killing spree.
This is where you die! That weapon will not save you! How can such a tiny thing prevail against the might of the Burning Legion?
But I was arrogant enough to keep the entire mission on my shoulders. What am I allowed? But it's even to die. But I was... And that is how I lost the halo. I don't know what caused the halo to reject me. The fact that I use its power on Shannon. But I don't know what caused the halo to reject me. The fact that I used its power on Shannon. But I was arrogant enough to keep the entire mission on my shoulders. What am I allowed? Well, there's even to die. I was thinking that day. No one can carry over against me.
As you know, our numbers have been cut to the bone. Duretti's been captured, and Adriel's supporters are massive worldwide. But thanks to the bravery of Sister Yasmin and Mother Superior, we now know one key element for the very first time: where Adriel will be and when. So,
Adriel will make his appearance at his new cathedral tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We should have a multi-point strike team in position by then.
Sorry. How do we prepare for this? I mean, what do we think Adriel is planning to do?
He wants to announce himself to the world. It's the debut of an angel.
Whatever it is, we'll be ready.
Yes. Here's the blueprint of Adriel's cathedral. It's a fortress. I will give you codes to hack the accesses. Adriel and Christian, who I trusted with my company, have used a mix of my technology and Adriel's abilities to harness the energy of his followers.
I can't use that.
Headhunter.
You and your world will soon perish.
Who knows what else? I believe it's this energy that has been activating the arc
I can't
at regular
use that.
intervals, which leads me to the theory that the Ark must play a part in Adriel's plan.
She's right. Adriel wouldn't have fed me the blueprints as a child. I hadn't got something to do with it.
Michael, given your time on the other side, do you have any idea how this might play out?
Not yet.
Could Adriel have built himself another Ark, do you think?
Unlikely. I mean, there was barely enough divinium in the world to build this one.
Then we should be prepared for him to try and steal it.
I'm sorry, what does the Ark do?
Oh, it's a portal to another realm. Adriel's realm.
Adriel's former realm.
I
The
can't.
fugitive 1,000 years ago.
Perhaps he's trying to go back home?
He's about to take ultimate power on that. No. Has to be something else.
Maybe.
It's still
Maybe he's
recharging.
planning to do something back here.
I can't use that item yet.
Killing spree. Double kill. Can you hear me?
Camilla. You reached out to me on your own. Impressive. Now it's time for you to come home to me, my little warrior.
My life is
The more you
dedicated.
fight, the more you'll suffer. I don't want to see you suffer.
I would suffer 1,000 years in hell before I had submit to you.
Be careful what you wish for.
I understand something now. But communications are too much. Which means send me yours.
I don't see why it changes.
I guess we'll find out.
Advance! Destroy the Illidari! Take Azuna! You are easily dealt with!
Rampage. Double kill.
Waiting beside you. Allowed me to believe that there was another way that could bring us there. You made me believe that we could defeat Adriel. And keep
Azeroth must not fall. Remember, nothing is more important than the Legion's destruction.
But then Jillian showed me the video. Lilith brought back from the other side. I saw her face. And I knew all along she was wrong.
What are you talking about, Michael?
Rhea sent me back. An explosive device. Captain of doing it. It should overwhelm Adriel's ability to heal. It's my destiny to deliver that love. It's your destiny to help me. That's why Rhea sent me to you.
So what's my part in all this?
You're the fuse, and you have to use the Halo's power to detonate the Dominion.
Right. This is not sounding like the ideal plan to me.
I know.
So, we put the crown on Adriel and immobilize him. Lock him away again forever.
This is what will happen. So sooner or later, we'll run out of options.
What does that mean? That she's all-knowing? That Rhea is God?
God is just a name. You've all been fed this twisted version of the truth that confuses everything. Rhea just is. What is?
Well, she kind of sounds like she sucks. And where is this Divinium bomb? I mean, maybe we can detonate it remotely.
I don't think so.
No. That's not happening. Forget it. I said no. We are not both dying over some interdimensional power grab.
You cannot run from this. This is fate.
I have sacrificed everything. Yeah? What have you given?
Grovel on your knees. Beg for your lives.
Yourself, William. First. I should suspect poison.
Not today, Father. Today, I'm safe as a bird.
We will cleanse the universe in fire!
None of you.
Sleep, that's right.
Dominating.
You'll dedicate your entire life.
Cyclone.
My entire life is tied to God was watching. An omnipotent being beyond all natural power. Only one night, a vision appeared to me. He told me of his imprisonment beneath the Vatican, of his plans to save mankind. He asked me for my fealty. He asked me for my fealty. And in his voice, I heard 1,000 sermons telling me this very day would come to me. In exchange for my conversion, he promised me a place at his side, and that is worth my loyalty. We are united unto salvation.
Dominating.
That's a lie. All that awaits you is death.
It's us all.
What do you sharp?
Unstoppable!
Inside, lads.
That's what I'm talking talking about this stuff.
I often feel the old world.
Yes. What can I do for you, Vincent?
I need some guidance.
Why am I risen if not to guide? Ancient brandy? No. Straight from the cellars of the Vatican. Tell me.
Unstoppable!
Imagine, Vincent, a world in which God exists. No, not some human fairy tale. I'm talking about a world where God can be reached by a text. Where sickness, war, and genocide can be erased with a word.
Not God.
No. Maybe not in the sense they expected. Am I not what they've been praying for? An all-powerful entity come from the other side to save them all from themselves. And you can't tell me humanity does not need saving. No. I can't tell you this. What's really troubling you?
Since you rely on violence to bring salvation.
Well, yes, well, sadly, it seems to be the only thing that humans respond to. Have you tried walking the streets and telling the truth? And I'll kill you for it.
We are the Legion! You cannot
We
prevail!
introduce a major change to their lives. Humanity seems to be motivated by two things alone: fear and money. And why waste money when you don't have to? But you fear not, Vincent. We'll set humanity on the path of righteousness together.
We shall contact God by text.
Exactly. Now go. I have a big day ahead of me.
Do you remember what you said to me the night we freed you?
No. What did I say?
It's not important, I suppose.
Such a shame. I do love this suit.
I need all of you to reflect on the gravity of what we're attempting today. This is no standard mission. I do not know what Adriel is, precisely. But millions believe him to be an angel. Should we succeed, he will be hated, judged by some as heretics, blasphemers, forging the will of God. If the world sees a man that can perform miracles, taken out by agents of the church, what will they believe in then? Our actions
Target,
today
do not flash, loss of
will
control.
change not only the nature of our order, but the very fabric of belief itself. Amen.
So, here's what's gonna happen. At 9 a.m., Adriel's followers will gather in his cathedral for a global broadcast. Yasmin will enter using her press credentials, and the rest of us will enter through a side door. Beatrice and our newly arrived sisters will connect with a group of disguised Samaritans. Camilla will break into a server room and connect with Jillian. Back here. I'll plant a signal relay on Adriel's cathedral roof, allowing Jillian to hack into Architect's plague generators. On stage, Duretti will expose Adriel as a fraud. Once Adriel is good and truly pissed, Camilla will create a diversion. Once he's distracted, I'll put the crown of thorns on his head. We lock Adriel into a box. We bring the box back here. Jillian hijacks Adriel's power source to activate the Ark, and we shove him through the portal. Once he's on the other side, we blow up the Ark. And that should do it.
We are the Legion! You
And without the
cannot
halo or the Ark,
prevail!
he can never return. So let's do this.
Really?
You're not coming? Are you sure?
You're ready for this. Go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my god. What is it? I don't know why I notice these things. That guy's fucking right?
The Burning Legion conquers all! Your Titan gods have abandoned you. Lay down your arms. There is no hope left.
Double kill. I'm good. Let's do this.
You have to use the front entrance.
I know, yeah, but there's been a change.
A change?
Gag order.
Find the server room.
My guys are hidden throughout the crowd. Shit hits the fan. They'll help us get out.
How's the halo?
Strong so far.
Well then, warrior nun. See you on the other side.
Amanda, obvious?
Once Ava gets the patch set, I will hijack
Lord
Crystal's data.
Illidan knows the way.
Salt the earth, boil their seas, drive them before you!
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
I might have been too optimistic. Come on. Please, just give me a little more.
Ooh, those ugly as shit.
You seem unimpressed, Holy Father.
And so I am, Father Vincent. With you, most of all. You know, when you were a pathetic drunk, a barely reformed criminal, I offered you a better path. In the end, all you did was trade a vile obsession for another.
What choice does one have when one hears the voice of God?
Ladies and gentlemen of the faithful, His Holiness, the Pope!
Lord Illidan knows the way. Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
Adrian is not God, Vincent.
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion. If we do not meet again, die well.
I welcome the faithful here and around the world. Today, we find ourselves in a new era. For centuries, we have worshipped God as an unattainable ideal. We prayed through hard times and joyous, never knowing if our prayers would be answered. Now, it seems they have been.
Not now. Not here. I don't care if I go back to being paralyzed, but I can't let them down.
Oh, Ava. You've looked better.
You too.
For the Lord God has delivered unto us a living, breathing angel, a chance to witness the truth of our devotion. I present Adriel.
About to make his move.
Double kill.
Could it be that the You should be fighting with us. Just follow orders. be a pawn to the OCS. Never again.
Truly a momentous day that we, the faithful, should witness the arrival of a divine being.
For the longest time, I asked myself, why you? Was it divine intervention that delivered you the halo?
I need to target
Did you have some
first.
inner strength that I was missing? But now I see you clearly.
That your arrival should coincide with the dire plagues from which you have delivered us is truly God's providence. Or so I thought.
That's our cue.
Now or never.
Come on, Eva.
We are all that stands
You
between the Legion
are
and annihilation.
I call you fraud, liar, devil.
Death to the Legion.
You deserve our beloved church through trickery and fear.
Holy Father, don't do this.
I tell you, the plagues of Adel
I have
were
sacrificed
manufactured by Christian
everything.
Schaefer.
What have you
using
given?
high-tech technology.
Francesco, do not accuse me so.
Behold, the plagues of a fraud.
We're out of time. Where's Ava?
I pity you, Ava. I wanted the halo so badly it consumed me. But now, for the first time, I'm free.
Okay. Focus now.
You did it.
We're in.
Yes.
Someone's hacking our systems.
Salt the earth!
Let it go.
Boil their seas!
Locust!
Drive them before you!
Azeroth must not fall. Remember, I will see to it that the Legion gets no farther. You, Korvas, and Sienna attack the Legion from within. Then, we will wipe them out together.
We're in their system, but nothing's activating. They could only be doing this if they knew what we were planning.
The fog of fear!
Camilla, it's not working. I have no control of the plagues. They let us believe we're in. To what end?
No plagues. What the hell? Come on. I just need enough juice to finish this.
See how he lies to protect his power. But is this not the same voice you've been hearing your entire lives? The voice of men like him. Telling you that all you need to achieve salvation is through worshipping them. Through heeding their wisdom. Giving them money.
You are no
Have
demon.
they ever given you in
Friend
return?
or foe.
Nothing.
We are all that stands between the Legion, and we will work together to destroy the Legion from
Judgment.
within.
Lie out
Death
for
to the
nothing.
Legion. If we don't meet
I
again,
need
die
for
well.
nothing. Save to let you know this.
You are not alone!
I
descended from heaven itself to deliver you from pain and fear and the damnation of humankind.
Wicked sick!
Just one last thing.
I can only
Remember,
pray.
nothing is more important than the Legion's
God in His
destruction.
mercy will offer forgiveness to this man.
I beg you all, deny this counterfeit angel.
Trust me.
Idolize not such false gods, lest you reap God's vengeance. For in forsaking the one true God, thou shalt invoke God.
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
Do not give in to the power of the Legion.
So come the assassins.
You will soon be free.
Oh, I know I can't assassinate, but I can destruct.
Oh, come on! You've got wings now!
Little boy, you come now. You've been hard worked by Rhea, haven't you, boy?
You're the one that used me.
Time to rest. You served your life.
You can't let me.
They've got power.
Trust in Lord Illidan.
Ava, we need to go right now. Michael!
find the Ark. Watch out for nuns.
I am Zaragoza.
Mother Superior! You having difficulty setting the church's new direction?
It's always been my problem.
My thanks. Now I am going to finish off the one who did this to me.
Zaragoza, no! Come back! Damn!
Damn it all.
Death to the Legion. Do not give in to the power of the Legion.
Have to destroy the Ark.
Detonator is shattered. How can I destroy it?
You have to set it off by hand.
Come, sister.
Who are you? Sister Dora. Thank you.
Come to see my Lord.
Rest thou. You fought well.
Oh, this is bogus.
No! No.
Novi.
Come to me, my child.
Cut the light fuse.
Miss me again.
do to you?
He enlightened me.
Are you doing this?
It's Adriel's final plague. A burning light that only scorches non-believers.
Lilith, back to the OCS. They can help you. Lilith, stop this. Okay, your sisters need you.
My sisters? You want me to return to a world I don't belong to? To fight a battle without hope? For the glory of a god who has abandoned me? You should join us. He likes you, Ava. That's why he hasn't killed you yet.
Please?
No. No more talk. Come with me. Adriel will give you the freedom you've been seeking. You can finally be yourself without fear of consequence. This is not a negotiation. You will join the Halo to our cause, or I will rip it out through your chest.
Never.
Suit yourself. You were right about one thing, Ava. You are the last warrior nun. Nothing more I can do. The ambulance is still 10 minutes out.
I'm sorry I couldn't save the Arca.
I'm sorry I couldn't save you.
Soon I shall kneel before God. I hope he forgives my sins.
I will embrace you as champion.
I'll be so certain. My life is a long series of mistakes. And every choice I made, I denied God. When Taylor rejected me, I resented him. And when he chose Ava, I resented her.
You can't carry the entire weight of the OCS on your shoulders.
Oh, you can't. I understood too late the importance of my sisters. I let the scars in. My shame. My vision.
When you get to heaven, God won't look you over for victories or medals. For scars.
Take care of my girls.
expose you of sin, save you, and raise you up. Did everything we could.
Target.
Felt this way since.
Illidari, what happened here?
Thank you.
I didn't give in.
This is a miracle. I suppose as a former Halo bearer, I still have a connection with it. I'm sorry. I'm truly grateful that you're alive. I am. But Adriel is literally sucking our prayers out of the air.
I see you.
Who are we even praying to?
Double kill. Multi-kill.
I lost the crown. It was right there, and I let my emotions.
You saved my life.
If I had grabbed the crown, we could have beaten Adriel, and none of this would have happened. Camilla, Yasmin, they might be here with us.
So you're saying if I had died, the others might have lived?
Saying that maybe we're just delaying the inevitable.
Beatrice, I know, never stops fighting. Never loses hope.
They have all been tortured.
They did
Never did.
things to me.
I said we would stop them all together, but there's always something else we can do.
There is nothing else you can do. Run. Hide.
I was hiding.
What did they
Our only
do?
priority now is
What
to
did the
keep
demons
Halo out of
offer
Adriel's
you?
hands.
The demons promised us unimaginable power.
I left.
Who did this to you?
The warden tried to convince us to turn traitor.
Hands and the regulars.
I heard screaming.
You could teach me how to dance. I could teach you how to drink.
So, I think we should exchange names. You know, for morale.
Morale?
Yeah. I'm Tommy. I wouldn't shake your hand again.
That's terrible.
Yeah, but see? Morale.
I'm Camilla.
Nice to meet you, Camilla.
Come here often?
First time. Kinda sucks.
I can't believe we made it back in one piece.
Wicked sick!
You're a man.
I don't need you alive to know your secrets.
I
Wicked
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion.
You never get a better chance. Rhea. Something happened.
Wicked sick!
Did anyone give in?
Sayana Nightblade turned traitor. She joined the Legion.
There's no reason for them to die.
Here's a small taste of my fell magic.
By sacrificing yourself. I think you saved
Wicked sick!
How can I?
Double kill. Mega kill.
Pawns at an ancient game. But you never did anything but tried to help me. To love me.
Wicked sick!
I got him with this. When I realized how much she was struggling. I was 15.
So you did it for the food.
No. No, that would have been a mistake. I did it for service. But I found much more.
Wicked sick! Wicked sick!
Leave him alone!
Stop! I'll go with you, stop! I'll go with you, just leave her alone, okay?
Double kill. Multi-kill. Mega kill. Ultra kill. Monster kill. Ludicrous kill. Holy shit. Holy shit! 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 Wicked sick! Double kill. Multi-kill. Wicked sick! Multi-kill. Mega kill. Ultra kill. Monster kill. Ludicrous kill. Holy shit!
Have you accepted the truth of Adriel?
A fatal mistake, mortal!
You're
I see you.
Feast on your flesh and devour your soul!
Wicked sick! Double kill. Multi-kill. Mega kill. Ultra kill. Monster kill. Ludicrous kill. Holy shit! Holy shit!
I guess I still kind of got it, huh?
I thought the light spared Angel's believers.
Yes. Indeed.
You took the crown. Why didn't you give it to Adriel?
I was hoping against hope.
So was I.
I was attempting to track the location of the Ark. I couldn't find it anywhere in the cathedral, so I thought it may be shielded somehow. The Ark requires an enormous amount of energy to function at full output. So if the prey energy enters through the rooftop array, chasing its path should lead us to the Ark's position.
Agreed. So where is it?
The energy path leads into this
Where in the
conductive
world is
bracing, directed towards the floor.
The floor.
It makes sense if the design is symmetrical.
You'll tell me your secrets before you die.
Piece of shit.
Everything. I have witnessed Adriel's glory.
No, no, no.
Joyce, sister. Now you enter his service.
No! No! What did he do to you?
He opened my eyes. His light is everything.
Smoke weed every day.
Yo, what's good? Long time no see.
Jasmine?
Hi, Camilla.
So hold on, I was trying to fix something
I
when
have
you popped
so many
in. What's
questions.
good?
I know.
Every day.
I couldn't get out when the others escaped, so I kept hiding in the cathedral, looking for a way to get to you. I'm sorry it took me so long.
Trust me, you were right on time.
Why can I not?
Dead?
He's breathing. Just knocked out.
Oh my god, that was scary. I've never clonked anyone on the head before. Seminary didn't really prepare me for that kind of work.
You're a natural. You see what they did
Not
to him?
much was good with you, Bristow.
Ritual in the main hall.
Oh, really?
Bless and protect this child. In the name of Adriel.
This is. Oh, okay, okay. Here, blessing this child in the body of something that should not be touched.
What happened to it?
They're possessing them with demons.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
Just chosen to nowhere.
You're one of us.
Oh, talking about the sounds? Yeah, they're a little over the top. I need a. I was trying to turn them off, but apparently I
We
can't.
have to talk. You turned on Adriel. Saw it when you picked up the crown.
There we go. What's good with you though? No, I haven't played in a while. Been about a year. I thought I'd give it a little touch, make it feel good about itself.
Succulent marrow, crunchy.
We're all learning some hard
Man, I
lessons.
can't believe they changed
Let's not
Starfall.
give up, Ava. We can still win this.
Did you see us out there? We were outmatched at every turn.
Adrian knows every move before we can make it.
Yeah, I know.
What's up with you? What's good with you? Did you want to hop in Discord, give a little chat?
I have betrayed my church, my family, and my world. I'm broken in body and soul. I have but one ember of hope left in my heart. You, Eva.
It's fucking great. You let the devil loose and I have to put the genie back in the bottle. Did you like that? Did you manipulate me?
Took it as a sign that the way to Kia could use to free her.
Just been chilling, working it up.
But I was
Bought a
wrong.
bunch of arcade cabs and built my bar cat.
I thank God it went to you. Not
Oh shit! Okay.
I believe that you, only you, can restore the world.
I really don't care about what you believe in. What I need is to find a way to protect Israel alone without risking the lives of the I got locked up for 1,000 years.
No, it's more than that. It's something in the nature of the crown that he fears.
Back in the day, before we freed him, how did you talk to him?
Through my dividium tattoos.
Show me.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. I'm sitting there having a smoke at home. Let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready. I'll hop in.
The new Bible.
Spread my word to the world, Christian. The people will be enthralled.
Yes. Yes, I believe they will.
Where did Sienna Nightglaive go? I need to find her.
Nightglaive went southwest with a warden named Cordana Fellsong.
A warden working for the Legion? I look forward to killing her.
Salvation.
Get out of my head!
My lord.
Leave me.
Are you all right?
I deserve this. What did you see?
You're right. Angel's afraid of the crown. Something inside it. Some truth. I couldn't quite see it. Do you think embracing death can lead to enlightenment?
Dun dun dun. Embracing death leading to enlightenment?
Hello?
How dare you?
It's Camilla.
Camilla, you're alive?
So far, yeah. Yasmin and I are in Adriel's cathedral. She broke me out.
Can you find a way out?
not leaving. What's happening here is a blasphemy beyond blasphemy. You need to send everyone to help us stop it. Bye.
Mother Superior? Camilla and Yasmin are alive.
I've sacrificed everything. What are you? I have to find Stelagosa and Cyana Nightglaive. Meet me up at the Overlook. We will finish this business together.
Come, do your best. Nightglaive has been undergoing some changes.
Get back.
We are ready for you.
Get the thing off of her.
Stop. Ava chose this. She put the crown on
Feel
herself.
the fell energy course through.
She's searching for what.
We've been expecting you. How is Khadgar? Fellsworn Nightglaive, prove yourself. I have other matters to attend to.
Yes, my mistress.
No.
Cyana, do not give in. I am more powerful than all of you! You are nothing but I was promised!
Easy, boys. I'm not here to fight, okay?
Let's get out of here before we're overrun.
At least I hope I'm not.
Let her come unto me.
They're gatekeepers. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit!
What did you do?
You chose this. Beatrice, let him speak.
The key to Adriel's destruction may be found in his realm. Eva puts on the crown to seek it out.
Why did you help her with Adriel's destruction?
Yeah. What happened to your devotion to Eurotrash Jesus?
He died when he killed Zorete. Don't expect you to forgive me. I was manipulated by a power I did not understand. And I turned my back on a power which had been entrusted to me.
I have sacrificed your Titan gods have abandoned you.
I can no longer breathe.
Lay down your arms. There is no hope left.
I took the crown for her. We must let this run its course.
How could we possibly trust you? After everything you've done.
Sister Beatrice, I believe him.
Even if he's telling the truth. Eva can't take the crown off herself. How will we know when she's ready to come back?
It's a good point. How are we supposed to know?
Look.
The
not give in to the power of the Legion.
Impossible. Are you all right?
Fine. Better than fine.
What happened?
It was on the other side. I saw it. It doesn't matter what I saw. I understand what we have to do. What I have to do.
Where you lead, we will follow. Do not linger here too long. The Legion is attacking everywhere.
It was incredibly brave.
I am certain that if anyone can help you find this pillar of
I'm a
creation,
danger to myself and
it will be
others.
my grandfather.
What did you see?
I'll meet you up there. You will find repose up the road to the northeast.
I understand now what you were talking about. Giving yourself over for the mission completely. Separating your ego from your responsibility.
Welcome to my world.
I love my friends.
I know.
This does not look good.
It will.
He is not well. What is happening here? You are our last best.
We'll keep this between us.
I know why you
The
are
others suspect for a
here,
minute.
small
What do you
one.
We'll fight to stop me.
Please. Help.
Listen, David. Something you should know about the Ark. Something my mother discovered.
The Crown showed me a vision. Adriel's a fugitive from the other realm. Having failed in trying to take power there, he intends to make our world his kingdom. We cannot let that happen.
Right now, Adriel is setting up his endgame. Jillian?
Based on what I've learned, it seems that Adriel is ultimately going to use the prayer energy of his followers to activate the Ark, to open the floodgates. Bring over enough Wraith demons to enslave the entire planet.
And that's the way the world ends.
We have no time. We need to act now. We will use Chaos as an ally.
There's one more thing. For a while now, the halo has been giving out. I thought it was rejecting me. And when I went near Adriel's cross, the halo failed completely. Thought it was the end. But the further I got away from the cross's energy, the more the power of my halo came back.
We need Ava running on full batteries, so destroying that cross is priority number 1.
The cross is in the main hall, and I've located the Ark machine in the south annex here.
We will divide into 3 teams. 1 finds the Ark. 2 destroys the cross. 3, you will infiltrate the cathedral as pilgrims. Keep in mind, the hall is going to be full with Adriel's monks. These servants have demons inside. They will be tough to handle.
Also, Jillian will be jamming all radio frequencies once we're inside.
So, to sum up, we need to rescue Yasmin and Camilla, destroy the cross, find Adriel, and fuck up the shit. Everyone get geared up. We're hitting target immediately.
Ava's holding back. She isn't telling us everything.
I know. She reminds me of Shannon. Before the end.
I should
You
keep
better
an eye
keep
on
an eye on
her.
her.
Yes.
I don't remember a lot from before. I was with you. Seems like forever ago.
Only a few months. Maybe.
Six. I couldn't go to the park because of my condition. So you built me a park.
We spent so much time.
You always knew the best of things. What did you put to me now?
I wish I could do that now. I realize.
Different from here. If I can stop bleeding, I may not come back. But part of me will always exist. And you never. When you built the ark for me, and I stepped through. So please know, wherever I am, until the end of time, I will always love you.
Ava. No. No. Please.
Once you get the crown on Adro, this may be the only way to kill him.
Thank you.
Are you troubled, my child?
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Sometimes the simple truth of being alive just moves me.
I'm out of range.
I'm reminding myself what's at stake. What we're all fighting. You've got that look in your eyes.
What look is that?
That look right before you Aikido someone into submission.
Well, better not test me then.
I know I'm supposed to absolve sin. It's time.
Consider absolution. Patience, so that I may demonstrate.
No, you're not coming with us.
Beatrice.
No. Look, I appreciate that you've had an epiphany and your help with Ava. But do not take that to mean that you're back in our good graces.
I don't think that. I've no right.
We need his help.
I don't trust him.
Neither do I. But he knows the cathedral can get us into security. Besides, we're still nuns. Sort of your job.
Réalisant mon espoir, je me lance vers This is our last shot, sisters.
Will we be able to make a difference?
All we can do is try.
Here goes everything.
Leave this to me.
Father Vincent, all guests must go through security. Main entrance.
Brother Griffin, these virgins are guests of Ariel himself. His word was that they enter unseen. And unmolested.
Meaning what?
Meaning that if you so much as touch them, you break his holy covenant. Praise Savior.
Praise Adrian.
I have many, many wares.
Gemming all frequencies except yours.
Good luck.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
My thoughts exactly.
What took you so long?
Camilla! Can you help my grandfather?
Hi. Hey.
Camilla.
Senegos, we seek one of the pillars of creation.
Michael?
I know it is here on Azuna.
You speak of the Tide Stone of Gaul.
Hello, Camilla.
Yeah, he's
It
been
was
born
shattered
again.
long ago.
Again, it's a long story and we don't have time.
The Tide Stone? Shattered?
I'll take your word for it.
How?
So,
I
what's
do
the
not
plan?
know.
Find the Ark and destroy it.
But I
Save
know
the cross.
where the
Take
pieces
out Adriel and anyone
lie.
who stands in our way.
Oh, and
Rest
then
now,
what?
grandfather.
Was the
You
plan to
must
get out?
save your energy.
Don't be so eager to mourn, Starlight. Give me this one last adventure.
Done more than enough. You can wait outside and cover us.
No, I want to be part of this.
Yeah, she's one of us now.
Well then, as the warrior nun, I hereby make you a sister warrior. Effective immediately.
That's it? That's how it works? That is not in any way how that works.
Yeah, but we don't have time, so praise God and kick some ass.
Rat.
Here we go.
Hey, you! What are you doing over there?
Sister warriors don't run. Sister warriors don't run.
Message for Senegos.
The Nightfallen have assaulted the Whelplands. These 4 Whelplings need to be treated with ley crystals immediately.
Ava, we need to finish this before more come.
I'll take care of it. Cover me.
Before more come.
I'll take care of it. Cover me.
Before more. Ava, we need to finish this before more come.
I'll take care of it. Cover me.
She's incredible. Here she is.
Nailed it.
Fear me. We're clear. Hide the bodies before anyone else shows up. Where's Michael?
He split off to find the Ark.
Yasmin, you'll be with Ava and I.
Yes, ready. Anything.
The rest of you with me.
Nothing.
See you after the fireworks. There it is.
She's waiting for us.
Assuming you ignore the brainwashed cultists.
Kinda hard to ignore.
Where's the Ark?
This is where Gillian told us it would be.
Maybe they moved it?
No. She lied about its location.
What? Why would she do that?
Ava?
Because I told her to.
I don't understand. Why?
Because things change when you realize not everything's about you. I'm sorry. B. That's the Warring Nun's job, right? They die so everyone else can live.
Ava, don't.
I'm doing this so you can live your life. So live it. Okay?
I won't. I can't.
You can.
I can't.
Under pearly moon, where the poets choose their verse. She's the autumn air. She's
the next.
everywhere. Oh, this is my hymn for her. My hymn for her. She's the weaving rose.
Nice of you to show up.
I found the elevator down. It's guarded. You okay?
Let's find another way down.
What is she doing?
Sacrificing herself.
We can't let that happen.
No, but we don't know where she's going. This whole plan has gone upside down.
Yes, upside down.
What are you doing? Don't stop.
The upside down temple. The first church he built was inverted. Adriel's repeated the design. It would have to be to
focus the energy down. The ark is below that cross.
Are you up for this?
We don't have a choice.
We have a million choices. We could be back in the Alps, drinking at the bar, enjoying our lives.
Don't drink. Remember? Besides, if Adriel wins, the bar will be gone. Everything will be gone.
We're both living in second chances anyway.
And then there's Senegos.
So fuck it.
I feared we might lose that one. He was so weak when I found him.
Do you feel that
Pick
energy?
him up and take him to Senegos.
Vibrating in the air.
My keepers are overrun. We will require aid.
It's coming from this direction.
Another Nightfallen attack. Bring my child to me, young one.
We may have a problem. I'll deal with Christian. Try to stall him to go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so walk me through this again.
Once we're discovered, they'll bring us before Adriel. They'll expect us to use the crown again. So we
Do
use his
me
bait.
one last favor. Your younger brothers and sisters need your help.
Of
You
course.
pulse the Halo's energy directly into me.
And the resulting explosion will tear the three of us
Farewell,
apart.
Grandfather.
That's the idea, yeah.
Michael,
See you soon,
sure?
Starlight.
Adriel claims he can't be killed in this room.
Sort of. I think he can't be killed by anything in this realm, but the Halo, the Divinium and me are not of this realm.
Semantics, huh? That's what we're betting our lives on?
Betting our lives on faith.
Huh. Even worse.
That won't be necessary.
No more lies. I know you have renounced your divine faith.
No. My faith has been restored.
Is that so?
You know this is wrong, Tristan. We've been blinded, deceived. Adriel's war conflicts with everything you believe in.
Adriel is here. Living proof of a world beyond. Breathing evidence of a higher power. Who are you to question his works?
Who are you to question the alternative? A benevolent creator who gave us a miracle in Ava, risen from death to save us from darkness.
Oh, you are a kind small
It's a
thing.
fatal error in judgment.
My God doesn't punish errors.
Your God is about to be extinguished from the universe.
Ava's gone.
Gone where?
She's trying to stop Adriel on her own.
Keep your hands and weapons where I can see them.
It looms as hands coming in then.
Okay, this is it.
Stay behind me. Follow my lead.
Your reckoning is at hand, traitor.
Is it? So soon?
For 1,000 years, you've escaped justice for your crimes. Your reckoning is at hand, traitor.
Is it?
Stay behind me. Follow my lead.
Yo. Your reckoning is at hand, traitor.
Is it? So soon?
For 1,000 years, you've escaped justice for your crimes. That ends now.
That did end that. I didn't quite catch the
For your crimes. That ends now.
So soon?
For 1,000 years, you've escaped justice for your crimes. That ends now.
That did end that. I didn't quite catch the first part, though. Something about justice. Ah, well. I guess it wasn't important.